From empowering the farmer to equipping startups, from last mile delivery to millions of seamless UPI transactions, from telemedicine to climate control. Invisible, yet indispensable. From major policy reforms and concessions to foster a robust domestic ecosystem and position India as an emerging semiconductor hub, the Semiconductor mission offers epoch-making financial support worth rupees 76,000 crores to make India a global semiconductor hub. Uniform fiscal support up to 50% of the project cost for setting up. Called Make in India for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Jai Hind.
Connecting India to the world, Gujarat has been at the forefront of driving the growth index of Connecting India to the world, Gujarat has been at the forefront of driving the growth index of the country. A strong and stable economy, coupled with Government of Gujarat's proactive and investor-friendly policies, have resulted in Gujarat emerging as a global business hub, in line with the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's vision of a self-reliant India, and led by the Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Patel. The state's conducive business environment has attracted investment from leading industrial giants, making it the manufacturing hub of the country. The state is an industrial paradise with its all-inclusive, sustainable development model, huge reservoirs of skill and knowledge, and vast business and investment potential. Gujarat is a leader in industrial sectors such as chemicals, petrochemicals, dairy, drugs and pharmaceuticals, gems and jewelry, textiles and engineering.
Semiconductors are playing a critical role in the world in more ways than we can imagine. It is our collective aim to establish India as one of the key partners in global semiconductor supply chains.
Guided by the vision of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, under the decisive leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, Gujarat is evolving as the preferred destination for semiconductor and electronics ecosystem. With the launch of Gujarat Semiconductor Policy 2022-27 and Gujarat Electronics Policy 2022-28, Gujarat became the first state to announce a dedicated policy for the semiconductor sector, specially crafted to suit the requirements of the industries and to propel Gujarat onto the global semiconductor supply chains. The policy is structured to guide and facilitate investments to make Gujarat the semiconductor manufacturing capital of India. Gujarat is also the first state to have a dedicated mission for the semiconductor and electronics sector, the Gujarat State Electronics Mission, GSEM, which functions as a single window clearance system for the investors. Under the vision of Chief Minister Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, Gujarat is developing a well-connected semicon city in Dholera SIR to enable a robust semiconductor and display manufacturing ecosystem. The Gujarat Semiconductor Policy has been very well received by the industry. Micron Technology Inc. signed MOU with Government of Gujarat, American semiconductor manufacturing giant Micron Technology Inc., which has chosen Gujarat as its destination to set up the country's first assembly, test, marking and packaging ATMP facility in GIDC Sanand Industrial Estate 2. With a vision to establish a thriving semiconductor ecosystem through transparent and proactive policy support, excellent industrial infrastructure, ease of doing business, and a vibrant skill pool, Gujarat now partners with Government of India and welcomes the leaders of the semiconductor industry sector to second edition of SemiconIndia. Welcome to Gujarat, India's gateway to Silicon. Swagatam.
The Digital India Mission, under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, has led India far into the digital era. Innovative and transformational projects, Aadhaar, UPI, COVID, DigiLocker, Umang, Diksha, eSanjeevani, and many more like these form the foundational building blocks of India's stack. These together have resulted in ease of living for 1 billion plus people and led to efficiency, transparency, accountability in the governance. These technology-led innovations, based on open standards and interoperability principles, are now available on indiastack.global. Digital solutions from India will now be shared globally so that other nations can reuse them, adopt them, and benefit from India's positive experiences. Riding the wave of digital technology, indiastack.global will catapult India's techade and further India's ethos of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. indiastack.global. Meri Pehchan. एक ही लॉगिन से कोविन, उमंग और माई गव जैसी सुविधाएं करिए प्राप्त। NSSO यानी नेशनल सिंगल साइन ऑन। ईमेल, मोबाइल, गवर्नमेंट आईडीज लाइक पैन, आधार कार्ड, ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस का उपयोग करके कर सकते हैं रजिस्टर। सुरक्षा के लिए स्ट्रॉन्ग यूजर क्रेडेंशियल्स के साथ ये देगा कई ऑनलाइन एप्लीकेशन और सर्विसेज तक एक्सेस। इसकी यूजर ऑथेंटिकेशन और वेरीफाइड आइडेंटिटी सर्विसेज की खूबी ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस की राह भी करेगा आसान। अधिक जानकारी के लिए विजिट करें मेरीपहचान.gov.in पर। कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी तक भाषाओं को जोड़ेगी भाषिणी। डिजिटल इंडिया को सबकी भाषा में उपलब्ध कराएगी भाषिणी। अपनी भाषा में योगदान कर, AI तकनीक उपयोग कर, सबकी भाषा से अपनी भाषा में गर्व से जुड़ेगा इंडिया। अब अपनी भाषा में ज्ञान बढ़ेगा, मातृभाषा का मान बढ़ेगा, जन जन का कल्याण बढ़ेगा, भारत का सम्मान बढ़ेगा। क्योंकि अब अपनी भाषा में बोलेगा, सुनेगा, लिखेगा और पढ़ेगा इंडिया। आइए मिलकर भाषा दान करें, भाषिणी को साकार करें।
बोलो इंडिया, सुनो इंडिया, लिखो इंडिया, देखो इंडिया।
आठ साल पहले स्टार्टअप मात्र एक शब्द था, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के दूरदर्शी विजन में शुरू हुए डिजिटल इंडिया ने इंडिया को बनाया दुनिया के सबसे बड़े स्टार्टअप हब में से एक। आज यहां हैं 70,000 प्लस स्टार्टअप्स, 103 यूनिकॉर्न्स।
टियर 2, टियर 3 सिटीज में भी नए नए स्टार्टअप बन रहे हैं। उनकी भारतीय प्रोडक्ट्स को अंतरराष्ट्रीय बाजार में जाने में बड़ी भूमिका भी है।
इन शहरों में भी स्टार्टअप्स की क्षमता को देखते हुए और उन्हें सफल बनाने के लिए डिजिटल इंडिया की पहल के तहत आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव पर लाया गया है डिजिटल इंडिया जेनेसिस, जो स्टार्टअप्स की अगली पीढ़ी को संपूर्ण सपोर्ट देगा। ये एक हाई इंपैक्ट डिजिटली ड्रिवन नेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म होगा जो स्टार्टअप्स को इंक्यूबेशन, मेंटरशिप, मार्केट एक्सेस के साथ साथ सीड फंडिंग की सुविधा को उपलब्ध कराएगा। 750 करोड़ से भी अधिक की धनराशि से 10,000 से भी ज्यादा स्टार्टअप्स को इंपैक्ट करते हुए डिजिटल इंडिया जेनेसिस $1 ट्रिलियन डिजिटल इकोनॉमी के लक्ष्य की दिशा में भारत सरकार का एक बड़ा कदम है। The government has announced a holistic policy to catalyze India's semiconductor ecosystem. In line with this, MeitY has announced Digital India Initiative Chips to Startup program for capacity building, inviting participation from academia, R&D organizations, startups, and MSMEs. C2S program aims to generate 175 semiconductor chips, 25 startups, 85,000 manpower at BTech, MTech, PhD level in chip design area at 100 institutions by way of providing them exposure of the entire chip design cycle. Now, the first cohort of 30 institutions to be supported under C2S program is being unveiled, which will catapult India's growth in the field of semiconductor design. A revolutionary step, a revolutionary decision, a revolutionary change, that gave a digital identity to each and every person, without any discrimination of caste, creed, class, or of being rich or poor, that empowered millions of marginalized people with a secure identity, that provided the money to the poor, of which they were entitled to, scholarships to the students, and directly delivered pensions into the bank accounts of elderly persons. This is none other than the world's largest digital identity revolution. Aadhaar. My Aadhaar, my identity. UIDAI, Unique Identification Authority of India. Today, billions of residents of India are part of the world's largest digital revolution. Whereas earlier, one needed a number of cards for different tasks. Today, all identity-related work can be done with Aadhaar. Whereas earlier, the newborn didn't have any identity. Today, even a newborn can get Aadhaar. Whereas in the past, banking was almost impossible in far-flung areas. Today, doorstep banking is possible with Aadhaar-enabled payment system. Whereas earlier, it was difficult to weed out a fake or bogus beneficiary. Today, now with Aadhaar, through its biometric and demographic authentication system, this problem is almost non-existent. Whereas earlier, middlemen used to usurp benefits, now with Aadhaar payment bridge system, the cash is directly transferred into the bank accounts of beneficiaries. Today, Aadhaar-linked services are available across thousands of bank branches, post offices, BSNL centers, and central government offices. Every day, more than 500,000 people carry out their Aadhaar enrollments and updates at these centers. These centers also carry out mandatory biometric updates of children once they reach 5 and 15 years, free of cost. Now all Aadhaar-related services are available at Aadhaar Seva Kendras run by UIDAI, which follows the model of Passport Seva Kendra. Besides this, Aadhaar has enabled authenticated transactions worth billions of rupees. Do you think all this would have happened so easily? It was not easy to implement Aadhaar in a vast country like India. The toughest challenge was to reach out to 1.3 billion people. This challenge was surmounted by active cooperation of state governments, banks, India Post, CSC, and several other partners. Aadhaar enrollment camps were set up from village to village. A robust ecosystem was created, which not only generated Aadhaar for 1.3 billion residents, but also brought in major transformation in a very short time. Now, you might say that the Aadhaar is just an ID. Okay, let's assume that it is just an ordinary ID. But do you know what all revolutionary transformations this ordinary ID has brought in? It has connected lots of people to their true identity through Aadhaar. Those who were bogus beneficiaries, today they fear the law. Those who were left behind are now being empowered. Fake beneficiaries have been identified and removed from the system. The government money that was siphoned off due to corruption has now all been saved. Those who were deprived of their rights are now enjoying their entitlements. Those who used to keep their savings safe in their kitchen or in some corners of the house now have their own bank accounts. Those who used to game the system with fake documents have been removed from the system now. Those who were lost have been reunited with their families. Questions such as to where the government money was leaking, to where the money had been siphoned off, or to whose account it has been debited are all responded to with Aadhaar. One question might have come to your mind as to what is this modern technology that Aadhaar is transforming systems so greatly and flawlessly. So, the answer is, UIDAI has a very impressive, secure and state-of-the-art Central Identities Data Repository CIDR system. At every new Aadhaar enrollment, the enrollment data pack is matched with the CIDR's entire biometric database with the person's fingerprints and iris. This process is known as deduplication and is completely an automated process that determines and guarantees that an individual can have only one Aadhaar number. So, like each individual, every Aadhaar is special and unique. UIDAI's Bengaluru and Manesar centers generate 1.5 million Aadhaar cards every day. So friends, Aadhaar has not only become a revolution, but has also fostered transparency in the system. It is enabling the government to secure good governance. It is the core foundation of all government welfare schemes. It is transforming billions of lives and spreading smiles with empowerment. That is why today everyone says having Aadhaar means having trust, security, verifiable identification and ease of life.
आधार अपना लो।
Aadhaar, my identity. UIDAI, Unique Identification Authority of India.
साल 2015 में शुरुआत हुई डिजी लॉकर की। आज डिजी लॉकर को नागरिक सुविधा देते हुए गर्व महसूस हो रहा है। डिजी लॉकर शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य देखभाल और वित्त के क्षेत्र में कागज रहित शासन को प्रोत्साहित करता है। डिजिटल दस्तावेजों में आधार कार्ड, ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस और वाहन पंजीकरण प्रमाण पत्र, एलपीजी वाउचर, सीबीएसई कक्षा 12वीं और 10वीं की मार्कशीट और प्रमाण पत्र शामिल हैं। ये हमारे लिए गर्व का क्षण है। नागरिकों को लाभ। दस्तावेज वॉलेट। अपने महत्वपूर्ण दस्तावेजों को कभी भी एक्सेस करें, कहीं भी। ये गो ग्रीन पहल के लिए प्रोत्साहित करता है, साथ ही हमें अपने महत्वपूर्ण दस्तावेजों को खोने से भी बचाता है। सहमति आधारित। आपकी सहमति के बिना कोई भी दस्तावेजों को एक्सेस या साझा नहीं कर सकता है। सुरक्षा। आपके दस्तावेजों को सुरक्षित करने के लिए 2 कारक प्रमाणीकरण प्रदान करता है। भागीदार को लाभ। नागरिकों की डिजिटल पहचान और सत्यापन के लिए दस्तावेजों का रियल टाइम केवाईसी। डिजिटल सेवा परिवर्तन। नागरिकों के लिए कागज रहित और उपस्थितिहीन सेवा।
कागज तो कभी भी खोया जा सकता है और कभी कभी खाया भी। फिर लगाओ चक्कर पे चक्कर। प्रतिफल, बस एक प्रतिलिपि। जैसे ये स्मार्ट डिजी लॉकर यूजर जिनको मिलते हैं डिपार्टमेंट इशूड डॉक्यूमेंट्स सीधे उनके डिजी लॉकर में, जो रख सके सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स सुरक्षित, वो भी खाली हाथ।
अगर आग या फ्लड जैसा कुछ हुआ तो सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स खो सकते हैं, इसीलिए डिजी लॉकर
रखे अहम कागजात सुरक्षित जिंदगी भर। कानूनन मान्यता भी असली दस्तावेज के बराबर।
अब मैं भी बना स्मार्ट।
मिली है अब मन की शांति। एक्सेस कभी भी, कहीं भी। पेपरलेस गवर्नेंस की तरफ एक बड़ा कदम, जिससे सशक्त बने नागरिक। जब जांचकर्ता, जारीकर्ता और नागरिक हैं एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पर, तो जांच की समय
ये है डिजी लॉकर की पावर। चाहिए सिर्फ डिजी लॉकर अकाउंट यूज कीजिए, कहीं भी और कभी भी।
क्यों ना आप भी बने स्मार्ट, रहे सुरक्षित खाली हाथ। डिजी लॉकर, आपका अपना डिजिटल वॉलेट।
The new world, post-pandemic, is digitizing like never before. Individuals, governments, and enterprises are all embracing technology. The global demand for digital products and services is growing rapidly. In India, 825 million people today are connected to the internet. Soon, through the world's biggest rural broadband connectivity program, BharatNet, and 5G launch, more than 1 billion people shall join the internet. The future trends to next-gen wireless like 5G, EV, digitization of economy, data center and cloud ecosystem, defense tech, aviation, space, renewable energy and power will all drive innovation and digital. Once upon a time, the hardware-driven performance drove tech. But today, design and innovation for the next generation of computing and communication performance are all important. In the coming years, growth in computing performance will come from semiconductor and electronics system design innovation. The present global chip shortage is an ongoing crisis in automobiles, graphic cards, video game consoles, computers, and other products that require semiconductors. India's tech expansion has included Semicon as a natural next step, and the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi approved the comprehensive program to develop a sustainable semiconductor and display ecosystem in the country with an incentive outlay of $10 billion. India stands for scale and skill. India's exceptional talent pool makes for 20% of the world's semiconductor design engineers. Thousands of semiconductor chips are being designed every year by Indian engineers working for global design houses and startups. A high number of design patents are registered in India every year. The expansion has begun, and India's mission is to encourage and catalyze global and Indian innovators and drive the next 25 years of technology innovation and opportunity in semiconductors here in India. SemiconIndia 2022 intends to serve as the start of many conversations, discussions, and partnerships that will realize India's goal to be a leading and trusted semiconductor and tech partner to the world.
Whenever the world has united for good, something magical happens. Whenever great minds have shared a stage, a great future is promised. India is proud to bring together the world to a universe of opportunities in the semiconductor sector. Welcome to SemiconIndia 2022, catalyzing India's semiconductor ecosystem. Remembering Professor Jagdish Chandra Bose.
देश में आज एक तरफ इनोवेशन का जुनून है तो दूसरी तरफ इनोवेशन को तेजी से एडप्ट करने का जज्बा भी है और इसलिए डिजिटल इंडिया भारत का संकल्प है। डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना है। डिजिटल इंडिया 21वीं सदी में सशक्त होते भारत का एक जयघोष है।
Bringing together global semiconductor leaders, India is unleashing its unlimited potential for design, manufacturing, and innovation. For the first time since independence, rapid, decisive strides have been made in this space. India's electronics manufacturing is expected to exceed $300 billion by 2025-26. And demand for semiconductors to be $80 billion by that time and $110 billion by 2030. India's semiconductor demand will also be driven by its focus on the future of automotive, mobility and communication, 5G, 6G and compute. The government of India has approved to SemiconIndia program an incentive outlay of $10 billion to provide financial support to semiconductors fabs, compound semiconductors, silicon photonics, sensors including MEMS fabs, semiconductor ATMP, OSAT units and display manufacturing. As we rapidly embrace new age technology, semiconductors have become the new building blocks of a smarter world. With the presence of nearly all of the top 25 semiconductor design companies, India is engaging with the brightest minds in the field to create the most innovative skill hub for semiconductors. Blessed with a rich demographic dividend of a young population and a median age of 29 years, India, under Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, is emerging as a global skills hub, focusing on nurturing and training the talent pool for its fast-growing talent economy and the world. In the last few years, India has also delivered successful indigenous technology programs of digital payments and digital identity authentication, connected to the lives of over 1 billion people. The quick adoption of high-end technology-based devices and growing consumer demand for electronic devices have seen a surge in the semiconductor demand and innovation, with an outlay of $10 billion to create a robust and sustainable semiconductor and display ecosystem. The government's SemiconIndia program has also laid a roadmap to develop and train talent. Nearly 2.5% of the total outlay of SemiconIndia program is allocated to the R&D, skill development and training requirements. Skill development and training is an essential requirement for generating industry-ready manpower specialized in semiconductor and display fabrication facilities. Special manpower development program is being implemented for Silicon to Startup, SMDP S2S at 100 academic institutions to generate 85,000 industry-ready manpower specialized in VLSI, chip, SoC design and manufacturing. The India's Semiconductor Mission's Design-Linked Incentive Scheme DLI to support design firms aims to augment PM Modi's vision of the next decade being India's techade by nurturing 100 domestic semiconductor companies for ICs, chipsets, SoCs, systems and IP cores. It'll facilitate the growth of not less than 20 such companies to achieve a turnover of over INR 1,500 crore in the next 5 years. Partnering with the best and the brightest global semiconductor leaders, India is already on its way to becoming the next global hub for electronic system design and manufacturing.
Connecting India to the world, Gujarat has been at the forefront of driving the growth index of the country. A strong and stable economy, coupled with Government of Gujarat's proactive and investor-friendly policies, have resulted in Gujarat emerging as a global business hub, in line with the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's vision of a self-reliant India, and led by the Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to each one of you once again. Those who have joined late, we request you to kindly take up your seats, please. Also, put your mobile phones on silent mode or vibrating mode. आप सभी से नम्र निवेदन है कि आप अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें और अपने मोबाइल फोन को वाइब्रेटिंग मोड या फिर साइलेंट मोड पे रख दें। धन्यवाद। On behalf of India's Semiconductor Mission, I, Dhwani Dalal, welcome you all to SemiconIndia 2023, the second annual global summit to discuss the present and future of semiconductors. We gather here on this momentous occasion to explore the avenues of limitless possibility. India Conference 2022 was organized in Bangalore during April last year under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. Building on its success, India's semiconductor mission proudly presents SemiconIndia 2023 for catalyzing India's semiconductor ecosystem. With more than 8,000 in-person participation from over 23 countries, SemiconIndia 2023 is the new buzz in the country. Around 5,000 students and technology enthusiasts have been witnessing every day the state-of-the-art technologies from 80-plus exhibitors representing semiconductor and electronics manufacturers, design startups and multinationals, supply chain and equipment providers, academia, government or state labs. India is emerging as a nation, leading technology revolution with electronics for which semiconductors are the building blocks. These tiny chips play an indispensable role in shaping various spheres of modern life, be it communication, defense, automobile, and computing devices, strengthening the important pillar of progress of the country, electronics, and reinforcing the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. India is poised to deepen its value chain and facilitate a world-class semiconductor manufacturing ecosystem and infrastructure. SemiconIndia 2023 is a platform for industry, governments, academia, and R&D institutions to reflect and usher on key aspects, including ease of doing business, building trusted value chains, growth drivers, innovation in startups, and talent pipeline. The aim is to deliberate on the experience and insights from the experts, inspire new ideas, and foster collaboration in order to accelerate the pace of semiconductor manufacturing in the country. The 3 days event shall be showcasing the capabilities of India as a vibrant, credible, and sustainable semiconductor manufacturing destination for global companies. We await the arrival of the Honorable Prime Minister of India in a short while from now. One more time, a humble request to those who are standing to take up their seats, please, and also take care about your loved one, that is your mobile phone. Thank you.
Connecting India to the world, Gujarat has been at the forefront of driving the growth index of the country. A strong and stable economy, coupled with Government of Gujarat's proactive and investor-friendly policies, have resulted in Gujarat emerging as a global business hub, in line with the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's vision of a self-reliant India, and led by the Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Patel. The state's conducive business environment has attracted investment from leading industrial giants, making it the manufacturing hub of the country. The state is an industrial paradise with its all-inclusive, sustainable development model, huge reservoirs of skill and knowledge, and vast business and investment potential. Gujarat is a leader in industrial sectors such as chemicals, petrochemicals, dairy, drugs and pharmaceuticals, gems and jewelry, textiles and engineering.
Semiconductors are playing a critical role in the world in more ways than we can imagine. It is our collective aim to establish India as one of the key partners in global semiconductor supply chains.
Guided by the vision of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, under the decisive leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Shri Bhupendra Patel, Gujarat is evolving as the preferred destination for semiconductor and electronics ecosystem. With the launch of Gujarat Semiconductor Policy 2022-27 and Gujarat Electronics Policy 2022-28, Gujarat became the first state to announce a dedicated policy for the semiconductor sector, specially crafted to suit the requirements of the industries and to propel Gujarat onto the global semiconductor supply chains. The policy is structured to guide and facilitate investments to make Gujarat the semiconductor manufacturing capital of India. Gujarat is also the first state to have a dedicated mission for the semiconductor and electronics sector, the Gujarat State Electronics Mission, GSEM, which functions as a single window clearance system for the investors. Under the vision of Chief Minister Shri Bhupendra Patel, Gujarat is developing a well-connected semicon city in Dholera SIR to enable a robust semiconductor and display manufacturing ecosystem. The Gujarat Semiconductor Policy has been very well received by the industry. Micron Technology Inc. signed MOU with Government of Gujarat. American semiconductor manufacturing giant Micron Technology Inc., which has chosen Gujarat as its destination to set up the country's first assembly, test, marking and packaging ATMP facility in GIDC Sanand Industrial Estate 2. With a vision to establish a thriving semiconductor ecosystem through transparent and proactive policy support, excellent industrial infrastructure, ease of doing business, and a vibrant skill pool, Gujarat now partners with Government of India and welcomes the leaders of the semiconductor industry sector to second edition of SemiconIndia. Welcome to Gujarat, India's gateway to Silicon. Swagatam.
What will propel India into its decade? Innovation, technology, the power of young Indians. It is all this and more. As technology becomes an integral part of our everyday life and India rapidly grows its electronics capabilities, so will the demand for semiconductors. The building block of tech increase manifold. In December 2021, the Government of India announced a special program for the development of semiconductors in India with incentives worth Rs 76,000 crores. Driven by cutting-edge innovation, brilliant minds and unbridled opportunities in a conducive environment, India's semiconductor story is emerging from decades of being ignored into an ecosystem with which the world is partnering fast.
We have an exceptional semiconductor design talent pool, which makes up to 20% of the world's semiconductor design engineers. Almost all of the top 25 semiconductor design companies have their design and R&D centers in our country.
A few years ago, hardware-driven performance moved tech. But today, the game lies in design and innovation for the next generation of computing and communication performance. With this in mind, future growth in computing performance will come from semiconductor and electronics systems design innovation.
Dholera is positioned to become a huge electronics innovation hub. आप जानते ही हैं कि धोलेरा में भारत का फर्स्ट सेमीकंडक्टर प्लांट बनेगा एंड उस सेमीकंडक्टर प्लांट में लेगेसी नोड्स और एडवांस नोड्स दोनों होंगे। तो हमारे ऑटोमोटिव सेगमेंट, हमारे कंप्यूट सेगमेंट और मोबिलिटी सेगमेंट को काफी सारा वहां से सेमीकंडक्टर सप्लाई होगा।
with the world's fastest growing startup culture committed to establishing a vibrant electronics and semiconductor ecosystem for the benefit of the entire world, the road ahead for India is filled with promise. Its ambition is to see India-based startups reimagining, developing and co-developing automotive, mobility and computing devices and cores for the coming wave of technological innovation and disruption.
The SemiconIndia program is going to be a game changer for product companies like us. This program will help us create the next generation of RF IPs that will make India a leader in 6G.
We're looking to partner with AI startups to build data centers, new AI applications, and share what we know about next generation AI hardware and software.
I'm committed to participate in it and take this vision, mission forward for India to become a leading semiconductor nation. I'm also excited about the opportunity for the entrepreneurs to participate in contributing towards design and leveraging the design-linked incentives.
Over a period of 15 years, Sankhya has raised institutional investment monies from marquee investors around the world. Now we are part of the famed Tata Group. And if someone with limited resources and intellect, as we could do, I'm sure you could do better.
Today, India has emerged as a tech leader with more and more opportunities for young Indians to pursue and succeed. The next wave of innovation in semiconductor devices can and must be architected and designed by our startups. India's rich demographic advantage, abundant talent, skilled workforce, and commitment to responsible economic growth for the betterment of humanity, India is opening up to become the global semiconductor hub. Its burgeoning domestic demand and proven ability to deliver as a trusted global supply chain partner offer unparalleled opportunities in the semiconductor industry. Come, be a part of New India's Techade. Come, be a SemiconIndia's future design startup. A fast-paced world, constantly adapting to new technologies. A world that has become a hyper-connected global village, where technology has connected every part of our lives to the internet. Technology that has brought our world together in a click has also unleashed the global menace of cybercrime. Today, with nearly the entire human race getting online, no one is entirely safe with insufficient awareness about cybersecurity. In the year of India's G20 presidency, India joins the world in the global effort to address the global need for cybersecurity awareness with the launch of the Stay Safe Online campaign. Stay Safe Online is a global campaign aimed at making netizens across the world more aware and vigilant when it comes to online safety. Whether using strong passwords, using OTP while accessing e-commerce sites, or not keeping sensitive data on portable devices, the Stay Safe Online campaign will empower netizens to stay secure against untoward incidents. Under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visionary leadership, India joined the global technology revolution's mainstream. Today, with India accounting for 40% of all real-time global online transactions, it is fast embracing technology as a way of life. Stay Safe Online campaign will enable and inform netizens to make the digital world cyber-safe and cyber-secure for all. Share your videos of safe online experiences with hashtag StaySafeOnline. Log on to www.mygov.in/StaySafeOnline to join the Stay Safe Online campaign.
The new era of futuristic living has begun, which is not just a dream anymore, but a reality. A city where the happiness index is the benchmark of growth, and where visions and innovations thrive towards a better quality of life.
Welcome to Dholera, Special Investment Region, India's first and largest greenfield industrial smart city. A vision of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, a gift to the citizens of the country, marking Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. With a total footprint of 920 square kilometers, Dholera SIR is strategically nestled on the Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor and set within 100 kilometers southwest of Ahmedabad in the progressive state of Gujarat. Having received a platinum rating by IGBC, the city is ready to offer various industries the ecosystem to flourish. Dholera aspires to offer its citizens the highest quality of life with an apt work-life balance. With people-centric spaces like the canal front, open green spaces and social infrastructure, the citizens will enjoy recreational and leisure activities like never before. The activation area of 22.54 square kilometers is ready to accommodate industry and citizens with more than 72 kilometers of road and utility network on both sides of the roads. To meet the power requirements of the industries, Dholera is ready with the power distribution network established by UGVCL and Torrent Power. Approval has been received for the development of 4,400 megawatt solar park project, which will help in achieving the national goal of green energy generation of 250 gigawatt by 2030. The development of 300 megawatt is already commissioned by Tata Power Company Limited.
It is India's largest single-axis tracker-based project, and a marvel engineering as well as execution capability is demonstrated out there. The way Dholera SIR has supported us in all the issues which comes is actually a great example of what the government bureaucracy can do when they intend to support an industry and the development of a particular region.
The power evacuation to the grid is already operational, which is laid down by GetGo, a state power transmission company. With the provisions for increased capacity in place, the industries and citizens of Dholera will enjoy 24/7 uninterrupted, reliable and safe power within the city. The world-class 4-lane expressway connecting Dholera with Ahmedabad is under construction and is expected to be completed by the year 2024. The expressway corridor will incorporate a rail network as well. Implementation work has already begun for the construction of Bhimnath-Dholera freight line. It will ease the movement of goods and services via the dedicated freight corridor and connecting the seaports like Bhavnagar, Pipavav and others.
और वो दिन दूर नहीं होगा, अहमदाबाद से धौलेरा, भावनगर, पूरा क्षेत्र विकास की नई-नई ऊंचाइयों को प्राप्त करने वाला है.
The Government of India has given approval for the development of the Greenfield Dholera International Airport, and construction work for Phase 1 has already begun. With a vision to serve the development goals of the region for the next 25 to 30 years, this will be the second airport to Ahmedabad. The city optimizes the use of intelligent IoT infrastructure and government systems. The data will be shared with the City Integrated Operations Center, or CIOC, at the Administration and Business Center of Dholera. Providing a strong backbone to the city is its smart water management system. Along with the stormwater canal, this robust system features water treatment plant, master balancing reservoir, sewage treatment plant, and common effluent treatment plant. This holistic water network will ensure water sustainability with more than 200 MLD of recycled water for the city, with provisions for future expansions in place. Land allotment for industries has already begun for contiguous land parcels of size ranging from 1 acre to 330 acres and more to accommodate large production facilities like defense, aviation, electronics, high-tech emerging technologies, pharmaceuticals, auto and auto ancillary, general manufacturing, agro and food processing, and many more.
the Tata Group will establish a very large-scale aerospace and high-tech manufacturing facility in Dholera, and this will also catapult India to produce quality systems, which will help India to produce high-precision and high-quality manufacturing products.
Dholera SIR is ready to offer infrastructural boost for the development of semiconductor and display industry in India. In accordance with the Gujarat semiconductor policy, there will soon be Dholera Semicon City within SIR. This is the beginning of a new era. Dholera is ready to welcome you and your aspirations. Dholera, India's own global smart city.
The Digital India Mission, under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, has led India far into the digital era. Innovative and transformational projects, Aadhaar, UPI, COVID, DigiLocker, Umang, Diksha, E-Sanjeevani and many more like these form the foundational building blocks of India's stack. These together have resulted in ease of living for 1 billion plus people and led to efficiency, transparency, accountability in the governance. These technology-led innovations, based on open standards and interoperability principles, are now available on indiastack.global. Digital solutions from India will now be shared globally so that other nations can reuse them, adopt them, and benefit from India's positive experiences. Riding the wave of digital technology, indiastack.global will catapult India's techade and further India's ethos of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. indiastack.global, मेरी पहचान, एक ही लॉगिन से कोविन, उमंग और माई गव जैसी सुविधाएं करिए प्राप्त। NSSO यानी नेशनल सिंगल साइन ऑन। ईमेल, मोबाइल, गवर्नमेंट आईडीज लाइक पैन, आधार कार्ड, ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस का उपयोग करके कर सकते हैं रजिस्टर। सुरक्षा के लिए स्ट्रॉन्ग यूजर क्रेडेंशियल्स के साथ ये देगा कई ऑनलाइन एप्लीकेशन और सर्विसेज तक एक्सेस। इसकी यूजर ऑथेंटिकेशन और वेरीफाइड आइडेंटिटी सर्विसेज की खूबी ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस की राह भी करेगा आसान। अधिक जानकारी के लिए विजिट करें मेरीपहचान.gov.in पर। कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी तक भाषाओं को जोड़ेगी भाषिणी। डिजिटल इंडिया को सबकी भाषा में उपलब्ध कराएगी भाषिणी। अपनी भाषा में योगदान कर, एआई तकनीक उपयोग कर, सबकी भाषा से अपनी भाषा में गर्व से जुड़ेगा इंडिया। अब अपनी भाषा में ज्ञान बढ़ेगा, मातृभाषा का मान बढ़ेगा, जन जन का कल्याण बढ़ेगा, भारत का सम्मान बढ़ेगा। क्योंकि अब अपनी भाषा में बोलेगा, सुनेगा, लिखेगा और पढ़ेगा इंडिया। आइए मिलकर भाषा दान करें, भाषिणी को साकार करें।
बोलो इंडिया, सुनो इंडिया, लिखो इंडिया, देखो इंडिया।
आठ साल पहले स्टार्टअप मात्र एक शब्द था, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के दूरदर्शी विजन में शुरू हुए डिजिटल इंडिया ने इंडिया को बनाया दुनिया के सबसे बड़े स्टार्टअप हब में से एक। आज यहां हैं 70,000 प्लस स्टार्टअप्स, 103 यूनिकॉर्न्स।
टीयर 2, टीयर 3 सिटीज में भी नए नए स्टार्टअप बन रहे हैं। उनकी भारतीय प्रोडक्ट्स को अंतरराष्ट्रीय बाजार में जाने में बड़ी भूमिका भी है।
इन शहरों में भी स्टार्टअप्स की क्षमता को देखते हुए और उन्हें सफल बनाने के लिए डिजिटल इंडिया की पहल के तहत आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव पर लाया गया है डिजिटल इंडिया जेनेसिस, जो स्टार्टअप्स की अगली पीढ़ी को संपूर्ण सपोर्ट देगा। ये एक हाई इम्पैक्ट डिजिटली ड्रिवन नेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म होगा जो स्टार्टअप्स को इंक्यूबेशन, मेंटोरशिप, मार्केट एक्सेस के साथ साथ सीड फंडिंग की सुविधा को उपलब्ध कराएगा। 750 करोड़ से भी अधिक की धनराशि से 10,000 से भी ज्यादा स्टार्टअप्स को इंपैक्ट करते हुए डिजिटल इंडिया जेनेसिस $1 ट्रिलियन डिजिटल इकोनॉमी के लक्ष्य की दिशा में भारत सरकार का एक बड़ा कदम है। The government has announced a holistic policy to catalyze India's semiconductor ecosystem. In line with this, MeitY has announced Digital India Initiative Chips to Startup program for capacity building, inviting participation from academia, R&D organizations, startups, and MSMEs. C2S program aims to generate 175 semiconductor chips, 25 startups, 85,000 manpower at BTech, MTech, PhD level in chip design area at 100 institutions by way of providing them exposure of the entire chip design cycle. Now, the first cohort of 30 institutions to be supported under C2S program is being unveiled, which will catapult India's growth in the field of semiconductor design. A revolutionary step, a revolutionary decision, a revolutionary change that gave a digital identity to each and every person without any discrimination of caste, creed, class, or of being rich or poor, that empowered millions of marginalized people with a secure identity, that provided the money to the poor of which they were entitled to, scholarships to the students, and directly delivered pensions into the bank accounts of elderly persons. This is none other than the world's largest digital identity revolution. Aadhaar, my identity. UIDAI, Unique Identification Authority of India. Today, billions of residents of India are part of the world's largest digital revolution. Whereas earlier, one needed a number of cards for different tasks. Today, all identity-related work can be done with Aadhaar. Whereas earlier, the newborn didn't have any identity. Today, even a newborn can get Aadhaar. Whereas in the past, banking was almost impossible in far-flung areas. Today, doorstep banking is possible with Aadhaar-enabled payment system. Whereas earlier, it was difficult to weed out a fake or bogus beneficiary. Today, now with Aadhaar, through its biometric and demographic authentication system, this problem is almost non-existent. Whereas earlier, middlemen used to usurp benefits, now with Aadhaar payment bridge system, the cash is directly transferred into the bank accounts of beneficiaries. Today, Aadhaar-linked services are available across thousands of bank branches, post offices, BSNL centers, and central government offices. Every day, more than 500,000 people carry out their Aadhaar enrollments and updates at these centers. These centers also carry out mandatory biometric updates of children once they reach 5 and 15 years, free of cost. Now all Aadhaar-related services are available at Aadhaar Seva Kendras run by UIDAI, which follows the model of Passport Seva Kendra. Besides this, Aadhaar has enabled authenticated transactions worth billions of rupees. Do you think all this would have happened so easily? It was not easy to implement Aadhaar in a vast country like India. The toughest challenge was to reach out to 1.3 billion...
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, We request you to kindly take up your seats, please. Honorable Prime Minister of India has arrived over here in this premises and will be visiting the exhibition before he will come on the dais over here. So it's a humble request to each one of you who are standing to take up the seats, please. Thank you. An important announcement to be made. Whenever the delegates wish to use the headphones for the translation, the English channel will be 1 and Hindi channel will be 2. If any assistance is required, you can please contact us. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the global leaders of semiconductor industry, Mr. Ajit Manocha, President and CEO, Semi. We also wish to welcome Mr. Mark Papermaster, EVP and CTO, AMD. We welcome Dr. Prabu Raja, President, Semiconductor Products Group, Applied Materials. We welcome Dr. Anirudh Devgan, President and CEO, Cadence. We welcome Shri Anil Agarwal, Chairman, Vedanta Group. We welcome Shri Sanjay Mehrotra, President and CEO of Micron Technology. And last but not the least, we welcome Mr. Young Liu, Chairman, Foxconn. Thank you, gentlemen. You can have your seats. One more time, a humble request to each one of you who are standing, kindly take up your seats, please, and kindly see that nobody moves around during the inaugural session until it ends. Thank you. सम्मानित अतिथिगण, आइए जोरदार तालियों से हम स्वागत करते हैं हमारे लोकप्रिय नेता माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का। It is indeed our pleasure to have our Honorable Prime Minister of India with us today. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के प्रगतिशील और वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण धन्यवाद। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के प्रगतिशील और वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण पूर्ण नेतृत्व में न केवल भारत ने तकनीकी विकास किया है, बल्कि नवीन तकनीकों और उद्यमशीलता से आत्मनिर्भरता का नया परचम लहराया है। नवोदित आकांक्षाओं से प्रेरित भारतवर्ष तकनीकी क्रांति की ओर तीव्र गति से बढ़ रहा है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री, आपकी गरिमामय उपस्थिति के लिए हम हृदय से आपके आभारी हैं। साथ ही मैं स्वागत करना चाहूंगी गुजरात राज्य के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल का, माननीय केंद्रीय इलेक्ट्रॉनिकी और सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी, संचार और रेल मंत्री श्री अश्विनी वैष्णव जी का, माननीय इलेक्ट्रॉनिकी और सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी, कौशल विकास और उद्यमशीलता राज्य मंत्री श्री राजीव चंद्रशेखर जी का। इस अवसर पर गुजरात सरकार के माननीय मंत्रीगण, सांसद, अन्य राज्यों से आए मंत्रीगण, विधायक, मुख्य सचिव गुजरात, सचिव इलेक्ट्रॉनिकी और सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी भारत सरकार और उद्योग जगत के दिग्गज महानुभाव, आप सभी का मैं सहृदय अभिनंदन करती हूं। आधुनिक भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था में इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाता है, जिसकी आधारशिला है सेमीकंडक्टर्स। वर्तमान समय में सेमीकंडक्टर्स की बढ़ती महत्ता और निर्भरता का परिचय इस बात से लगाया जा सकता है कि उनकी खपत राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा, आर्थिक विकास और तकनीकी प्रगति के लिए अनिवार्य है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के उच्च तकनीक, उच्च गुणवत्ता और उच्च विश्वसनीयता के सिद्धांतों के अनुरूप भारत आज सेमीकंडक्टर उत्पादन के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। निवेशक अनुकूल और प्रगतिशील नीतियों के कारण भारत आज विदेशी निवेश का केंद्र बनता जा रहा है। मैं इलेक्ट्रॉनिकी और सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी, संचार और रेल मंत्री माननीय श्री अश्विनी वैष्णव जी से निवेदन करूंगी कि वे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के सम्मान में उन्हें विशेष मेमेंटो चरखा टू चिप्स भेंट करने की कृपा करें। मेमेंटो का यह चरखा स्वदेशी सेमीकंडक्टर फैब, सेमीकंडक्टर लेबोरेटरी में निर्मित सेमीकंडक्टर वेफर है, जो हमारे राष्ट्रीय ध्वज के रंगों से प्रेरित धागों के माध्यम से मॉडर्न डे चिप्स से जुड़कर प्रगतिशील परिवर्तन का सूचक है। धन्यवाद। हम आज के कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ सेमिकॉन इंडिया प्रोग्राम पर आधारित एक वीडियो के साथ करेंगे।
From empowering the farmer to equipping startups, from last mile delivery to millions of seamless UPI transactions, from telemedicine to climate control. Invisible yet indispensable. Unnoticed yet vital. Semiconductors are the silent enablers of life. They are the foundation of advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, and renewable energy systems. Their possibilities transcend present reality. Their potential limited only by our imagination.
हमारी सरकार के लिए साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी ये सिर्फ एक आइसोलेटेड सेक्टर नहीं है। हमारे लिए टेक्नोलॉजी देश के सामान्य से सामान्य नागरिक को एम्पावर करने का एक सशक्त माध्यम है। हमारे लिए टेक्नोलॉजी देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का प्रमुख आधार है।
For decades, bureaucratic inertia dissuaded semiconductor companies from investing in India. A mysterious fire shut down India's only VLSI fabrication facility in Chandigarh for too long. Policy paralysis stifled India's semiconductor dreams. Only Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visionary leadership turned the tide. For a nation aspiring to lead, it must control its technological destiny. Prime Minister Modi has laid the foundation to transform India into a semiconductor powerhouse. PM Modi rolled out the bold SemiconIndia program to incentivize domestic manufacturing and design. From major policy reforms and concessions to foster a robust domestic ecosystem and position India as an emerging semiconductor hub, the Semiconductor Mission offers epoch-making financial support worth rupees 76,000 crores to make India a global semiconductor hub. Uniform fiscal support up to 50% of the project cost for setting up semiconductor fabs, display fabs, and packaging of semiconductors. Design-linked incentive scheme provides financial and infrastructure incentives for design of semiconductor chips. A semiconductor fabrication unit will generate several thousand direct and indirect jobs, potentially adding rupees 60,000 to rupees 70,000 crores to India's GDP over a 10-year period. India's semiconductor market may reach $110 billion in the present decade, which is 11% of the global market. Beyond fiscal support and ready infrastructure, SemiconIndia has put in place reforms and support to create the next generation of skilled talent pool. Today, India is emerging as the world's trusted supply chain partner, and this is just the beginning. In its Amrit Kaal, the golden period towards its 2047 centennial, India's technology innovation and progressive policies are bridging the digital divide, empowering every citizen and propelling the nation to emerge as a global powerhouse of sustainable and equitable development. Transformation, evolution, innovation. India's semiconductor revolution. This is what is called Make in India for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Jai Hind.
We extend good wishes to the semiconductor ecosystem. Thank you. अब मैं इलेक्ट्रॉनिकी और सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी, संचार और रेल मंत्री माननीय श्री अश्विनी वैष्णव जी से स्वागत उद्बोधन देने का अनुरोध करती हूं।
Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Patel ji, Honorable Union Minister, Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji, captains of semiconductor industry, electronics industry, professors, students, and friends from the media. I extend to all of you a very warm welcome to the 2023 edition of the SemiconIndia conference. It is indeed a very important milestone in our journey for developing semiconductor industry in India. In the past 9 years, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has transformed every sector of our economy. His focus on infrastructure development, economic reforms, and manufacturing has resulted in India growing at a very healthy pace. Prime Minister Modi ji has driven reforms in sector after sector, and we can see the results today. He has done it out of his own conviction, not prompted by any international organization. This is very different from the past, when most of the reforms were driven by the multilateral institutions. And the result is, from 10th position in the Global League of Nations in 2014, India today ranks as the 5th largest economy in the world. And in his third term, Prime Minister Modi ji's vision and policies will lead India joining the top 3 economies of the world. Friends, it is in this context that we are assembled here today. As we all know, semiconductor industry is a foundational industry. It is a mother industry. It is like the steel industry. If you have the steel industry, then you can have many other manufacturing industry. It is like the chemical industry. If you have the chemical industry, then you can have many other chemical-based manufacturing industries. In today's economy, semiconductors are required in every sector, from automobiles to mobile phone, from aeroplanes to trains, from fridge in the kitchen to TV in the drawing room, from servers in data centers to the tractors in the farm fields. Every sector needs semiconductors. That is why it is very important to develop semiconductor industry for the Atmanirbhar Bharat. Demand for semiconductors in India is growing exponentially every year. Considering the growth of electronics, telecom, automobile, and the overall manufacturing sector, our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji launched a very comprehensive semiconductor mission for India. He has always guided us that develop a comprehensive semiconductor ecosystem. His focus has been on developing the ecosystem. The India Semiconductor Mission today is driven by very renowned global experts, and I thank all the ISM members for the great help, excellent work that all of you are doing. In our ecosystem approach, we have focused on all key elements of the semiconductor value chain, from fabless to fab, from logic to memory, from design to manufacturing, from equipment design to talent development, from acetic acid to zirconium. Literally, we have traversed from A to Z of the semiconductor ecosystem. We are very happy that during Honorable Prime Minister's state visit to US, 3 major semiconductor agreements were signed. First one is Micron Technologies. Very happy, and I thank Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat. I thank Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat for his very proactive approach. The land for setting up the unit was allocated within a few weeks. And as we speak today, the land development work is going on and the construction of the unit will start very soon. Second, applied materials, the most complex equipment which go into semiconductor manufacturing, they will be manufactured and designed in India. Third, Lam Research, it will train 60,000 engineers on their Semiverse platform. I thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, sir, for your visionary support by which these 3 major achievements could be done in a very short period. 2 countries have already signed Memorandum of Cooperation with India, US and Japan. And this shows how our Honorable Prime Minister has put India on the global map as a trusted semiconductor value chain partner. Friends, India has today emerged as a trusted partner in the semiconductor value chain due to the far-reaching vision of our Prime Minister, his clear policies, and very strong, decisive execution. We welcome you all and invite you to be a part of this exciting journey of India becoming a developed country by 2047. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your warm welcome note and all the information shared. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का विश्वास है कि देश की उन्नति सुनिश्चित करने के लिए उद्योग जगत को उचित प्रोत्साहन अनिवार्य है। इंडिया सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन के लोगों में दर्शाए गए सरकार और उद्योग जगत से साझेदारी के 2 हाथ भारत के सेमीकंडक्टर इकोसिस्टम विकास के लिए आवश्यक समर्थन प्रदान करने का प्रतीक है। आज हमारे बीच विराजमान है उद्योग जगत की नामचीन हस्तियां। मैं तालियों के साथ सेमीकंडक्टर इंडस्ट्री के ग्लोबल लीडर्स को भारत के इस नवीन सेमीकंडक्टर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पहल पर अपने विचारों को साझा करने के लिए आमंत्रित करना चाहती हूं। Foremost, I request Mr. Ajit Manocha, President and CEO, SEMI, to address the audience.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What a great honor to be here with you and Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, Chief Minister of Gujarat, and the ministers Mr. Shri Ashwini Vaishnaw ji and Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji. What a time for semiconductors in India. What a time. Throughout my career, I have been asked whether India was ready to be a player in the global semiconductor industry. And I've been asked, kuch hoega? To which my response was, hoega, it should happen, it will happen. Since I joined ISM, people have started asking again, kuch ho raha hai? Is it happening? And my response has been, yes, it will happen, it is happening. But today, I can say, shuru ho gaya hai. It has begun, the journey has begun. For the first time in India's history, geopolitics, domestic policies, and private sector capacity are aligned in India's favor to become player in semiconductor production. First time. I'm so excited for what to come. We'll look back on the year 2023, this year, as a milestone year in which things began to take shape, starting with Micron's investment. This investment from Micron is the catalyst that will set the stage for others to follow. Micron is making history in India. This would not have happened without the hard work of ISM, MITI, and the support and leadership of Prime Minister Modi ji and the visionary ministers Shri Ashwini Vaishnaw and Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji. What makes now different for India? That's the question. And the answer is, I firmly believe having ministers who truly understand the semiconductor ecosystem and have fostered the right policies to support private sector investment is what makes now a different thing. I'm hopeful that other companies will follow suit and come see what India has to offer. As I said, the stars are aligned for semiconductors in India, and there has never been a more exciting time in this space. The global semiconductor industry, which is about 60-some years old, is poised to double in IC revenue to $1 trillion in next 6 to 7 years. Now it is your turn, fellow Indians, fellow Bharatvasiyon, it is your turn. Now, I have been in the industry more than 4 decades, and I have personally witnessed. I will give 2 examples of countries in the neighborhood, Taiwan and South Korea. I've seen them in making, and they become the big powerhouse of semiconductors in the world. Now it's our turn in India. India will be the next powerhouse in Asia in semiconductors. So it is up to us as fellow Indians to make this happen. With my role as SEMI, I can make some commitments. SEMI's charter is to enable the global semiconductor ecosystem, and we welcome India with open arms, and India has SEMI's full support and my full commitment. With that, I can say, chalo, ab kuch karke dikhate hain. Let's make it happen. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Manocha, for sharing your progressive thoughts. I would now like to welcome Mr. Mark Papermaster, EVP and CTO, AMD, to share his views.
Good morning. Prime Minister Modi, Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel, Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw, Minister of State Rajiv Chandrasekhar, Secretary of the Government of India, and everyone who has come from far and wide to join us at SemiconIndia 2023 Thank you for allowing me the honor to represent AMD at this seminal event in supporting India semiconductor innovation and investment. Our CEO, Lisa Su, recently met with Prime Minister Modi during your visit to the United States at the White House. And today, I am pleased to announce that AMD will invest approximately $400 million in India over the next 5 years. The planned investment will include a new AMD campus in Bangalore, which will serve as AMD's largest R&D facility in the world. Our investment will build on over 2 decades of growth and successful presence here in India. We started in India in 2001, 22 years ago, where we had only a handful of employees. And today, we have over 6,500 employees and an additional 3,000 partners and contractors. I've been very pleased over the last decade to serve as the executive sponsor for India, and I travel here regularly. Today, I can tell you that we expect to add approximately 3,000 additional engineers here in India by the end of 2028. Through these investments, AMD will further expand our R&D capabilities in India to be able to drive our semiconductor design innovation in support of the government's India Semiconductor mission and drive to make India a strong semiconductor talent and nation. The AMD India team plays a role in nearly every AMD product that we produce. We have a diversified portfolio across CPU, server, data center GPU, gaming graphics, PC, adaptive computing, and embedded devices. And this investment will allow us to expand our portfolio and capabilities. As we bring AI processing capabilities broadly across AMD products, our India teams will be pivotal in advancing AI machine learning in both hardware and software capabilities. We have been led here under our country head and senior VP, Jaya Jagadish, who has allowed us to build our skills over this long period of over a decade. And this gives me incredible confidence in all of AMD, and incredible confidence in this investment which we are making in India. And our commitment to you is we will be a strong partner in building the India semiconductor ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Papermaster, for sharing your valuable insights. I would now like to request Dr. Prabu Raja, President, Semiconductor Products Group, Applied Materials, to share his thoughts with us.
Good morning. Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, Honorable Chief Minister Patel ji, Honorable Minister Vaishnaw ji, Sanjay ji, industry leaders and distinguished guests, it is my honor to be on the stage at this important time in India's semiconductor journey. India already has strengthened semiconductor design, and with the strong vision of Prime Minister Modi to develop manufacturing, India is poised to play a central role in global semiconductor industry. I'm privileged to be part of the ISM Advisory Committee that is aggressively driving actions to convert this vision into reality. We firmly believe that this is the India's time to shine. Semiconductor chips are everywhere, from doorknobs to self-driving cars, and chips are fully integrated into every aspect of our life. Our industry has pushed the boundaries of science, engineering, and manufacturing to create technologies that have changed the world. What we do is truly magic. A state-of-the-art chip is one of the greatest engineering achievements, and the importance of semiconductors is set to grow in the future. Around the world, countries have realized that semiconductors are vital for economic and national security. How chips are made is as important as where chips are made. Next wave driven by artificial intelligence, IoT, and green energy transformation requires a new generation of chips. Industry roadmap calls for a big improvements in performance, power, area, cost, and most important, time to market. Many new materials and process innovations are needed, and they need to be delivered faster and at a much higher success rate. The technology challenges of today are so large that no one can do it alone. It's truly time for collaborative partnership and the new ways of working together. We need to innovate the way we innovate. Applied Material has been operating in India for more than 20 years. During that time, we have built an extensive set of science and engineering capabilities. We intend to build on this strong foundation with our new collaborative engineering center, where we will bring together our strong base of engineering talent, our leading global and domestic suppliers, and top Indian universities in one location, with a common goal of accelerating the commercialization of new technology of semiconductor equipment. Today, we have 25 global suppliers and 5 domestic suppliers here today. I'd like to thank them for joining us this journey. We believe that this new collaboration model could also serve as a catalyst for the training and development of future semiconductor talent, leading to many new jobs in engineering and manufacturing as companies build up local operations here. In closing, on behalf of Gary Dickerson, our CEO, and all Applied Material employees, I'd like to thank you for considering us as a valuable partner in the India's semiconductor vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Raja, for your words of wisdom. Would now call upon Dr. Anirudh Devgan, President and CEO, Cadence, for sharing his ideas with us.
Hello, everyone. It's good to be here. Prime Minister Modi ji, Chief Minister Patel ji, and Ministers Vaishnaw ji and Chandrasekhar ji. It's really good to see India finally investing in semiconductors. As you know, semiconductors are essential to all digital transformation, and India has to play a key role in this technology for the future. You know, at Cadence, we make software to design chips and electronic systems, and we have the privilege of working with all the global companies. You know, almost any chip made in the world today uses some form of Cadence software. Okay? And we have a rich history in India. You know, we started our first office more than 30 years ago in Noida, and we have 4 offices in India. Almost 30% of our employees are in India. And a lot of R&D, you know, real product development R&D is done in India, which really proud of the team for delivering true innovation. Yeah. Along with that, we have a lot of customers here. As you see, a lot of global companies have offices here, and we have a big support team, you know, helping them design chips. And also India is, of course, has a remarkable education system. I'm very proud myself to have gone to IIT Delhi and so many remarkable institutions. So India has a lot of amazing talent. You know, there's a lot written about all these Indians in tech companies in the US, but I can tell you for every smart person in the US, there are like hundreds of smart people, if not smarter people in India. So the opportunity is immense for India. Okay. I think what would be good to see, which is really good to see the government investing now in the entire ecosystem. You know, not just companies, multinational companies designing chips, but also local manufacturing, semiconductors and packaging, and also indigenous product companies out of India. I think it's very important to have local product companies to drive the demand and consumption of semiconductors. And we at Cadence will glad to do our part to support this incredible mission. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Devgan, for your address. We shall now call upon Shri Anil Agarwal, Chairman, Vedanta Group, to share his views with us.
Thank you very much for inviting me for such a seminar. हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, चीफ मिनिस्टर भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल, यूनियन मिनिस्टर फॉर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक आईटी अश्विनी जी वैष्णव, यूनियन मिनिस्टर फॉर स्टेट श्री राजीव चंद्रशेखर जी और सभी उपस्थित जन, it's nice to be in Gujarat. We, along best of international experts, looked all over India. When this thing started, we have been asked, we look all over India, where can be the location? And the international experts has gone to all the state. And finally, they have come back and said, Gujarat is the right place for creating Silicon Valley of India. I really appreciate the way Gujarat government has taken an initiative to creating a world-class infrastructure for creating a semiconductor and Silicon Valley in Gujarat. It is a great job which has been undertaken by Gujarat government. Vedanta is fully committed to build semiconductor and display fab. We have gone around the world and signed hundreds MOU. Two things is required: huge infrastructure and ecosystem. Suppliers, supply chain people, and the kind of response we have got in Japan, in Korea, in America, the ecosystem will be built around Gujarat, and we have signed hundreds of MOU for this purpose. We have hired the best expert in semiconductor, David Reed, who 25 years, only thing which he has done is to produce semiconductor, and he has created a fabulous team to execute this venture. Also, we have YJ Chen, who is the most expert for display glass, and he's been CEO for our display glass. In Vedanta, as you know, we are already in the glass business. We are making optical fiber from last 25 years and display glass in Taiwan, in Korea, in Japan. For semiconductor, we have identified world-class partner. We have already identified the world-class partner for technology and are in the process of tying up with them. I believe the Gujarat will be the hub, and there will be downstream satellite manufacturing center. This is our Prime Minister Modi's vision, that every state should have satellite center where raw material will be supplied from here, and all the state millions of people will get a job. Job is very important, and everybody will get an opportunity to develop their product downstream in their state. Our Honorable Prime Minister, a strong commitment to creating opportunity for young Indians. If they have, I always believe, today's young Indians, what they need, especially the girls, if they provided as affordable price a laptop, a smartphone, a scooty, they will find their own source of income. They will find this is a window to the world. It has to be available at the affordable price which Gujarat going to provide to all our young people. In the last 25 years, Vedanta has always gone into the import substitute business. We have raised $35 billion in the London and US market, and all money has been invested in India, especially in the natural resource sector. I have witnessed how India has transformed in the last decade. What has happened in the last decade? We are son of the soil. We have never seen what we have seen in last 10 years. The aspiration of young India is very high, seeing Mr. Modi that something will happen to us, and which is happening. And this industry, semiconductor, display glass, will be the fellow who's on his cycle, want his scooty, scooty fellow want a scooter, scooter fellow want a car, and that's dream will be fulfilled in this regime. It is our honor, Prime Minister's vision, to make India as the third largest economy, as he mentioned, and we will not leave, sir, anything unturned to fulfill your dream. To all people all over the world who has gathered here, one thing I can assure you that we have invested last 10 years, 15 years. What we have seen, this is the best place for you to invest. This is your best bet for India. You can manufacture at the low cost. There is a consumption. The availability of land is easy, is a digital. The availability of local bank providing the fund and the cheapest people available for you. So this is my experience. I thought I must share with all over the people who has come all over the world. This is the place to invest. You will never go wrong. तो आप सब लोगों के लिए मैं देख रहा हूं सारे यंग लोग जमा हैं, आप लोग मसीहा हैं, आप लोग, ये समय आप लोगों का है, यंग लोगों का है। मेरे को ऐसा लगता है आने वाले 5 साल में जितनी नौकरियां, जितने रोजगार, दिस इज द कंट्री ऑफ एंटरप्रेन्योर, दिस इज द कंट्री फॉर द अपॉर्चुनिटी। आप लोग पॉजिटिव माइंड से इस गवर्नमेंट को देखें, साथ में चलें। मेरे को बहुत विश्वास है कि ये कंट्री बहुत आगे जाएगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your thoughts with us. We would now like to call Shri Sanjay Mehrotra, President and CEO of Micron Technology, to share his thoughts with us.
Namaste and good morning. I would like to thank Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji for your vision to make India a global hub for semiconductors. Ashwini Vaishnaw ji for the affirmative action taken by METI through an enabling policy environment. Bhupendra Bhai Patel ji for supporting the development of a conducive ecosystem for semiconductors in Gujarat. And Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji for your constant support for advancement of semiconductors in India. I would also like to recognize the industry leaders who spoke before me. I'm honored to share this stage with you. On behalf of Micron's global team, I'm proud to be here today to represent Micron's commitment to build a semiconductor assembly and test facility for memory right here in Gujarat. It is a first for India and the first major semiconductor company investment in the nation. Micron is really proud to lead the way here. Micron is one of the world's largest semiconductor companies, and the memory products we develop are central to every modern computing device. Our team here in Gujarat will transform DRAM and NAND memory die into finished component packages, memory modules, and solid-state storage drives ready to ship to end customers here in India as well as all across the world. As computing becomes more pervasive and intertwined in all aspects of our daily lives, many more memory and storage packages will be required. And our India facility of manufacturing, alongside our other global manufacturing sites, will help us meet that growing demand. We estimate that our project here in Gujarat will create nearly 5,000 direct jobs, plus an additional 15,000 jobs in the community over the coming years. We are excited about the well-represented, well-established talent pipeline that we know that the Sanand Industrial Park will add to Micron's already existing strong team here in India in Bangalore and Hyderabad. We are hopeful that this investment will help catalyze other investments in the sector, strengthen indigenous manufacturing capability, encourage innovation, and support broader job creation. This semiconductor facility here in Gujarat would not be possible without the significant support of the Indian government at both the central and the state levels. Prime Minister ji, your support for the semiconductor industry and workforce development have fostered an environment of innovation, business growth, and social progress that is really creating already strong results. The Digital India Mission and Make in India programs are creating a truly transformative energy that will continue to drive positive progress. We are also grateful to ISM, Ministry of Finance, revenue officials, and all state government officials, all who shared our dream and have supported our journey. We really look forward to partnering with you as we drive this manufacturing ecosystem ahead. We are really proud to partner with you to bring advanced semiconductor memory assembly and a greater technology manufacturing ecosystem to Gujarat. Together, we are building the future of technology manufacturing, not just for Micron, not just for Gujarat, not just for India, but for the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mehrotra, for sharing your inspiring thoughts. Would now like to welcome Mr. Young Liu, Chairman, Foxconn, to share his insights.
Good morning, Honorable Prime Minister, distinguished guests, and dear friends. It is my pleasure to attend this conference. I see many experts from the semiconductor industry gathering today. Each one has world-class expertise in their individual fields. I'd like to show you what we might achieve together. More than 4 out of every 10 high-tech devices in the world are made at Foxconn. For some of these gadgets, Foxconn made over half of the components that you can see inside it. For nearly 50 years, Foxconn's world-class, vertically integrated supply chain management has been a backbone enabling ordinary lifestyles to become extraordinary. In the semiconductor space, Foxconn has experience in facility, equipment, wafer substrate, wafer fab, packaging, design service, and design houses. Up and down the stream, we are doing it. Behind this achievement is what I called Taiwan's buffalo spirit. It is the spirit about working diligently. It is about persevering when times are tough. It is about getting things done without complaining. Taiwan's semiconductor development in its early stage about 40 years ago started with little infrastructure and a very low salary for engineers. However, many people with Taiwan's buffalo spirit worked wholeheartedly to build the semiconductor industry. They took the pledges from their government seriously, and they delivered technology and business breakthroughs as promised. This kind of buffalo spirit built today's semiconductor industry in Taiwan. The same spirit can be applied here. India has said its government has a high say-do ratio. This kind of trust is important because India's semiconductor development is just starting, and many people with different kinds of expertise are needed to work together and overcome hardship and challenges together, just like Taiwan did many years ago. With me on this trip is Foxconn's Chief Strategy Officer for Semiconductors, Dr. Zhang. He is a pioneer in Taiwan's semiconductor industry. It was one of his innovations that helped to propel Taiwan into a world leader in chips 20 years ago. He's a great mind, and you will hear from him later today. Thank you. Building an ecosystem for chips in India is for the very brave. Every experience only positions companies stronger going forward. Where there is a will, there is a way. I can feel the determination of the Indian government. I'm very optimistic of where it will be headed. Prime Minister Modi once mentioned to me that IT stands for India and Taiwan. Honorable Prime Minister, Taiwan is and will be your most trusted and reliable partner. Let's do this together. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable insights and also the assurance. अब मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी गुजरात के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल जी को कि वे अपने विचार इस अवसर पर प्रस्तुत करें।
राज्य के पाटनगर गांधीनगर में आयोजित भारत सरकार के मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी द्वारा आयोजित सेमिकॉन इंडिया कॉन्फ्रेंस 2023 के कार्यक्रम में हमारे बीच मंच पर उपस्थित आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी साहब, केंद्रीय आईटी मंत्री श्री अश्विनी जी वैष्णव, राज्य मंत्री श्री राजीव चंद्रशेखर जी, फॉक्सकॉन ग्रुप के चेयरमैन श्री अनिरुद्ध श्री देवगन जी और श्री योंग लियू, वेदांता ग्रुप के चेयरमैन श्री अनिल अग्रवाल जी, माइक्रोन ग्रुप के सीईओ श्री संजय मल्होत्रा जी, सेमीकंडक्टर ग्रुप के अध्यक्ष श्री प्रभु राजा जी, एडवांस माइक्रो डिवाइस के चीफ टेक्नोलॉजी ऑफिसर श्री मार्क पेपरमास्टर, साथ ही मंत्रीगण, सांसद, विधायक, आमंत्रित सभी महानुभाव, प्रेस मीडिया के मित्रों, सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। हम सब इस बात के साक्षी हैं कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई के विजनरी लीडरशिप में भारत उद्योग नित नई ऊंचाइयां पार कर रहा है। आत्मनिर्भर भारत के संकल्प के तहत उनके प्रयासों से आज हम ऐसे कई कार्यों को संभव होते हुए देख रहे हैं जो कभी हम सभी को बहुत मुश्किल या असंभव लगा करते थे। सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर भी एक ऐसा ही क्षेत्र है जिसे वर्षों से भारत चेस कर रहा था, लेकिन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई द्वारा पिछले कई वर्षों के सफल प्रयासों के बाद भारत ने अब सेमीकंडक्टर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की दिशा में बड़ी उपलब्धि हासिल कर ली है। भारत की इस उपलब्धि में निश्चय ही हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी की मेहनत, उनकी दूरदर्शिता और उनके कुशल नेतृत्व का योगदान है। आज हम ऐसी ही एक और बड़ी सिद्धि की ओर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। सेमीकंडक्टर मेमोरी चिप मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में दुनिया की अग्रणी कंपनी माइक्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी भारत में सेमीकंडक्टर की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग शुरू करने जा रही है। ये बात हमारे लिए इसलिए बहुत खास है क्योंकि सेमीकंडक्टर की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट्स भारत में सबसे पहले गुजरात में शुरू हो रही है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, यह आपके ही पुरुषार्थ का सुफल है कि गुजरात देश का पहला राज्य बनेगा जहां बड़े लेवल पर सेमीकंडक्टर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग शुरू की जाएगी। आप ही की नेतृत्व और मार्गदर्शन में गुजरात देश का मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब, ऑटो हब बना है और आपके ही दिखाए मार्ग का अनुसरण करने के साथ गुजरात में वर्ल्ड क्लास लॉजिस्टिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी उपलब्ध है। फ्रेंड्स, प्रधानमंत्री जी का विज़न ही है कि भारत सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर में ग्लोबल प्लेयर बनकर उभरे। उनके इस विज़न को पूरा करने की दिशा में मैं यहाँ विशेष रूप से ये बताना चाहूँगा कि सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर के लिए गुजरात सरकार द्वारा एक स्पेशल और डेडिकेटेड सेमीकंडक्टर पॉलिसी तैयार की गई है। हमारी इस पॉलिसी का उद्देश्य है कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में चल रहे सेमीकंडक्टर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रोग्राम को सफल बनाया जाए और गुजरात को सेमीकंडक्टर हब के रूप में स्थापित किया जाए। गुजरात एक पॉलिसी ड्रिवन स्टेट है और यह गुजरात की ट्रांसपेरेंट, सक्सेसफुल और इंडस्ट्रियल फ्रेंडली पॉलिसीज़ का ही परिणाम है कि आज गुजरात कई ग्लोबल कंपनियों का बिजनेस सेंटर बन गया है। हमने इस पॉलिसी के तहत कई ऐसे आकर्षण लाभ और इंसेंटिव की व्यवस्था की है जो सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर के लिए गुजरात को बेस्ट डेस्टिनेशन बना देता है। गुजरात में सेमीकंडक्टर की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट्स लगाने की इच्छुक इन्वेस्टर्स को यह नोडल एजेंसी हेल्प करेगी। जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री थे तो उन्होंने धोलेरा में एक वर्ल्ड क्लास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाने
और इंडस्ट्रियल इकोसिस्टम बनाने का सपना देखा था। आज धौलेरा एक स्पेशल इन्वेस्टमेंट रीजन के रूप में डेवलप हो रहा है। यहाँ स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट इंडस्ट्रियल यूटिलिटीज़ अवेलेबल हैं जो ग्लोबल इंडस्ट्रीज़ को यहाँ इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए आकर्षित करेगी। धौलेरा में उपलब्ध यह इंडस्ट्रियल फैसिलिटीज़ सेमीकंडक्टर जैसे ग्लोबल डिमांड वाले सेक्टर्स के लिए बेस्ट स्ट्रेटेजिकल लोकेशन है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। प्रधानमंत्री जी अक्सर कहते हैं कि गुजरात इज़ द कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ ट्रेड एंड ट्रेडिशन, कॉमर्स एंड कल्चर, इंडस्ट्रीज एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप। गुजरात की इस इमेज को उन्होंने वाइब्रेंट गुजरात ग्लोबल समिट के माध्यम से ग्लोबल प्लेटफॉर्म दिया है। श्री नरेंद्र भाई के नेतृत्व में 2003 में इस ग्लोबल समिट की शुरुआत की गई थी। मुझे आप सभी को यह बताते हुए खुशी और गर्व हो रहा है कि इस समिट ने 2 दशकों की अपनी जर्नी को बहुत ही सक्सेसफुल पूरा कर लिया है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में अगले साल हम उसकी 10वीं कड़ी को आयोजित कर रहे हैं। मैं आग्रह करूंगा कि आप सब इसमें ज़रूर पार्टिसिपेट करें और गुजरात व भारत की आर्थिक प्रगति के सहभागी बने। फ्रेंड्स, मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन और विजनरी लीडरशिप में भारत जल्द सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर में भी ग्लोबल प्लेयर बनकर उभरेगा। सेमिकॉन इंडिया में यहाँ उपस्थित उद्योग जगत के लीडर्स को गुजरात की धरती पर इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए आमंत्रित करते हुए मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूँ। धन्यवाद। भारत माता की जय। वंदे मातरम। जय जय गरवी गुजरात।
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री, आपके उत्साहपूर्ण संबोधन के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। सम्मानित अतिथिगण, यह बड़े गर्व की बात है कि आज हमारे बीच एक ऐसे असाधारण दूरदर्शी व्यक्तित्व उपस्थित हैं जो भारत की प्रगति और विकास के लिए समर्पित हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, उनकी अग्रणी नीतियों, अथक प्रयासों, निरंतर मार्गदर्शन के चलते देश सामाजिक एवं आर्थिक प्रगति के नए आयाम स्थापित कर रहा है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में दिसंबर 2021 में सेमिकॉन इंडिया प्रोग्राम लॉन्च किया गया था। सेमिकॉन इंडिया प्रोग्राम माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की ग्लोबल सेमीकंडक्टर सप्लाई चेन को ट्रस्टेड एवं रिजिलिएंट बनाने की प्रतिबद्धता एवं डिजिटल इंडिया बनाने के उनके निश्चय का बहुत सुखद समागम है। सेमिकॉन इंडिया 2023 के इस महत्वपूर्ण अवसर पर मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी से आदरपूर्वक अनुरोध करती हूं कि वे आज अपने प्रेरणात्मक उद्बोधन से हमें अनुग्रहित करें।
गुजरात के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमान भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल, केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे सहयोगी अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, राजीव चंद्रशेखर जी, इंडस्ट्री के हमारे साथी मेरे मित्र भाई संजय मेहरोत्रा जी, यंग लियू जी, अजित मनोचा जी, अनिल अग्रवाल जी, अनिरुद्ध देवगन जी, मार्क पेपरमास्टर जी, प्रभु राजा जी, अन्य महानुभाव, देवी और सज्जनों, इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में मुझे कई चिर परिचित चेहरे नजर आ रहे हैं। कुछ लोग ऐसे भी हैं जिनसे पहली बार मुलाकात हो रही है। जैसे सॉफ्टवेयर को अपडेट करना जरूरी होता है, वैसे ही ये कार्यक्रम भी है। सेमिकॉन इंडिया के माध्यम से इंडस्ट्री के साथ, एक्सपर्ट्स के साथ, पॉलिसी मेकर्स के साथ संबंध भी अपडेट होते रहते हैं। और मैं समझता हूं हमारे संबंधों के सिंक्रोनाइजेशन के लिए ये बहुत आवश्यक भी है। सेमिकॉन इंडिया में देश विदेश की बहुत सारी कंपनी आई हैं, हमारे स्टार्टअप्स भी आए हैं। मैं आप सभी का सेमिकॉन इंडिया में हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं। और मैंने अभी एग्जीबिशन देखा, इस क्षेत्र में कितनी प्रगति हुई है, किस प्रकार से नई ऊर्जा के साथ नए लोग, नई कंपनियां, नए प्रोडक्ट। मुझे बहुत कम समय मिला, लेकिन मेरा बहुत शानदार अनुभव रहा। मैं तो सबसे आग्रह करूंगा, गुजरात के युवा पीढ़ी को विशेष से आग्रह करूंगा कि प्रदर्शनी अभी कुछ दिन चलने वाली है, हम जरूर जाएं। दुनिया में इस नई टेक्नोलॉजी ने क्या ताकत पैदा की है, उसको भली भांति समझे, जाने। साथियों, हम सभी ने लास्ट ईयर सेमिकॉन इंडिया के पहले एडिशन में हिस्सा लिया था और तब चर्चा इस बात की थी कि भारत में सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर में क्यों इन्वेस्ट करना चाहिए। लोग सवाल कर रहे थे, व्हाई इन्वेस्ट। अब हम 1 साल के बाद मिल रहे हैं तो सवाल बदल गया है। अब कहा जा रहा है, व्हाई नॉट इन्वेस्ट। और ये सिर्फ सवाल नहीं बदला, बल्कि हवा का रुख भी बदला है। और ये रुख आप सब ने बदला है, आप सबके प्रयासों ने बदला है। इसलिए मैं यहां मौजूद सभी कंपनियों का ये विश्वास जताने के लिए, ये इनिशिएटिव लेने के लिए मैं बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं। आपने भारत की एस्पिरेशंस के साथ अपने फ्यूचर को जोड़ा है। आपने भारत के सामर्थ्य के साथ अपने सपनों को जोड़ा है। और भारत किसी को भी निराश नहीं करता है। इक्कीसवीं सदी के भारत में आपके लिए अवसर ही अवसर है। भारत की डेमोक्रेसी, भारत की डेमोग्राफी, भारत से मिलने वाला डिविडेंड आपके बिजनेस को भी डबल ट्रिपल करने वाला है। साथियों, आपकी इंडस्ट्री में मॉर्स लॉ की बहुत चर्चा होती है। मैं इसकी बहुत बारीकी तो नहीं जानता, लेकिन इतना जानता हूं कि एक्सपोनेंशियल ग्रोथ इसके हार्ट में है। हम लोगों के यहां एक कहावत होती है, दिन दूनी रात चौगुनी तरक्की करना, और ये कुछ वैसा ही है। यही एक्सपोनेंशियल ग्रोथ आज हम भारत के डिजिटल सेक्टर में, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में देख रहे हैं। कुछ साल पहले भारत इस सेक्टर में एक उभरता हुआ प्लेयर था। आज ग्लोबल इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में हमारा शेयर कई गुना बढ़ चुका है। 2014 में भारत का इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स प्रोडक्शन 30 बिलियन डॉलर से भी कम था। आज ये बढ़कर 100 बिलियन डॉलर को भी पार कर गया है। सिर्फ 2 साल के भीतर ही भारत से इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स निर्यात भी 2 गुने से ज्यादा हुआ गया है। भारत में बने मोबाइल फोन का एक्सपोर्ट भी अब 2 गुना हो चुका है। जो देश कभी मोबाइल फोन का इंपोर्टर था, अब वो दुनिया के बेस्ट मोबाइल फोन्स बना रहा है, उनका एक्सपोर्ट कर रहा है। साथियों, कुछ सेक्टर में तो हमारी ग्रोथ मॉर्स लॉ से भी ज्यादा है। 2014 से पहले भारत में सिर्फ 2 मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट थे। आज इनकी संख्या बढ़कर 200 से ज्यादा हो चुकी है। अगर ब्रॉडबैंड कनेक्टिविटी बात करें तो 2014 में भारत में 6 करोड़ यूजर्स थे। आज उनकी संख्या भी लगभग बढ़कर के 800 मिलियन यानी 80 करोड़ यूजर से ज्यादा हो चुकी है। 2014 में भारत में 250 मिलियन यानी 25 करोड़ इंटरनेट कनेक्शन थे। आज ये संख्या भी बढ़कर के 850 मिलियन यानी 85 करोड़ से अधिक हो चुकी है। 85 करोड़। ये आंकड़े सिर्फ भारत की सफलता ही नहीं कह रहे, ये हर आंकड़ा आपकी इंडस्ट्री के लिए बढ़ते हुए बिजनेस का इंडिकेटर है। सेमिकॉन इंडस्ट्री जिस दुनिया में जिस एक्सपोनेंशियल ग्रोथ का लक्ष्य लेकर आगे बढ़ रही है, उसकी प्राप्ति में भारत की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। साथियों, आज दुनिया चौथी औद्योगिक क्रांति इंडस्ट्री 4.0 की साक्षी बन रही है। जब जब दुनिया ऐसे किसी इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन से गुजरी है, तब तब उसका आधार किसी ना किसी क्षेत्र के लोगों की एस्पिरेशंस रही है। पहले की औद्योगिक क्रांति और अमेरिकन ड्रीम्स में यही रिश्ता था। आज चौथी औद्योगिक क्रांति और इंडियन एस्पिरेशंस में भी यही रिश्ता मैं देख रहा हूं। आज इंडियन एस्पिरेशंस भारत के विकास को ड्राइव कर रही है। आज भारत दुनिया का वो देश है जहां एक्सट्रीम पॉवर्टी तेजी से खत्म हो रही है। आज भारत दुनिया का वो देश है जहां नियो मिडिल क्लास तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। भारत के लोग टेक फ्रेंडली भी हैं और टेक्नोलॉजी एडॉप्शन को लेकर भी उतने ही फास्ट है। आज भारत में सस्ता डेटा गांव-गांव पहुंच रहा, क्वालिटी डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और सीमलेस पावर सप्लाई डिजिटल प्रोडक्ट्स के कंजम्पशन को कई गुना बढ़ा रही है। हेल्थ से लेकर एग्रीकल्चर और लॉजिस्टिक्स तक स्मार्ट टेक्नोलॉजी के यूज से जुड़े एक बड़े विजन पर भारत काम कर रहा है। हमारे यहाँ एक बहुत बड़ी आबादी ऐसी है जो जिसने भले ही बेसिक होम अप्लायंस का इस्तेमाल नहीं किया, लेकिन वो अब सीधे इंटरकनेक्टेड स्मार्ट डिवाइस का इस्तेमाल करने वाली है। भारत में युवाओं की एक बहुत बड़ी आबादी ऐसी है जिसने संभवतः कभी बेसिक बाइक भी नहीं चलाई होगी, लेकिन अब वो स्मार्ट इलेक्ट्रिक मोबिलिटी का उपयोग करने जा रहा है। भारत का बढ़ता हुआ न्यू मिडिल क्लास इंडियन एस्पिरेशंस का पावर हाउस बना हुआ है। संभावनाओं से भरे भारत के स्केल के मार्केट के लिए आपको चिप मेकिंग इकोसिस्टम का निर्माण करना है। और मुझे विश्वास है जो भी इसमें तेजी से आगे बढ़ेगा उसे फर्स्ट मूवर्स एडवांटेज मिलना तय है। साथियों, आप सभी ग्लोबल पैंडेमिक और रूस यूक्रेन युद्ध के साइड इफेक्ट से उबर रहे हैं। भारत को इस बात का भी एहसास है कि सेमीकंडक्टर सिर्फ हमारी जरूरत ही नहीं है, दुनिया को भी आज एक ट्रस्टेड रिलायबल चिप सप्लाई चेन की जरूरत है। दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी डेमोक्रेसी से बेहतर भला ये ट्रस्टेड पार्टनर और कौन हो सकता है। मुझे खुशी है कि भारत पर दुनिया का भरोसा लगातार बढ़ रहा है। और ये भरोसा क्यों है? आज भारत पर निवेशकों को भरोसा है क्योंकि यहां स्टेबल, रिस्पॉन्सिबल एंड रिफॉर्म ओरिएंटेड गवर्नमेंट है। भारत पर उद्योग जगत को भरोसा है क्योंकि आज हर क्षेत्र में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का तेज विकास हो रहा है। भारत पर टेक सेक्टर को भरोसा है कि यहां टेक्नोलॉजी का तेजी से विस्तार हो रहा है। और आज भारत पर सेमीकंडक्टर इंडस्ट्री को भरोसा है क्योंकि हमारे पास मासिव टैलेंट पूल है, स्किल्ड इंजीनियर्स है और डिजाइनर्स की ताकत है। जो भी व्यक्ति दुनिया के सबसे वाइब्रेंट और यूनिफाइड मार्केट का हिस्सा बनना चाहता है, उसका भरोसा भारत पर है। जब आपसे कहते हैं कि मेक इन इंडिया, तो उसमें ये बात भी शामिल है कि आइए मेक फॉर इंडिया, मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड। साथियों, भारत अपनी ग्लोबल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को भली भांति समझता है। इसलिए साथी देशों के साथ मिलकर हम एक व्यापक रोडमैप पर काम कर रहे हैं। इसलिए हम भारत में एक वाइब्रेंट सेमीकंडक्टर इकोसिस्टम निर्माण के पीछे पूरी ताकत लगा रहे हैं। हाल ही में हमने नेशनल क्वांटम मिशन को अप्रूव किया है। नेशनल रिसर्च फाउंडेशन बिल भी संसद में पेश होने जा रहा है। सेमीकंडक्टर इकोसिस्टम बनाने के लिए अब हम अपने इंजीनियरिंग करिकुलम में भी बदलाव कर रहे हैं। भारत में 300 से ज्यादा ऐसे बड़े कॉलेजों की पहचान की गई है जहां सेमीकंडक्टर पर कोर्स उपलब्ध होंगे। हमारा चिप्स टू स्टार्टअप प्रोग्राम इंजीनियरों की मदद करेगा। अनुमान यह है कि अगले 5 वर्षों में हमारे यहां 1 लाख से ज्यादा डिजाइन इंजीनियर तैयार होने वाले हैं। भारत का लगातार बढ़ता स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम भी सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर को मजबूती देने वाला है। सेमिकॉन इंडिया के सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स के लिए ये बातें उनका विश्वास बढ़ाने वाली हैं, उनका आत्मविश्वास बढ़ाने वाली है। फ्रेंड्स, आप सभी कंडक्टर्स और इंसुलेटर्स इसका अंतर भली भांति जानते हैं। कंडक्टर से एनर्जी पास हो सकती है, इंसुलेटर से नहीं होती है। भारत सेमीकंडक्टर इंडस्ट्री के लिए एक अच्छा एनर्जी कंडक्टर बनने के लिए हर चेकबॉक्स को टिक कर रहा है। इस सेक्टर के लिए इलेक्ट्रिसिटी की जरूरत है। बीते 1 दशक में हमारी सोलर पावर इंस्टॉल कैपेसिटी 20 गुना से ज्यादा हो चुकी है। इस दशक के अंत तक हमने 500 गीगावाट की रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी कैपेसिटी का टारगेट रखा है। सोलर पीवी मॉड्यूल्स, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन और इलेक्ट्रोलाइजर के उत्पादन के लिए कई बड़े कदम उठाए हैं। भारत में हो रहे पॉलिसी रिफॉर्म्स का भी पॉजिटिव इम्पैक्ट सेमीकंडक्टर इकोसिस्टम के निर्माण पर पड़ेगा। हमने नई मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्री के लिए कई तरह के टैक्स छूट का ऐलान भी किया है। आज भारत दुनिया के सबसे कम कॉरपोरेट टैक्स वाले देशों में से एक है। हमने टैक्सेशन प्रोसेस को फेसलेस और सीमलेस बनाया है। हमने ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस के रास्ते में आने वाले कई पुराने कानूनों और कंप्लायंसेस को खत्म किया है। सेमीकंडक्टर इंडस्ट्री के लिए सरकार ने स्पेशल इंसेंटिव्स भी दिए हैं। ये निर्णय, ये नीतियां इसका प्रतिबिंब है कि भारत सेमीकंडक्टर इंडस्ट्री के लिए रेड कारपेट बिछा रहा है। जैसे जैसे भारत रिफॉर्म के रास्ते पर आगे बढ़ेगा, आपके लिए और ज्यादा नए अवसर तैयार होते जाएंगे। सेमीकंडक्टर इन्वेस्टमेंट्स के लिए भारत एक शानदार कंडक्टर बन रहा है। साथियों, अपने इस प्रयासों के बीच भारत ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन की जरूरतों को भी जानता है। रॉ मटेरियल, ट्रेन मैन पावर और मशीनरी को लेकर आपकी अपेक्षाओं को हम समझते हैं। इसलिए हम आपके साथ मिलकर काम करने के लिए बहुत ही उत्साहित है। जिस सेक्टर में हमने प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स के साथ मिलकर काम किया है, उस सेक्टर ने नई ऊंचाइयों को छुआ है। स्पेस सेक्टर हो या जियोस्पेशियल सेक्टर, हर जगह हमें बेहतरीन नतीजे मिले हैं। आपको याद होगा, पिछले साल सेमिकॉन के दौरान सरकार ने सेमीकंडक्टर इंडस्ट्री के प्लेयर से सुझाव मांगे थे। इन सुझावों के आधार पर सरकार ने अनेक बड़े फैसले लिए हैं। सेमिकॉन इंडिया प्रोग्राम के तहत हम जो इंसेंटिव दे रहे थे, उसे बढ़ाया गया है। अब टेक्नोलॉजी फर्म्स को भारत में सेमीकंडक्टर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग फैसिलिटी स्थापित करने के लिए 50% की फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस दी जाएगी। देश के सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर की ग्रोथ को गति देने के लिए हम लगातार पॉलिसी रिफॉर्म्स कर रहे हैं। साथियों, G20 के प्रेसिडेंट के तौर पर भी भारत ने जो थीम दी है, वो है वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर। भारत को सेमीकंडक्टर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनाने के पीछे भी हमारी यही भावना है। भारत की स्किल, भारत की कैपेसिटी, भारत की कैपेबिलिटी का पूरी दुनिया को लाभ हो, यही भारत की इच्छा है। हम एक बेटर वर्ल्ड के लिए, ग्लोबल गुड के लिए भारत का सामर्थ्य बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। इसमें आपके पार्टिसिपेशन, आपके सजेशंस, आपके थॉट्स, उसका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। भारत सरकार हर कदम पर आपके साथ खड़ी है। इस सेमिकॉन समिट के लिए मेरी आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं और मैं चाहता हूं, मौका है, और मैंने लाल किले से कहा था, यही समय है, सही समय है। और मैं कहता हूं, देश के लिए तो है ही, दुनिया के लिए भी है। बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
आज यहाँ उपस्थित सभी लोगों की ओर से मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के प्रेरणादायक शब्दों के लिए उनका आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ। हमें यकीन है कि आपके नेतृत्व में भारत सेमीकंडक्टर जैसे तकनीकी जटिल क्षेत्र में उत्कृष्ट और उपलब्धियां हासिल करने में पूर्णतः सक्षम होगा। आइए प्रधानमंत्री जी की मानक उपस्थिति और मार्गदर्शन के लिए बहुत बहुत तालियों के साथ उनका धन्यवाद करें। और फिर से यहां पधारने का निमंत्रण भी देते हुए उन्हें अलविदा कहते हैं। धन्यवाद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी। We now move to our next session, Catalyzing India's Semiconductor Ecosystem. We request the august audience to kindly take up their seats, please. Government of India is working relentlessly for technological and economic advancement of the nation. The holistic approach is targeted at encapsulating the progress of all facets of the semiconductor manufacturing, be it fiscal and non-fiscal support or facilitating the accessibility of requisite equipment and raw materials. Through this session, we shall have the industry leaders share their inputs on how policies of India are acting as a catalyst for the development of its semiconductor ecosystem. It is indeed our pleasure to have you continue with this session. So I request humbly to each one of you to kindly take up your seats, please. Thank you. I humbly request each one of you to kindly be seated for the next session, which is about to begin. The reason behind, we have a long day to have the inputs from a lot of valuable and esteemed speakers. So please, request you to kindly take up your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, as I announced, we shall begin the session now. Through this session, we shall have the industry leaders share their inputs on how policies of India are acting as a catalyst for the development of its semiconductor ecosystem. We envision new beginnings, hopes, and aspiration with the first approval to USD 2.7 billion semiconductor packaging facility of Micron Technologies, Inc. under SemiconIndia program. To commensurate the same, I would like to call upon Shri Sanjay Mehrotra, President and CEO, Micron Technology, to share his thoughts on India being an exciting investment destination for global semiconductor majors. Please help me welcome Shri Sanjay Mehrotra, President and CEO, Micron Technology. I humbly request each one of you that our esteemed speaker is right over here. Please take up your seats and maintain the decorum of the hall. Thank you. You're obliging us. It is indeed grateful to have you all over here. Please. Ji, sir. He's saying something. Ladies and gentlemen, a humble request to each one of you to kindly be seated. We shall have Shri Sanjay Mehrotra ji for his August address. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm honored to be here today among these great technology and government leaders to discuss opportunities for India to build and grow a strong semiconductor manufacturing ecosystem. We are excited to be part of India's economic journey from the world's 10th largest economy just a few years ago to the 5th largest economy today. And as Prime Minister Modi ji mentioned at his address in Washington, D.C. last month, it plans to become the 3rd largest economy in the near future. And Micron is proud to be able to join in that journey. Throughout the world, semiconductors are at the forefront of nearly every economic discussion. Countries worldwide are developing strategies to increase their semiconductor value chain capability from design to manufacturing. That interest is in the illustration of the great importance of semiconductors to our daily life. Today's economy is driven by the innovative technologies that make data more accessible, more effective, and more usable. So many aspects of our day-to-day life, our work, our education, our entertainment, are all reliant on complex network of computing systems. The examples are everywhere. The ability to change speech to text on your smartphone, advanced safety features in automobiles, massive e-commerce platforms driving digital transformation. All of these applications and many, many more depend on fast, accurate data. The semiconductors we build at Micron, memory chips, handle the information that makes modern computing so valuable. Perhaps the most striking example of the importance of data is the recent explosion of interest in generative AI models. The powerful potential of these AI computing platforms is accelerating AI adoption, driving demand for memory-heavy computing architectures for both training and inferencing AI systems. The servers capable of handling these workloads need significantly more memory than a standard server. In fact, up to 8 times the DRAM and up to 3 times the NAND, and many need specialized high-performance memory systems. As you can see from this chart here, the exponential growth in parameter sets required much more compute capability for training and dramatically higher memory content. Clearly, memory is growing in importance. The global market trends prove this out. Over the past 20 years, memory has been on a tremendous growth curve. In fact, around the turn of the century, around 10% of the global semiconductor industry was memory. And today, 20 years later, memory is close to 25 to 30% of the global semiconductor industry. And as we look ahead, over the next decade, memory is expected to outgrow the rest of the semiconductor industry as the semiconductor industry marches toward a $1 trillion market by end of the decade. Micron is one of the world's largest semiconductor companies and the leader in memory and storage technology. Our innovations have been at the heart of computing systems for more than 4 decades. The world's advanced computing systems require continual innovation in memory, and our teams lead the way. Over our nearly 45 years, we have registered more than 53,000 patents. Micron today is more than 40,000 team members strong worldwide. We have operations in 17 different countries. And we are proud to have built a team of more than 3,000 in India in just a few years. Engineers that are driving our product, IT systems, and operational excellence. The great experience we have had in setting up these R&D and operation capabilities here in India, here in Hyderabad and Bangalore, over the course of just the last few years, has given us tremendous confidence that we will have the same success in manufacturing here as we bring up our assembly and test production in Japan, in Gujarat here. Our world-class memory assembly and test facility here in Gujarat will be the first one of its kind in India. The site will take advanced DRAM and memory wafers from Micron's fabs and transform them into finished products using the kind of precision manufacturing technology that you see on the screen in front of you. We will convert the wafers from our fabs and transform them into finished products, integrated circuit packages, modules, and solid-state storage bound for customers here and around the world. Gujarat will be a tremendous complement to Micron's existing assembly lines in China, in Singapore, Malaysia, and Taiwan as we grow our capabilities in all of these assembly lines worldwide while we bring up production in Gujarat as well in order to meet the future growing demand for memory and storage. We plan to begin phased construction of the facility in Gujarat later this year. The first phase will include 500,000 square feet of planned clean room space and will start to become operational in late 2024. We will ramp the manufacturing capacity gradually over time in line with global demand trends. A second phase, which would include construction of another facility with scale similar to phase one, could start in the second half of the decade. Micron plans to invest up to $825 million over the two phases of the project. We are very appreciative of the significant support from the central government as well as the state of Gujarat. The combined investment by Micron and the two government entities over the course of both phases could reach up to $2.75 billion. Government support will help fund the project and also facilitate access to essential semiconductor infrastructure and resources. This then will drive innovation and enhance local talent development. I want to express our deep appreciation for the support from Prime Minister Modi and the central government, as well as the state government of Gujarat. We picked this region because your work has created a strong manufacturing infrastructure, a conducive business environment, and a well-established talent pipeline. This facility and the thousands of jobs it will help create would not be possible without your support and investment. This site will be an important addition to Micron's worldwide assembly and test network, allowing us to expand our manufacturing base and serve demand growth from customers both here in India and worldwide. We see our investment helping initiate a cluster of semiconductor ecosystem, investment coming from other key suppliers, building momentum that will benefit India's manufacturing goals. So what we are building here in Gujarat will matter. It will matter to Micron as it adds to global manufacturing footprint. It will matter for the community here in Gujarat as we create jobs and spur greater technical education. It will matter for India as we accelerate the momentum for a growing high-tech manufacturing base. And it will matter for the world as we continue to develop the memory and storage solutions that transform how the world uses information to enrich life for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mehrotra, for bringing to light the plethora of opportunities which India has got to offer for semiconductor manufacturing. I would now like to request Dr. Anirudh Devgan, President and CEO, Cadence, to share his insights with us. Recognized as one of the leading authorities in electronic design automation, Dr. Devgan has held various management and research roles at IBM, Magma Design Automation, as well as Cadence. We welcome Sir with a big round of applause for his august address on this occasion. You have a presentation? Okay, this is the remote if you want to press over here. You can just on it and then press and use this. Or tell next, our team is ready.
Yeah, you can.
100. Wow. Sit on. Now you can. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. It's great to be here. I'll share some thoughts on Cadence opinion, and it's great to be part of this conference. So as you know, semi market is growing rapidly. So the latest projection is that in few years, it'll be about $700 billion by 2026 and about $1 trillion by 2030. And India consumption of semiconductors is also increasing rapidly. So the projections are in few years, India is going to consume 64 billion of semiconductor and growing at a much faster rate than rest of the world. Okay. So this is a unique opportunity for India to not just consume semiconductors, but of course participate in more and more of design and manufacturing of semiconductors. And the other key thing is even for us, for Cadence, about 45% of our customers are system companies. People that not just make semiconductors, make cars or phones or data centers. And so this whole semiconductor ecosystem supports $3 trillion electronics industry, which of course is huge in India as well. Okay. And it's really good to see, like we talked in the morning, a lot of investment by the Indian government. We have talked about it for some time, but it's really good to see, especially last year and this year, a great effort by the Indian government. And like I mentioned earlier, there is significant talent in India. I mean, there's immense amount of talent. And even for us, for Cadence, we have a large presence in India. The other unique thing in India is that, which I'm really proud of, is the diversity of talent, especially the gender diversity, is much higher in other countries. So not only we are hiring a lot of excellent talent, we also have a lot of excellent women talent in India. Okay. And also there are a lot of multinational companies. We have a huge customer base here. We have a lot of people that work with these amazing customers. And if you look at, and I know several of them are represented here, for some of the most important companies, most of the design work, majority of the design work in some cases is driven out of India. Okay, this is a remarkable achievement in the last few years. Okay. Now, one thing that I think can be done better is that we have a lot of multinational companies, okay, but not a lot of indigenous companies, like Indian companies. Now, I know there's a lot of startup activity, and Cadence is very proud to support that. But I think for the transformation of semiconductors in India, it's super critical that there are local indigenous product companies, both in electronics and semiconductors. And that will really drive India's growth forward, okay? And I think this initiative has to help not just manufacturing, which is critical, but design product companies. Because that, at the essence, is the current India strength is driven by this design excellence. And manufacturing and packaging and all these are needed, but really have to leverage the strength of design activity. To give you an example, about 30% of our revenue, of our employees are in India, but the percentage of revenue from indigenous Indian companies is almost, negligible, okay? Which is fine. We are glad to support all the multinational companies, but I think it's really important to have a local presence. Now, so I think in terms of several things can be done, right, of course, to move along. In my opinion, at least from a design ecosystem standpoint and manufacturing ecosystem standpoint, I would like to point out a few things that can really help accelerate. One other thing I already mentioned is massive investment in support of indigenous semiconductor companies. And I know there's a lot of startups, but I think that's super essential. Second thing, in terms of manufacturing, everybody wants to design the latest, greatest technologies, which is good, like 3 nanometer, 2 nanometer. But if you look at where manufacturing is going to more what we would call, chiplet or advanced packaging, 3D IC-based solutions. So I think it's very important not just to invest in logic manufacturing, but also packaging and 3D IC, because that's going to be the most important technology for the next 5-10 years, along with other logic technologies. I also think that India can lead with investment in cloud infrastructure. Just like for phones, India skipped the whole landlines and went straight to cellular phones. In terms of semiconductor design, India can leave the traditional ways of doing it and take a cloud-first approach to really give democratized access to design activities. And last and not the least, it's very important to invest in AI. I was at one conference a couple of months ago in Santa Barbara with a bunch of US CEOs. And of course, AI is a big topic these days in almost all forums. And tech CEOs are all, they're all, of course, fully embracing AI. But when I talk to some of the non-tech CEOs, their first reaction is, well, maybe we will do less outsourcing because we have a lot of AI, okay? So I think for India, it's very important. India has a great talent pool to use AI to maximize that talent, to make the talent much more productive with the use of AI. So to talk about a few of these things, if you look at the design process right now, we have, some of the biggest chips right now have about 100 billion transistors in one chip, right? In like 1 inch by 1 inch chip, there are about 100 billion transistors. By 2030, it's projected that there will be 1 trillion transistors, okay? So just in terms of size, the complexity will go up by 10x. And then all the additional complexity of designing the chip, all the software complexity. So the design complexity is easily going to increase by 100x in the next 7 years, okay? And number of design starts is increasing as well. Look at TSMC, they mentioned 3 nanometer has twice as many design starts as the previous node, okay? So one big issue that's facing most companies, and especially the Western countries, is not enough talent, okay? There's not enough people graduating from universities to really do this 100x design complexity, okay? So this is a great opportunity for automation, which is AI. There's also great opportunities for India, which has a lot of talent. But all of that has to be combined together, okay? So to give you an example, we develop all these tools. They're pretty sophisticated tools there are very mathematical tools that actually do the design of these chips. Because if you're designing a 100 billion transistor chip, it cannot be done manually. A lot of it is done by algorithms and software. But even a chip runs, the software runs for like 1 or 2 days, but the design process will take, 6 to 12 months, right? So typically the customer or the user is running these things over and over again to explore the design space. Because this is inherently a manual process. And this can be automated to a large extent, it can be accelerated to a large extent by the use of AI and reinforcement learning. Okay. So I show some results here for a leading CPU. Not only can the design be done much faster, it can be done much better. In this case, we gained about 100 megahertz frequency by use of these AI tools. And the reason is that, you can search the design space much more mathematically. Traditionally, if a human is doing it, there are certain limitations of whether you can optimize in the design space. But if you're using AI and reinforcement learning, especially reinforcement learning, which is the basis of generative AI, this can be done mathematically. Okay. This can give huge productivity benefits, I believe. And this combined with, the talent that is available in India can give, exponential advantage if deployed properly. The other thing, like I mentioned before, even 45% of our customers are system companies. So there is this natural merging of semi and system companies. Okay. If you look at traditional semi companies, even like, NVIDIA, is it a semi company now or is it more of a system company? Same thing with Qualcomm. And you look at traditional system companies like the phone makers or Teslas or data centers, they all have silicon initiatives. So this merger is inevitable between system and semi companies. Okay. And this is also happening at the technology level between package and chip, this merger into 3D IC. And there are a lot of advantages for this. You can combine multiple chips in one package. You don't have to redesign all the chips as you go from one product to the next product. There are performance advantages, cost advantages. So this heterogeneous integration of 3D ICs, of multiple chips in one package is inevitable, right? And you see that right now in high-performance computing first. Like Graviton, from Amazon, the server chip has multiple chiplets in a package. Mark was here, AMD and Xilinx have been investing in 3D IC for a long time. Intel has a lot of 3D IC products. So it's first starting in HPC, but I believe it will permeate through the, design chain and all process nodes and verticals. So I think it's very important to invest in 3D IC. And I believe this is a unique opportunity for India to go where the puck is going. Not just in traditional IC manufacturing, but 3D IC manufacturing. And this requires a combination of multiple technologies. And even if you look at the leading foundries, TSMC, Samsung, Intel, they're all investing in 3D IC. And from a Cadence standpoint, we have invested in this for a long time. Cadence had advanced packaging solutions for almost 30 years. And now we are combining those packaging solutions with chip solutions to provide a complete 3D IC platform. I believe this is a huge opportunity for India. Okay. And then, we are glad to support the local startup ecosystem. There's a lot of great startups in India, and we provide, startup packages, cloud enablement, and we also work with a lot of universities. But I do think there's a huge opportunity here because some of these big chips require significant investment. Okay. So India has a lot of talent. I think there are several big VCs here. But some of these companies, especially at advanced node, will require significant investment. So this is a good opportunity for the government to really step in and help this process. And this did happen in China, this happen in Korea and Israel, and it's a unique opportunity for India to really build domestic, major semiconductor companies. Okay. And for us, we are involved with a lot of universities in India. more than 300 universities. We have education programs. We do provide, like I mentioned, startup packages for companies to get going. And it's really, a great honor to participate in this budding ecosystem that is emerging in India. So in summary, I'd like to encourage, it's really great to be here, really great to see all this investment. I think the opportunities are immense, whether it's in applying AI to design and manufacturing, whether there's, 3D IC and chiplet-based design, use of cloud, to democratize the design of silicon. And lastly, and most importantly, investing in an indigenous ecosystem with startups and local companies. Thank you for your interest. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mehrotra, for bringing to light Mr. Anirudh Devganji, for the intriguing and thought-provoking address. I would now like to invite Dr. Prabu Raja, President, Semiconductor Product Group, Applied Materials, or as popularly known as AMET, to share his views on chips, equipment, and manufacturing technology enabling the semiconductor ecosystem. Dr. Raja leads Applied Materials' semiconductor process equipment businesses. He brought his drive and passion to reinvigorate the company's etch business and was also instrumental in developing AMET's advanced packaging strategy, building critical ecosystem partnerships. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Let me give a brief introduction about Applied Materials. We are number one in semiconductor equipment company and number one display company with the last year 2022 $25 billion revenue, and we spent $3 billion in R&D and almost 4 patents per day, including the weekends. Every chip in the world runs through Applied Materials multiple times. And in terms of ranking where we are, and Applied is 6 in terms of US-based ranking, and number 9 in terms of global ranking. That's all about the company. Looking at the semi-industry, I think you saw this slide many, many times. And that semi-market is around $500 billion. It took 50 to 60 years to get to $500 billion. It will take another 7 years to get next $500 billion. All driven by semiconductors are everywhere. All semiconductors we use, from doorknobs to automobile, at schools and entertainment, all over. All these generate tons and tons of data. All this data need to be processed, analyzed, and stored and communicated. The way to look at those is IoT and edge computing on the left, and cloud and artificial intelligence on the right, and connected by 5G communication. It's all about data. So you need more chips, you need better chips. What we don't realize is that this clean energy transformation is another big driver for semiconductor chips. What is more visible is the cars, the electric cars. Today's modern cars use more than 7,000 chips on every car. And just 1% install basis electric cars now. You can see a long way to go. And what is not visible is the wind energy and also solar uses up to $5,000 worth of semiconductor chips in every megawatt generated. So many chips. As you can see, there are a lot of opportunity. It also brings lots of challenges, and you need more and more compute power in the future. That also means you need consume a lot more energy. Some studies shows that 20% of the world's electricity would be consumed by the cloud data centers, artificial intelligence by 2030. That is clearly not sustainable. So the industry needs a new playbook. We call it power performance area cost and time to market, new chips with a lower power, higher performance, and areas, lower cost and faster time to market. This is the new industry playbook. So really, what I want to talk about today is to solve this complexity, we must innovate in equipment and materials, which helps to build the chips, and innovate on foundational technologies, which help to make equipments, and more importantly, that how we innovate. We need to innovate the way we innovate, because the problems are so complex, no one country or no one company can solve on their own. So we need a collaborative partnership across the ecosystems. Let me start with how we make chips. And you can see that, just Anirudh was talking about this 1 centimeter square chips die has more than 100 kilometers of wiring. And also it has a latest transistor which has got 50 billion transistor made of 25 different materials with 100 different combinations. So when you talk about transistor, I think you really look at this next generation transistor gate-all-around. It is the wonder of atomic layer structures, which gives higher performance and lower power. Really look at the narrow space between the two transistors. We call it nano seeds. There are 5 different materials goes into that, and each one of them is around 1 to 2 nanometers. There's 10 angstrom thickness. So every angstrom matters here. And 1 angstrom precision is required. Now the question is, how do we scale this atomic level processing, 1 angstrom processing into industrial scales? If you really look at those transistors, there are 3 transistors in the gate all around, 1 angstrom precision, 3 transistors, time every chip, 50 billion transistors, and times 400 dies, 400 chips in a wafer, and 100,000 wafers in a fab. If you have 25 fabs, you can imagine that 10 to 20 transistor with a 1 angstrom precision is needed. That is not easy. That's very, very difficult. When you say 10 to 20, I can't think of anything 10 to 20 other than you go to the beach and look at the sand grains. That's the only way you can think about 10 to 20. Imagine that every sand grain what you see in the beach has to be 1 angstrom precision. That's very difficult. So the human hair is 600,000 angstrom. Here I'm talking about 1 angstrom of precision. So now you need 1,500 steps, process steps to more than 1,500 make a wafer, make a chip, and you need a whole suite of equipment needed to make this equipment. What is unique about Applied Materials is Applied has the broadest portfolio for building chips. It's the only company with a product breadth and has a capability to connect those process steps on the state-of-the-art labs, R&D centers in multiple places. And with these unique capabilities, Applied can enable all devices, either logic or memory or packaging or power devices. Applied is uniquely positioned to enable this all future devices. Next, I want to talk about innovate how we make equipment. That means a lot of innovations needed on foundational technologies. And where we are, equipment ecosystem is a foundation of semi-manufacturing. Really look at those. And really look at the market in 2022 last year. The wafer fab equipment and materials and subsystem, we call it equipment ecosystem, is around $160 billion in 2022. People don't realize that. Out of $500 billion, that market last year, equipment ecosystem is $160 billion in 2022. It's a huge market. So how the equipment looks, this is one of the applied equipments. It is multiple parts, more than 10,000 parts or 10,000 components and technologies come together to make us one equipment. So it requires a lot of precision manufacturing, a lot of specialized technologies. It's a highly engineered. You need multiple subsystem robotics to gas delivery to e-chucks and plastics, all come together to make one equipment. I talked about atomic level precision on making the wafers. You require a similar atomic level precision, even the technology, what goes into the equipments. As you can see, that's one of the equipments. Even the materials, the coating on one of the chambers, even making the grind size, how those, even one or two angstrom control makes a huge difference in terms of productivity gain, in terms of yield. And the precision what you need is the most important thing for these equipments. So applied materials plus supply chain partners. We have broadest and deepest set of technology in building equipments. And we need a lot more technology innovations, and we need to just speed up the commercializations. So applied and suppliers need to partner very closely to achieve this. Last, I want to talk about how we innovate, because like I said, it's so complex. No one company or no one country can do it alone. We need a partnership across the ecosystem to do it happen. I'm talking about collaborative partnership across the ecosystem. So really look at what happened today. From idea to the commercial chip, it takes 15 years. Start from university research to equipments to the customers, where validate 15 years. And clearly that's not sustainable the way we wanted technology. So applied new approaches, can we work together? Can we do it in parallel? Universities to semiconductor companies to manufacturers to equipments and our peers, R&D consortia all work together in parallel. We can make it 2x faster. With that vision, we announced that EPIC in California, that Equipment and Process Innovation and Commercialization Center with that vision. So what we do here is, we want to bring customers, our partners, equipments, and university all under one roof and innovate together. How does it help? For chip makers and partners, we can co-develop and validate new materials, new process technologies, and new process flows. For universities, accelerate the commercialization of academic research. It takes too long with the universities. Now we can accelerate it, giving them the right resources. And also more important, attract, inspire, and train next generation talent. Probably we really need lots and lots of engineers. Here is from some of our customers, video from some of our customers talking about this collaboration. I think it looks like there's no audio here.
Through the software they run, chips modernize and automate the world, contributing to human progress and achievements. AMAT has revolutionized the semiconductor industry by inventing fundamental chip processing tools.
We need materials and engineering innovations. We need to manipulate atoms and electrons precisely to deliver the needed performance. We are also faced with the responsibility of continuing to build workforce for future that can extend the industry roadmap long after we are all gone.
Applied has the most expandable technologies for materials and process innovation. Samsung is looking forward to accelerate development for the specialized technology with Applied through faster and deeper collaboration.
Applied's new Innovation Center will be a unique place for our teams to collaborate closely and to accelerate materials development, process innovations, and time to market while increasing our R&D efficiency.
We are also looking forward to engage with world-class universities and global talent at this state-of-the-art R&D center to inspire and to coach the next generation of semiconductor industry talent. So let us continue to work together to push the boundary of what is possible. As the saying goes, if you want to go far, go together. So let's go far together.
Really, with that vision, what we said in California, and we have a parallel structure here set up in India. This is all on equipment. How can we speed up the equipment commercialization part of it? We call it New Collaborative Engineering Center. So this is focused on how the equipment is made. So you will have applied materials and suppliers and universities work together, co-work together in parallel to increase the success rate innovation speed, and commercialization speed all work together here in one place, under one roof. So what we do here for suppliers is access to latest equipment and process. And with them, co-innovate and develop the new technologies, faster time to market. For universities and startup, and access to leading edge lab and technology, that is very much needed to increase the innovation speed. Right now for validation, very much needed. And they will be the catalyst for semiconductor innovations, speed up the innovations. And we are here, we would like to build the India ecosystem, bringing global suppliers here, also do the talent development in this center. So here, really we have multiple suppliers here, university here, the partners, and I really want to appreciate all the suppliers, either global or domestic or universities, for participating here. I would like to thank everyone. Why India? We are starting about Innovation Center. Why India? We have a 20 plus years of history in India. We have 7,500 people, and we develop the skills in multiple engineering and science capability, right from product development to research to simulations. And with applied investment and the government incentives, we can really accelerate the innovation commercialization, and also, like many people talked about, a lot of students pipeline here. We strongly believe that India is the right place at the right time for this new center. With that, I talked about 3 types of innovation: how we make chips, how we make equipments, and innovate the way we innovate. We truly believe it's India's time to shine. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Raja, for highlighting essential aspects for a robust and sustainable semiconductor ecosystem. Now, through a video conference, we welcome Shri Sivaram, President of Western Digital, to share his thoughts with us. Welcome, sir. Dr. Sivaram has over 30 years of experience in semiconductors, 3D memory architectures, process technology, equipment and materials. Dr. Sivaram is widely published with works including a textbook on chemical vapor deposition, and he holds several patents in semiconductor and solar technologies. So we once again, with a big round of applause, welcome Dr. Sivaram for his august address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Good afternoon to you all in India. Good afternoon, Gujarat. On behalf of over 4,000 employees of Western Digital in India. I want to spend some time today talking about not just building fabs, building assembly, building test, but how do we create an ecosystem for intellectual property generation and the technology development infrastructure. Western Digital is a broad portfolio semiconductor player. Prabu, Raja, and Anirudh earlier talked about how data is growing. Western Digital provides the basic infrastructure for storing data. We have the broadest portfolio of hard drives and flash, the only company that provides both of it. Most of the world's data gets stored in a Western Digital device one time or the other. Western Digital is a large manufacturer around the world. And the company is over 50 years old, 50 years young. Along with our 4,000 employees, there are 52,000 employees worldwide, operating in 30 countries. We are very proud of our manufacturing footprint, over 12 manufacturing facilities around the world, 14,000 active patents. By active, I mean, given 50 years, patents expire, but we still continue to generate patents all the time. Intellectual property is the lifeblood of the company. We are a widely recognized company. The World Economic Forum recently recognized 2 of our factories, one in Malaysia and one in Thailand, to be global lighthouses for sustainability in the 4th industrial age. But the one that I'm most proud of is Ethisphere, for the last 6 years in a row, has called us one of the most ethical companies in the world. Western Digital continues to innovate in semiconductors and in hard drives. In semiconductors, we are one of the largest producers of flash memories, the memories that are in all of your cell phones and iPads and in all of your data centers, everywhere. Flash is jointly manufactured by us and our partner Kioxia in Japan. We produce 30% of the world's bits. Over 40% of the merchant bits, other than the ones people consume within the companies themselves, 40% of the world's flash is being produced. The merchant flash is produced by us, along with our joint venture partner Kioxia in Japan. Last year, I was here talking with you all as this conference was inaugurated. In that time, between then and now, we inaugurated a new fab, the Fab 7 in Yokkaichi. We also announced our next fab in Japan, Fab K2, to come into production sometime next year. Over 3 million square feet of clean room in Japan, largest NAND fab complex in the world. We produce close to 500,000 wafers a month. The number of wafers that we produce alone, if you stack it one above the other, will be taller than Mount Fuji by another 50%. So we are a very large wafer manufacturer and building fabs around the world. With that in background, I want to talk about where we want to go with all of this in India. It was a very proud moment for us a couple of weeks ago when Chandrayaan-3 took off. I probably have personally watched that video more ways, in more different angles, the spacecraft gracefully taking off. But what was even more impressive is right behind it is the aerospace ecosystem in India. The aerospace ecosystem in India is very robust, with over 140 startups, 400 private companies registered all around India in Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Pune, elsewhere. The government has had a large program, over 200 projects ongoing. Academic institutions around the country, 118 academic institutions participating. Space technology cells in Mumbai, Kanpur, Kharagpur, Madras, Roorkee, Guwahati, and Delhi. Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore, in Pune University. This kind of an infrastructure makes for the creation of intellectual property and allows for us to be, in the end, so proud of the ultimate achievement when we launch the spacecraft. The same is true in semiconductors, only a lot more capital intensive. In semiconductors, in intellectual property creation, taking something from an idea into high volume, we have this valley of death. What do I mean by that? There is an idea. A young man or a young woman in a university or in a small company has an idea. From there, they have to do the R&D, create the funding capability to make sure that we can take it forward into a prototype, scale it, and produce in volume. By the time you are done, this is 5, 6, 7 years with hundreds of millions of dollars that need to go through. Many companies die in the middle, in the valley, not being able to scale up. This problem is widely recognized in semiconductors because of how much capital it takes and how much persistence, and that capital needs to be patient for it to come back up. It's not easy. I want to make sure what makes that tick around the world and what does India need to do. We had this slide I talked about a year ago in this conference. Anirudh Devgan just talked about pre-silicon, what do we need to do with respect to design, CAD, and software and simulation environment that is very well, has a great start in India and it's got a great strength. Post-silicon, you talk today about Sanjay Mehrotra talking about it and others talking about packaging, assembly, test systems coming up in India. In silicon processing, you just talked about with Applied Materials and Prabu talking about the infrastructure. We all have been talking about the business model, capital intensity. Government is stepping into. The Prime Minister talked about 50% subsidy for capital. And we all talked about the advanced personnel that is needed to run, maintain, and sustain these fabs. But there is a pillar that we don't quite talk about, and that's what I want to talk about. Intellectual property creation. This is the foundation on which the rest of it flows. This gets buried. We don't quite talk about it. This is one of those important facets of why a semiconductor ecosystem will flourish in India. So we say that there are 4 major things that need to happen for this intellectual property creation to work. First is a group of interconnected university laboratories. In the audience are famous professors like Rao Tumala or Professor Palraj from Stanford. These are all icons. Even before, one generation before, Professor Saurabh Gandhi from RPI, Professor Rostam Rai from Penn State. These are people around whom whole ecosystem developed. People knew what to do. Big organizations happen and they could work with a fab lab. When I got started 40 years ago, when I started processing my own 2-inch silicon wafers, I got excited about the etching and the thin films and the depositions and the patterning. That's what created the excitement. Today in India, about 200 tape-outs happen in the universities. That needs to go up by an order of magnitude. The interconnected university laboratories, a university in Trichy in Tamil Nadu needs to be able to work with a university in Guwahati or with Chandigarh so that you can take the same idea and work across universities. There is an intermingling. Along with it are conferences and symposia, industry-sponsored research, and user groups and associations. I'll talk about each of them in a little bit more detail. Every country realizes the need for these to happen. In the United States, the National Semiconductor Technology Center, NSTC, has been given $1 billion, $11 billion to make this to work. And the big assignment, get companies to go over that valley of death. In Europe, they had even more of a vision quite early on. IMEC has been charted with making sure that research infrastructure, intellectual property infrastructure works for the long term. Japan recently formed LSTC, Leading Edge Technology Center, with a single purpose: get Japan into the chip race by supporting Rapidus, making very small geometry logic to be sustained. And these organizations work with the rest of the ecosystem to make it happen. We need to think along those lines. And what does that lead to? If you had an interconnected university system where laboratories are funded and there is active research, then those folks need to be able to come back and share ideas and work with each other. I was at the VLSI symposium about a month ago in Kyoto, delivering a keynote. Over 1,500 researchers from China, from Japan, from Taiwan, from Korea, from the United States, from Singapore, interacting closely, sharing ideas. I did not see many researchers from India there. The best paper in the conference was won by a young man from Stanford University, of course of Indian origin. I want to see a lot more of these to go happen. IEDM, Electron Devices Meeting. Between the three of them, VLSI Symposium, IEDM, and International Solid State Circuits Conference, these are the 3 pillars of semiconductor conferences that we see everywhere, along with Materials Research Society, Reliability Physics Society, Photonics. There is so much of these kind of conferences, interactions happening around the world. We need to have chapters of this in India, wings of these. We have to have these conferences be scheduled in all over the country, whether in Ahmedabad, whether it is in Kolkata, whether it is in Orissa or in Karnataka. We need to have universities and sites hosting these conferences so our students who are working together and industry can come together and exchange ideas. Very important that we support this. Industry-sponsored research. I can use our own example. Western Digital works with universities around the world. We support memory research in Stanford University. We support magnetics research in Carnegie Mellon University. We support signal processing in University of California and San Diego. We combine Indian Institute of Technology in Delhi along with Purdue universities to produce IP. We work with Tokyo Institute of Technology to do magnetics and semiconductor work. This kinds of interaction comes from what Prabu was talking about earlier. Bring university researchers and industry as quickly as possible together so we can have a robust ecosystem of focused research, research that is leading to products very quickly. Western Digital is a proud sponsor of the Quad Fellowship. About 6 weeks ago, in Melbourne, Australia, the Quad countries, Australia, India, Japan, and the United States, allowed the Quad Fellows to come together. This is a long-term partnership, and we're a proud sponsor of these Quad Fellows, allowing students from each of those countries to go to the other country to study. Industry and universities working closely together is an important part of setting this up, and along with conferences, ability to produce these research and talk about them in conferences sets up for the country to grow. And the last leg of it is the semiconductor user groups and associations. I myself, about 30 years ago, set up the Chemical Vapor Deposition User Group of Northern California. There are many such associations out there today. Ajit Manocha is in the audience, the CEO of SEMI. There is the Global Semiconductor Alliance. IEEE has many arms. We need to make sure the chapters of each one of these that are in India are sponsored, make sure that they have their conventions and large meets to get everybody together. The user groups are the best way for the industry to collaborate with each other. When Ajit puts on one of the Semicon shows in either in California or in Tokyo, you walk in, you see the number of exhibits and vendors coming together, conversations go on, young people get energized, older folks know what it is that is happening in other places. We put things together to create products. So the 4 pillars of connected universities, conferences, sponsored industry research, and user groups and associations, they form the pillars on which we build the semiconductor technology development and intellectual property creation ecosystem. So I want to conclude with saying, for us to be able to do this, I know every one of those is already happening. We need to supercharge them. We need to accelerate them. A technology center in India that can make sure that the government is setting up the funding for the universities and setting the guidelines and of vision and strategy, as today the Prime Minister set up. The Honorable Minister is setting up, making sure that this vision is transmitted everywhere. India is doing it very well. We need to take it to the next step. We need to make sure then there is incubation support for startups. Startup India is an extraordinarily effective organization. We need to make sure the focus goes back on semiconductors. Semiconductor are a unique set of startups that require a large patient funding for this to be supported. Technical exchange programs, and I talked about this in various lengths. We need to make sure that technology exchange by the free movement of ideas between people is where intellectual property gets created. And university research centers are the fundamental building block on which the rest of the ecosystem is built. Not just the IITs, not just the NITs, every other university, all the way from the south to the north to the east to the west, we need to have places where equipment exists, testing exists, whether it is a power electronics, whether it is a logic, whether it is memory, whether it is automotive electronics, places where things can be processed and tested together. we at Western Digital have been at the forefront of this, have been big supporters of every one of these efforts. I want to make sure we continue to do it, and we want to make sure that the Indian semiconductor ecosystem is as shiny as our space success that we have seen before. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sivaram. Your willingness to share your rich experience with us, we appreciate it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now break for the lunch. We request the esteemed dignitaries to join us for lunch at food court on first floor, and the rest of the guests are welcome to join on the ground floor, exhibition hall number 1. Please do not be late. We request you to join by 50 minutes or 1 hour from now. That is 1:24. So we expect you to see over here by 2:15. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We again welcome you on this August occasion, after the inaugural session, after the speeches of the esteemed speakers. We are here for more knowledge gaining. I request those who are sitting at the back, kindly come in the front rows and kindly also take up your seats, please. We request you to put your mobile phones on silent mode or vibrating mode. We have two esteemed speakers who are going to join us over here, and then we will have a session on compound semiconductor. We await the arrival of our first speaker, Mr. Mark Papermaster. He'll be over here in just a few minutes from now. Thank you. Hello, hello. Humble request to those who are sitting at the back to kindly occupy the front rows. Ladies and gentlemen who are sitting at the back, I request you humbly to come forward and occupy the seats. Thank you. Those who have joined us right away, we request you to kindly put your mobile phones on silent mode or the vibrating mode. We shall begin the session with the speaker in a very short while from now. Thank you. Good afternoon once again. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly take up your seats, please. We shall begin with the esteemed speaker, Shri Mark Papermaster, CTO MD, to talk about AI, inflection point, and massive opportunity for India. Mr. Papermaster is responsible for AMD's technical direction and product development and advanced research. With more than 40 years of engineering experience, including significant leadership roles managing the development of a wide range of products, from microprocessors to mobile devices and high-performance servers. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Mark Papermaster for his august presentation over here. It is indeed a pleasure to hear him twice today. Thank you. Thank you. You will require this.
That's all right. I'll use my notes here. Yeah, if you have.
The speaker note first, please. Video console. In his presentation, there is a speaker's note. Can we have that, please?
And this is the advance. Great. All right. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, and it is indeed a great honor to be able to have the opportunity to speak twice in front of this esteemed audience. It is, for me, a chance to see colleagues that have come together across the semiconductor industry, a number of which I've not been able to see in person in years. So absolutely a pleasure to well, let's start with the bang, and it'll only go up from here. How's that? Okay, well, the slides will come up in just a moment, but let me start with just a comment about the title of my speech when I talk about this inflection point that we're in. I have the fortune of being in this industry over 40 years. And so when I think about where this industry has been, we've been through really, great changes over that time. And, I've had the chance to really start in the mainframe era. I remember, or at the earliest point in my career, the PC had just came out. And computing went through so many changes. And it's helped our lives become so much more productive over time. But now, when you look at AI, it's truly an incredible inflection point that we face. And what I want to do is take a few moments. We'll look at those trends, some of the context as to why we're at this point of inflection and what it means. What does it mean for our industry, and what does it mean for India? So, first you can look at the role that AI is playing and, really how it affects really all of our work as well as our home lives. Because some people have told me when this started, it's a fad. But AI started, of course, many, many years ago. Perceptron machines were started in the 1950s. It was just 10 years ago that we started really seeing natural language processing start to have high accuracy over 90%. So we really started seeing those changes. But look in the last 8 and 9 months, as we've now seen generative AI, where it's not only doing predictive elements and helping us do more recognition type of techniques and speed what otherwise might be more mundane tasks, but it's really able to take use of the massive data that we have and allow us to query large language models that have accumulated that knowledge and really help us to solve problems and to create knowledgeable answers to knowledgeable questions. That's the prompt that you give to any type of generative AI process. And so it's really truly not a fad, and it's going to be more impactful probably than any of us have imagined. And we truly are at the very beginning. And India is at the center of this. Ernst & Young just did a recent study, and they looked at the path that India is on to have a $5 trillion GDP by 2027. And they did a correlation and found that there's a very high correlation to the role that AI will play in India achieving that GDP growth. And you see the investments going on in India in AI. Actually, several areas of hotspot, including Bangalore, are rated as a top 5 hotspot for AI engineers, technology talent, as well as research and development. So tremendous focus and opportunity of AI. And when you think about the impact it's having on semiconductors, the reason that we're all here today, what you see is that it's going to drive simply what I call an insatiable demand for more computing, because we've already been nonlinear. This is a log scale on the vertical axis. So you can see that we've already been on really a nonlinear demand for more and more compute. We've been using traditional CPUs, we've been using GPUs, but when you look at what AI requires to actually handle these large language models with the mass accumulation of data, you need CPUs and GPUs working closely together. You need CPU, GPU with other specialized accelerators working together, and you need a finely tuned software stack to harmonize and to work with the applications. So it's absolutely finding that that new computing approaches are required going forward. And it's a must because Moore's Law is slowing. Moore's Law has been the exponential pace that we've been driving the semiconductor advances forward. But what you see is since 5 nanometer, there's been a slowing, both on the density that we're able to achieve in terms of generational improvement, as well as the energy efficiency gains that we get each generation. What does that mean? More innovation required, new approaches. And so, you know, if we don't do a new and innovative approach, what we'll find is that we're capped. You know, energy is required to do computing. And computing will be capped without new approaches for energy management. You look at this graph showing these large language models, and you look at the hundreds of millions of parameters that we have in a GPT-3 model, and you look at the trajectory that it's on, it's heading towards a pace of being a trillion parameter model. And so we'll need innovation, of course, on new types of models that for some tasks that do not require that size, but the largest tasks will continue to require the largest of basically supercomputers. So that's the kind of class of computing we need. And the innovations that we do are going to require a new approach that we call at AMD holistic design. None of us can be in our silo. We can't think about the problem just from the aspect of our expertise, because if we do that, we cannot combat that slowing of Moore's Law. We must stay on that pace of innovation, that pace of nonlinear computing capabilities going forward. And so what you have to think about, even if you're a silicon technology and process development, you have to understand what are the devices that are going to be built on that silicon and how do we optimize. If you're a designer of the circuitry, you need to understand the algorithms and the needs that they have and how do we optimize, and so on through the whole stack, all the way through you know, the memory, the storage, the specialized accelerators, and all the way up through the software and application stack. This is the virtuous circle that we need to come together to be able to combat Moore's Law going forward and keep us on this exponential pace. And how you put these solutions together will require more advanced packaging techniques. And so in this graph I show you here, you can see that what we've done at AMD is we adopted years ago a modular design approach, and it allowed us to lead the industry in using chiplet designs, breaking apart rather than having to manufacture a very large monolithic chip, very hard to yield such large devices. We've been for years now partitioning our designs into chiplets, and it's allowed us to build in accelerators very seamlessly connected with traditional computing elements. When you look at one of the best examples of that is our new data center GPU, the MI300, the Instinct 300, which will be standing up in a supercomputer later this year, 2023, and out for broad production in the industry next year. And what you'll see about this is, given the modularity, we're targeting both HPC, high-performance computing applications like you see in the big supercomputers, but also an optimized design for generative AI. In both of those configurations, we're leveraging leading-edge 5 nanometer technology and 3D stacking. And when you leverage this approach, again, it's holistic design at its best. So it's design at each of those computing elements. It's packaging technology that puts it together in a very close proximity, lowering the power to achieve such computation. And it also is using new math formats. You have to understand the algorithms that are being used. And the HPC and MI algorithms needed new math formats and approximations. So thinking about the algorithms, those have been added to the design. The software stack has been optimized, and including coding a very easy path to be able to migrate designs that might be in CUDA over to the MI300. And if you just look at this animation, what you see is how we leverage that modularity that we've been working on for a decade at AMD. And you can actually take out the GPU, the CPU chips that are on there, replace it, and have a complete GPU-based design. Why is that important? Well, integrating the CPU and GPU is optimized for HPC applications, and with the modularity, we can create a dedicated GPU that optimizes for AI applications. So again, it's holistic design to allow to tackle some of the most difficult problems and to keep us on a compute acceleration pace of a traditional Moore's law. So my next, just to conclude, I want to highlight, again, the criticality of the role of designing in India. It's part of the overall, really, Make in India initiative here in the country. And, you know, we have been so proud to have been growing our workforce here over the last 22 years. 6,500 employees today, 3,000 service providers on top of that, and then the announcement that we have made in terms of growing from that base that we have today across 5 cities, 10 actual sites across 5 cities, and announcing that we are investing $400 million in India for design in India over the next 5 years. This commitment will take shape in several ways. First, expanding our workforce. Over 3,000 employees will be added in the next 5 years, between now and the end of 2028. We announced a new 500,000 square foot office in Bangalore, which will be the world's, AMD's largest design center in the world. And that real estate spend will largely be in the next 2 years, and we will probably have about 1,000 employees in this new facility in Q4 of this year. So it's going to be a beautiful facility, state-of-the-art. It will have collaboration centers and allow innovation to proceed at an even faster pace than we have been able to do, and allow us to expand our workforce in terms of even further contributions to the AMD product portfolio. What I'll tell you today is, you know, our portfolio that spans across PCs, both mobile and desktop, our gaming graphics that we have with Radeon, our adaptive compute, and this comes from the Xilinx family that's joined, as well as the networking capabilities that came in from the Pensando acquisition, allow us tremendous flexibility to bring solutions together for our customers. Our EPYC server line, and as I just mentioned with the MI300 example, our AMD Instinct accelerators. So it's a very broad product line, and with this investment, we're going to grow our design in India content, where we already are touching across our entire portfolio. But with this investment, we will be able to accelerate our investments, accelerate using AI in our design approaches, and providing the engines for AI for the industry, and to bring competition where it's been lacking today in terms of GPU compute in the data center. So very, very excited to add this investment to our portfolio and grow our design in India capabilities. So what I want to conclude on is we all are facing an incredible opportunity with the kind of change that happens in this industry about every 30 years. This opportunity is here now. And at AMD, we're going to take advantage of this opportunity as we grow our portfolio, add AI acceleration in every facet of our portfolio, and we're going to do it using a holistic design approach. And using that holistic design approach needs top talent. And that's what we've invested in India. We have created India to be a leading innovation hub. We design our approaches with open solutions, and we all know that India has been a strong supporter of open source on software and open standards and solution. And we at AMD thrive on collaboration. And so we are looking forward to continuing to grow our collaboration with industry as we create ecosystems of standards, with academia, whereas we're growing our partnerships with the universities, and with government deep collaboration. And we're thrilled to have our country leader, Jaya Jagadish, as a leader in workforce development here in India. With that, I conclude by telling you that you've never had a better time in your career to influence where technology is going. And in India, there's never been a better time given the incredible focus and support of the government and Design and Make in India initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Papermaster, for enlightening us with your experience, which started with a bang. Now, please help me welcome Dr. S.Y. Chiang, Chief Strategy Officer, Foxconn, to be called upon to share his views on this important occasion. Dr. Chiang Shang-yi is a distinguished semiconductor veteran renowned for his expertise in the industry. With a successful track record and extensive experience, he has been appointed as Foxconn's esteemed Semiconductor Strategy Officer. Can we have a big round of applause for Dr. S.Y. Chiang? Thank you. The presentation slide changes. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, my dear friends. For the behalf of Foxconn, it's my honor to be here to have the opportunity to share with you my view on the challenges and opportunities actually in the semiconductor area in post-Moore's Law era. Working. Oh, okay. The table of content, first I will start with, there are a couple of significant changes in this industry. Environment is changing, and it's pretty big change. Then the concept of integrated chips, my previous speaker, Mr. Papermaster, already paved the road. I'm talking about chiplet. He already mentioned that and gives a conclusion. The environment changing, we all heard about Moore's Law. Even this morning, a Prime Minister already also mentioned about Moore's Law. It's a scaling of silicon IC technology. And Moore's Law has been the main driving force for the electronic industry for the last 40, 50 years. Every 2 years, a new generation come out from the scaling. The speed supposed to go up, power goes down. Most importantly, the cost also goes down. That really helped to field is very fast growing in the electronics industry. Now Moore's law is approaching the physical limit, so it's a big, big impact to this industry. What it means, I just give a very few examples. It's now you all heard about 3 nanometer, 2 nanometer technology. And the 2 nanometer means 4 atomic layers. So we are talking about 4 atomic layers. It's really, really difficult to go further down. If you miss 1 atomic layer, then you're way off. The system design during this, in the last 30, 40 years, because of really the electronics industry depends very much on Moore's law. So for example, your iPhone, the design from one generation to the next generation mostly come from the new IC. So the system design and the package technology, relatively speaking, had little change. So after so many years, if you look at that, they start to become a bottleneck. For example, the system design, today's application, system design has been the same with no change for many decades. And it's a logic-centric. Now there are many applications really need a memory-centric, and it's not there. The same time, the package technology this industry has been spending most of the R&D in reducing the cost. The performance-wise didn't change too much. Now we look at further, it become a bottleneck. We're talking about you heard of with 4 nanometer, 3 nanometer technology. The cost to use this technology are very, very high. They're very expensive. The design cost for a person to design a 4 nanometer chip, typically like $2-3 billion. Therefore, you need to save about $10 billion to recover your R&D cost. And you see how many chips can sell for $10 billion. It's very limited. And we going forward, the market, we all heard about AIoT, IoT, and this is a very, very diversified market. It's difficult to find one particular chip you can sell for $10 billion. So most of the product, they cannot afford use the most advanced technology. So the two biggest change, I like to emphasize the two major change in this area I like to talk about it. One is Moore's law is near its limit. Second is the application, the market needs changed. Used to be like the smartphone, very much all the different brand of smartphone use pretty much the same chip. But now the AIoT and IoT product, you have thousands of products, and they need different IC chips. So it's very, very diversified. So the current ecosystem can no longer support very effectively these two major changes. And I'm going to share with you the way we look at what may be the solution. So again, I go back to share with you more detail. In the 1980s, the semiconductor always is a major driving force for the semiconductor technology. In 1980s, for example, there's a mainframe computer, and then followed by desktop, PC, and cell phone, and smartphone. And all these has one common characteristic, is that they all very much the same design, same structure. Now we're talking about in the 2020s, we're talking about is the AIoT and IoT. They have many, many different products. They require different chips. So we need something very flexible, allow you to, you cannot have the user, like I just said, spend $2 billion design, uses 4 nanometer technology, because you do not have that big market for a single product. In 2009, I used to work for a company called TSMC in Taiwan. One of the major R&D partner is working on graphics. Actually, if I remember correctly, the previous speaker, Mr. Papermaster, was one of my major partners I work with. The many things I talk about today, actually, I knew many things from him at that time. If you look at the upper left corner, that is a picture of the PC board for the personal computer. You can see in the middle that is a graphic card. It has one GPU drive 8 DRAMs. This was talking about in 2009. That's about a 65 nanometer technology. One GPU drive 8 DRAM. And I had somebody do the simulation in this particular module because GPU, you need a lot of shared data. You send the data from GPU to DRAM and send it back. In this particular module, the delay is responsible for the data going back and forth between GPU and memory. Eats up about 40% of the delay and 60% of the power consumption. And we began to realize this package is really a bottleneck. If I look at why it is that way, because on the PC, the package technology, the PC board, the technology did not change too much from year to year. And the metal pitch is about 100 micron on PC board. Because such a wide metal, when you have to have many lines from GPU to DRAM, so they have to be very, very far apart. If they are far apart, also you very wide metal, so your RC delay become very significant. And we realize with silicon IC technology, we can make metal pitch 1,000 times smaller than that. On the PC board is 100 micron. We can easily make 100 nanometer on silicon wafer. Then what if I use silicon wafer to replace the PC board or the substrate? Then I can put the GPU and the DRAM very, very close to each other. Then the performance will be very similar to like they are on same IC. We can recover most part of that 40% delay and 60% of power consumption. So we began to develop that. And that's today, the code name for that is CoWoS from TSMC. And almost all the graphic module, AI module are using this advanced package technology. So that is the main purpose the motivation for us to do that was trying to make the graphic card perform faster with less power. But after we did that, we began to, we observed another thing which we didn't think of before, was in the past, it's a golden rule you're working on the IC is you can combine 2 chips into one, you can combine 3 into 2 into 1. That's always correct. But not after we have developed this advanced package technology, we realize in many cases, if we take 1 chip into 2 or into 3, then connecting them together with advanced package technology, their performance very much like a single chip. But we can take advantage, and this become, for example, I give one example is for the modem chip for the smartphone, about half are digital and half are analog. When designers try to migrate it from one generation to the next, for example, from 40 nanometer to 7 nanometer, the digital part is very nice, but the analog part is very painful. Number one, analog you cannot shrink, so you do not have the advantage of shrinking. Number two, when you shrink the power supply voltage, it makes analog design very difficult. So what if we break the analog and digital into two chips, and the analog part do not migrate, stay on the same generation, we only migrate the digital part. In that case, the design time can be cut into 1/2. And also the yield will be much better because your chip is only 1/2 of the size. And the analogs stay in the previous generation, they're much better off because you have a higher power supply voltage. And from that, we began to develop the concept of today we call chiplet. We began to say, how about we break up? It's like a module approach, like a Lego. You can break one chip into some chiplets, and you hook them together with an advanced package platform. That actually may work better. We take the IoT product as one example. There are so many different IoT applications in personal device for the smart home, smart city, and automotive industry. They all have something in common. You have either MCU or CPU, and you have A to D, D to A, your sensors, power supply management, memories, and the communication, either Wi-Fi or Bluetooth or whatever. The difference is for different products, the requirement for each one of these components are very different. For example, if you for the automotive application, for the computer driving, you need a very, very high speed CPU. And for many of the personal device, you only need a very simple MCU. Just basically, you take the data, send it to the cloud, and bring it back. What if we try to have, for example, the very left-hand side, for the operation CPU or GPU, we have 5 different options. For the memory, we have 4 different options, so on and so forth. Then for each product, we look at the need, then we pick up the different version. Then we put them together on an advanced package platform. And this is the concept of the chiplet concept starting from here. For doing that, then we put together A2, B1 on this advanced package platform. So we call that the integrated chips. When we talk about integrated circuit, you put a different transistors, resistors on the same chip. That's integrated circuit. In this case, we integrate different chips on one piece of substrate. So we call it integrated chips or integrated chiplets. So again, I repeat what some of them I already just said. The concept of integrated chips or chiplet is after Moore's law getting close to its physical limit, we try to begin it how to improve further. We should look at from a system overview. Then we look at from a system design, including hardware and the software. In the past, like in the smartphone and PC, it's very much, you only need one system design. This system is very much the same, and both hardware and the software. Now going forward, we have thousands of different products. So the demand for the system design in both hardware and the software is tremendous. And we should begin to look at that for the optimum solution. And each chiplet can be, another thing is those chiplets, they can be from different generations. For example, for the GPU, we can probably use 10 nanometer or 5 nanometer. And for the power supply, for the power management, we can use 0.18 micron. And some of the optical parts for the photonics, we can even put the 3-5 compound together. And we can, all those chiplets can be from different generation or even different material. Then we integrate them together on the same advanced package platform. Then give us the optimal solution from both performance and a cost point of view. So we think this is the integrated chips approach will be one of the major trends going forward in the post-Moore's Law era. Again, I emphasize some of the particular advantage for the integrated chips or chiplets. The advanced package technology can enhance the performance. For example, I just mentioned about this graphic module. That's one good example. And AI also belongs to this category. This module approach gives us a very good flexibility. We can pull this together. We can make, for example, if a company want to make an IoT product, we use a concept I just mentioned previously. We can put together, if this company wants to design their own SoC, it will take them about 1 year to design the chips, and then 6 months to go to tape out at TSMC, and another 6 months to debug and make the software, all these things. But with this concept, this whole thing can be put together in 6 months instead of 2 years. Because if you assemble this chiplet with an advanced package platform, the cycle time is very short. So this is one of the major advantages, give you a lot of benefit in time to market for these products. Also allow you for the heterogeneous integration of different material, different generation technology for best performance and cost. So this concludes my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chiang, for sharing your meaningful perspective with us. We now take the event forward with our next session, which is on compound semiconductors. Arising from the fusion of elements, compound semiconductors are opening the gateway of new possibilities. Outperforming the capabilities of conventional semiconductors, the unique properties of the compound semiconductors make them an indispensable part of modern life, including their role in high-speed and power electronics, EVs, telecommunications, smartphones, photovoltaics, and space technology. We now invite the domain experts in this technology for a panel discussion on the advantage India in compound semiconductor to understand what India has got to offer for manufacturing of compound semiconductors. Exit. Foremost, would like to invite our moderator of this session, Dr. Manish Kumar Huda from Semiconductor Laboratory, or as we all very well know it as SCL. Welcome, sir. We also welcome on stage our esteemed panelists, Shri Sharma, ST Microelectronics. Welcome, sir. Dr. Yi Shi Chang, Technology Ambassador, ICEA. Welcome, sir. Shri Rohit Girdhar, Infineon Technologies. We welcome you, sir. Shri Sriram Ramakrishnan, Reliance Industry Limited. We welcome you, sir. And last but not the least, Shri Darshan Hiranandani, Hiranandani Group. We welcome you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce to Dr. Manish Kumar Huda, Head Technology Development Division, SCL. Dr. Huda has been engaged in process development and integration services for MEMS devices. He is responsible for establishing state-of-the-art compound semiconductor manufacturing facility at SCL. Dr. Huda is a member of several Government of India committees working on setting up advanced mode semiconductor facility in India. Can we have a big round of applause for the moderator and all the panelists sitting on the dais, please? Thank you. And may I now request Dr. Huda to kindly steer us through the imperative discussions during this session. Over to you, sir.
Jai Hind, everybody, and good afternoon. I think we are still alive after lunch, and for this wonderful session, as stage already set by our narrator, and I would like to say here particularly, respected distinguished guest, eminent panelist, colleagues from semiconductor fraternity, and my friends, I welcome you all on this vibrant topic, which has been decided as Advantage India for Compound Semiconductors. Particularly, compound semiconductor used to be considered as a similar process as good as silicon, and considered to be less complex as compared to the silicon. But it is true in terms of number of layers if you talked about, seeing the complexity of the silicon CMOS technology, as told by the previous speakers. But of course, there are many challenges in compound semiconductor technology itself, particularly when we call that wide bandgap semiconductors. And around the globe, many kind of a product are being used. And as in the morning, in the discussion has been told that India will be touching in the semiconductor technology of a business of around $110 billion. Out of that, 13% would be the share from the compound semiconductor itself. And if that is so, then we cannot leave this stone unturned to touch the compound semiconductor technology and to see what are the opportunities, what are the advantages in setting up the compound semiconductor technology in India. As we all know, sir, transistor has celebrated its diamond jubilee, 75 years of completion since its invention. So has India, 75 years, and we are in Amrit Kal. And government already has laid down the red carpet for the investment in the semiconductor technology domains. And they are open every channel to establish a right conducive ecosystem, sir, within India, so that we can ask the people to come and invest for the same, to fulfill the requirement. So to start with, I would like to introduce with my panelists here today, starting with Shri Sharma, who is a Vice Managing Director of ST Microelectronics and responsible for India overall operations and driving strategic initiatives in the country. He also has an additional responsibility of Group HR, APEC, and China region. Everybody knows ST is one of the growing microelectronics manufacturing as well as design house, who's having a total revenue of $16.2 billion in 2022, serving globally across the various domains of the electronics sector, but they're also having a tagline, reducing the carbon footprint, and they are targeting it to reduce it by 2027. Vivek has been with the ST Microelectronics over 30 plus years and has served in the diverse functions and leadership and at various positions in ST Microelectronics. And he has been instrumental in setting up various design centers in India. Of course, he is also associated with various electronic memberships around the globe. I feel delighted to introduce him in the Semicon for this panel discussion, sir. Welcome, sir. Next speaker is Dr. Chang Yi Shai. He need not to have any introduction. Sir, you are a pioneer in the technology. He is a real educationist in the field of semiconductor technology, spent over 30 plus years in the education and research. He started his career and he has a 200 of patent under his belt. Because of his long career in the education, Taiwanese government has given him an award for education by Education Ministry. Dr. Chang has a illustrious careers in particularly government organizations also. He is a minister of Congress and he holds the position in the European committees also. National Federation Industry Membership and Technology Ambassador for the Indian Cellular Electronics Association. Dr. Chang's acumen extended beyond the academia, having founded more than 10 high-tech companies, and that have achieved listing status. Apart from this, he has been a visiting professor at UCLA and University of Illinois. He has been instrumental in shaping the Taiwan economic and technological landscape, promoting to the next level. And he, not only in this field, he is the person who is responsible for setting up world first 6-inch compound semiconductor facility in Taiwan. Sir, congratulations. And we are honored to have you here, sir. Apart from that, he has also established a 4-inch compound semiconductor facility in Taiwan. Then he also have a experience in the field of equipment manufacturing. You name what process, what equipment. He has a hold and in the advisory board of various equipment manufacturing companies like Applied Material and so on. Currently, Dr. Chang is an executive director of Taiwan Vajai Health Management International Holding, partner at Imperial Industries and General Advisory of Taiwan, Optoelectronics Technology, and Industry Development Association, among other roles. His work continued till date to propel advancement in the science and technology for economic policies. I cordially invite you, sir, for this panel discussion. Thank you to be here, sir. Mr. Rohit Giridhar is from Infineon. He is a vice president and senior director at Infineon Technology. Under his leadership, Infineon works on various strategic assignments for Asia-Pacific regions since April 2017. He is also a board of member of Infineon Technology India Private Limited. He started his professional career in 1998 at Teradyne Inclusive, California as a project manager. Later, he moves to GE. Mr. Rohit holds a bachelor degree in the engineering from BITS and holds a master's degree from Stanford University, as well as a MBA from INSEAD. He has been motivating force behind making Infineon Technology a global semiconductor leader and innovator in the emerging field of semiconductor device used for power system and Internet of Things. I sincerely welcome Rohit for this panel discussion. And I know Infineon is the only company who is working in silicon domain, gallium nitride domain, and silicon carbide domain, and covering all the aspects of power sector. So we need a lot of from you, sir. Mr. Sriram Ramakrishnan, CEO of Business Head Reliance Power Electronics Limited. You are a builder, sir, You are a businessman, you are a leader, you are a team builder. Years have a experience of proven business development by M&A and organically by innovating across the power electronics value chain, including R&D, manufacturing, marketing, sale, and services. Built the largest Indian UPS company, Consol Neowatt, before acquisition of Fusey Electronics in 2019, the largest power company MNCs in Japan. Now, heading as Reliance Power Electronics Limited on the mission to build a world-class team and business in the field of power conversion and energy storage system to accelerate energy transition in India and globally. It is a wonderful to have you here, sir, for this panel discussion. And of course, you are not out of the box. We need a lot from you because you are an investor. Darshan Hiranandani, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer. Sir, Darshan Hiranandani and leads the two verticals of Hiranandani groups. One is H Energy vertical and another is Yota. Yota is working as a data center company. He holds a master degree from RIT USA and he is a member of advisory board in RIT USA as well as RIT Dubai since its inceptions. He is also having a membership in the Charitable Institute who is running the colleges in India and having almost 30,000 students in the Mumbai city for the same. Under his leadership, H Energy has ventured into LNG regasification, terminal and neutral gas pipeline project in India and supplies natural gas to customers in India as well as in Asia. Darshan started his professional career pioneering the development of 23 Marina in 90-story, 400-meter residential complex in Dubai. And now he is interested in scaling down meter into micrometer. With this, we will start this discussion, sir. Now, house is open, sir, to have a global perspective on the semiconductor technology. We'd like to hear in 5 minutes for each one of you, put your idea. I start with Darshan Hiranandani, sir, to put your perspective straight away that what is your vision and how you would like to go from meter to micrometer. Thank you, sir.
Hello? Hello, yeah. Huda Saab, thank you for that wonderful introduction, and it's absolute pleasure to be here. And that's a very good description to go from meters to micrometers. My father likes to think in square meters, though. But this is a great beginning. We ventured into, as we moved from a real estate company to infrastructure, then we got into high-tech infrastructure with data centers, and I'm proud to say, in a short time now, we will be, probably by the end of this year, the largest data center player in India. And we've gone from strength to strength in that space, and as we started working in more and more technical things, we've started moving forward where by October, we will be launching, which hopefully will be a completely indigenously developed public cloud platform. I was also proud when I ran into the AMD folk yesterday and they said, oh, you're with Yota, you guys buy a lot of our AMD servers. I said, that's not a bad beginning to make. But the journey that we're talking about right now is a little different. Having space and having data centers and getting into semiconductors is a very different ballgame. And when we started, hearing about India's semiconductor mission, started hearing about chip shortages across the board, we started scratching our heads and saying, what is exactly happening here? What's the need? What's the gap? What does it take to get into this industry and build it and actually make things happen? And I must tell you, the first beginning happened with my interactions with ISM, where they said, listen, why don't bright groups like yours, you people spend some time and your country's calling, come and deliver. And at first I was a little reluctant, but as we got into a little more detail, we realized some magical numbers. The first part is India is moving and becoming a massive consumer of devices, of technology. And I decided to focus on the niche of power semiconductors. And I said, okay, what's the best generation of technology out there? And we also realized that GaN and silicon carbide are the technologies here to stay. And we said, okay, what does it take to make semiconductors? And I know less than each and every one of you here. So everybody here knows more than me. So, but this is much more of a layman's opinion. And I said, what does it take to make this happen? And I went and visited 12 fabs around the world, visited 30 ATMP companies, had probably 200 interactions with various players. And then we suddenly realized that on a global scale, the only thing missing in India is mindset. There is no other problem that's missing in the country. So the first thing, and the Prime Minister captured it absolutely correctly. Previously, people said, why India? Now the question is, why not India? But I will try and drill that into just a little more detail. So the first interactions I had with people, and they said, it can't be done in India. So I said, show me what you can't do in India. I want to physically go and see it. And I suddenly realized that semiconductor business was broken up into three parts: logic, memory, and power. And I said, okay, logic needs 60 masking processes, memory needs several layers of density, but I think compound power, where we can save a lot of energy and create energy efficiency into the country. And we have found that cars, washing machines, dryers, TVs, mobile phones, all of that is now being assembled and put together in India. There's a role to play out here. And I said, okay, maybe that's the right space to start off. And for people who come from a very high-tech background, 60 steps seem easy. For people who come from an infrastructure background, doing anything in India seems easy. So, we are looking at it from different sides of the spectrum. But we progressed that forward, and we suddenly realized that India has a lot of strengths. Energy, India has great strength. So when you compare to energy costs in Japan and Taiwan, where a lot of these semiconductors are being made, the fabs I visited are spending 27 to 42% of their costs on energy today. I'm talking about running costs, I'm not talking about research. And we think we could bring that down in India by 66%. So they're spending 25 cents per kilowatt hour. We think we can bring that down to 8. People and talent, we think that's again a mindset issue and an effort issue. So from our perspective, we've already made an application with the government. We've tied up with the setup from the US. We've tied up with a partner in Japan to actually be an entire IDM, to focus on getting right from a compound semiconductor fab to an ATMP unit and actually make a final chip. Hopefully in the next month or so, we'll complete our formalities with the government. But we're very excited about this space because, like I said, we think that India can be and will be, while today we don't do innovation yet in a large enough scale in India, but certainly taking innovative technologies and implementing them with high precision in India, that's certainly something that can happen quickly. Thanks.
Yeah, so Darshan, I think this was really inspiring to know that, you're venturing and going to create the infrastructure. And I'm with you. I think, we have all the right ingredients to play in this space. So, but let me talk about the compound semiconductors from a power electronics perspective. So today, when you look at how electricity flows and reaches an end application, it is estimated that 70% of all electricity flows through some power electronic device. But with the increasing electrification, when you look at electrons flowing from the source of generation, which could be a renewable source like solar or wind, and then it flows, for example, into an EV charger and ultimately charges the battery in a car, and that electron then flows through a motor controller or inverter to actually drive the wheels of the car. So the same electron now travels through 300% of power electronics, 3 times. And this is the case if you look at for any application today, with increasing electrification. So when the electron flows through so much power electronics, obviously things like efficiency becomes very important. And that is where, looking at compound semiconductors, whether silicon carbide for high voltage devices or gallium nitride for the lower voltage devices, low power applications, makes a lot of sense. And as a power electronic engineer, started my career in R&D, we know that any power electronics design starts with, what is the capability of the device, the power semiconductor device. And with compound semiconductors, you have a lot of advantages, whether it is ability to have higher switching frequency, whether to handle more thermals, and with a higher switching frequency, you can reduce your passive devices like inductors, capacitors, so the power electronic circuit can be smaller, it can be more energy efficient, the thermal management becomes easier with higher efficiency. So definitely, when I look at the future, compound semiconductors is going to play a big role. And, already like I told you, power electronics, it's the golden age of power electronics, with the demand for power electronics going to skyrocket. And like we heard in the morning session, with India already the 5th largest economy and striving to be the 3rd largest, and with a commitment from the Prime Minister of over 500 gigawatts of renewable energy, I think India is going to be a great market, for power electronics and compound semiconductors for power electronics.
Okay, so both of what you guys said is music to our ears at Infineon. So maybe a quick introduction to Infineon, because Manish, you didn't cover that. So Infineon is roughly a 14 billion euro company, 55,000 employees. We have about, I would say, half of our revenue comes from power semiconductors, not all. And out of the power semiconductor revenue, an increasing part is coming from wide bandgap semiconductors. So why is all this happening? So, I mean, both of you articulated some of the trends which are actually driving this. So what we see is, for example, electric vehicles taking off in a big way, right? And increasingly, range anxiety and things like this matter for adoption of electric vehicles. And where compound semiconductors help is they are more efficient. You can run them at higher temperatures. You can design more efficient inverters. You can have a combination of inverters for front and rear wheel and so on. So, so that's one application. But then on the, and this is a mobility application. But then on the industrial side, for solar, for energy storage, for some other applications as well, this is where, things like silicon carbide are now making their way in. Again, efficiency, the ability to do one-stage conversion instead of 2 stages, as you would do with traditional silicon, this is what makes it interesting. And then you also mentioned gallium nitride. So gallium nitride is, I would say, kind of the next thing after silicon carbide. And we already see it. I think many of you are already using these very efficient chargers. Nobody carries around those big laptop chargers anymore. Those 65-watt chargers or 120-watt chargers, which usually you can do very fast charging through Type-C to Type-C. Those are all, I would say, wide bandgap enabled. And it's increasingly coming into more and more applications. But the switchover is probably towards the end of this decade. Right? So no matter what, I think the next 10 years and beyond are extremely exciting for compound semiconductors. And I think there's also materials beyond that which my esteemed panelist here would be better positioned to comment on. So yeah, I mean, we are very excited by this. And yeah, and happy to now take this forward with specific questions. Thank you.
Compound semiconductor has 2 major directions. One is power, which you go to the through the wire or the cable. The other way is wireless, remote sending from power amplifier from your handset to base station or your handset to satellite. low orbital, Starlink or web, OneWeb. Okay, so that is power stream. That's one part. The other part is information. In reality, the compound semiconductor can be actually using in the 5G, 5.5G, and 6G as a major part to transmit, to add on all the signal, very fast signal, onto this power train and wireless shooting to satellite, whatever the middle LEO, or even the GEO. So from the satellite to the ground station, which 6G, heaven and ground together. Okay. So with this one, how you mixture all this thing with good power added efficient, PAE. If a silicon is only 7 to 9%, PAE means more than 90% energy are wasted when you cannot convert to the EM wave. But using gallium arsenide, aluminum gallium arsenide, gallium nitride, or indium gallium phosphide for the optical fiber communication, they are all major role is their PAE is very high. Like we can go up to 50% to 60%. That means you are 7 times better than the silicon. So pure silicon and compound semiconductor should work together, cooperation, not conflict. So I actually starting from the silicon, and then I joined the UMC 1986, 1987 at that time, before TMC founded. So we actually starting with the foundry model, and we developed the SOP, very strict SOP. So I figured out the compound semiconductor can do the same thing with the real mass production from 1 year, 10,000 pieces for military use, become 1 day, 100,000, which I achieved. I founded the GCS. Now this is a company also called the Global Communication Semiconductor. GCS, red. This logo I drew with the geographic map and put the GCS in center. We actually create a track record of 4-inch wafer fab, become 100,000 per day, later become 1 million. And later I established another company called the GCT. Now become the WIN, W-I-N, which produce roughly 3/4 of power amplifier of each handset. So we already shipped, actually, by this technology, shipped more than 75 billion chips from military use, small part. So the compound semiconductor has a huge advantage and a huge application and a large number to deliver. They have a great thing without too many masks and not ASML, very expensive EUV, okay? DUV, EUV, we use a simple mask. But the physics is different. So power semiconductor, actually compound semiconductor, we actually into communication field, also power electronics, which are very important. I think more and more, especially in India, very hot place. #1 population, nearly 1.5 billion people, very soon, okay? I think that we will use the EV car in the near future. If we can do better infrastructure, when I ask the people, are you going to buy the EV car in India? They said, no. Why? I said, no charging station. So I think the infrastructure, charging station, is our compound semiconductor huge usage. And we will become #1 largest in the world. We should have this mission. Why? Because this charging station, we start from scratch, but we can design, we can directly use megawatt power station. We call the hyper fast charging. Hyper charging station. One charging station, you can simultaneously charge 16 cars. And every 1 second, you charge 1 kilometer. That means if you want to drive 300 kilometers, only 5 minutes. This is our goal. Compound semiconductor, we can reach. Infineon, ST Micro.
Let me ask you a question. What is the size of the cable you would need for such a hypercharger? How big will it be?
Oh, the cable is not thick, still less than 500 amps. But the major key is you increase the voltage of silicon carbide. Silicon carbide can raise from present 1200 volt, 1.2, 1.7 kilovolt, and then 3.3 kilovolt, 6.6 kilovolt, and 10 kilovolt. Silicon carbide, you can reach 20 kilovolt, one device. In that way, in reality, for 1 megawatt, you only need actually 3.3 kilovolt. You multiply 500 amps, you already 1 megawatt, right? So in reality, we should resolve chicken and egg problem. We should have infrastructure first to have chicken, and then then you have a lot of egg. Our EV car is an egg. There's no problem. Indians, I think, eat a lot of chicken. So we actually, advantage of India, because we have no burden, because we are starting from white paper, we have no drag force, we have no burden. So we can plan in more faster way, more efficient way, and more low-cost way to build those 1 megawatt or 1.5 megawatt hyper charging station. With this one, you really can enjoy 1 second, 1 kilometer. Even big car is okay. So we will change. Our EV car will become IT car. Everything IT, right? With the 17 radar, whatever millimeter wave. Millimeter wave is gallium nitride, right? Millimeter wave, LiDAR, everything. 20 radar. One EV car will purchase 2,000 US.
So good afternoon to all of you, and really a pleasure to be together with such eminent panelists, and thank you SemiconIndia for inviting and for your introduction, Manish. To speak about the compound semiconductors, I think we have heard already quite in depth, but let me take a little bit different tour and share with you that how as a company we are leveraging this, and then we will connect it to our Indian situation. So ST, as was mentioned by Manish, we are $16.1 billion. We aim to be $20 billion by 2025 to 2027, depending upon the market conditions. There we have put our company on 3 strategic long-term trends. And if we will see them, we will see that how compound semiconductor is playing a big role there. The first pillar of our strategy is smart mobility. Under smart mobility, we have 3 elements to make, let's say, the vehicles greener, and that's where EV, electric vehicles come into play, safer, and also connected. This is one pillar. But when we are moving, let's say, our vehicles to electric, they will consume electricity. The second pillar of the strategy, though I call it second, but you will see is connected, is power and energy. In power and energy, we are focusing on how to increase the efficiency, and we will see why it is so important to increase the efficiency, and also to tap the renewable energy. So this is the second pillar of our strategy. The third one is related with the IoTs and connectivities. 20 billion IoT devices are there. But once again, even if it is the third pillar, where those IoT devices are consuming the power? From the second pillar. Electric vehicles, again from the second pillar. So the second pillar of power and energy is really the mother. And that's where the whole focus has to be there. And in our company's perspective, as we go further, compound semiconductors, and which mentioned already very clearly, this was known, by the way. Why is such a kind of a big wave about semiconductors? You mentioned 1986, right? The issue with so first, I think the advantage we know is a wider band gap. It can tolerate much more breakdown voltage, higher frequency, 10x smaller size for the same voltage, and so on. So the advantages were well known, but not so easy to manufacture it. right? So we put silicon with carbide or silicon with nitride. But now, great news is that we are moving on that, and this is becoming a reality. That is bringing a lots of opportunity here. Now let's look just on two pillars to see how the dimension is. First, in the automotive, the penetration of electric vehicles were less than 10% in 2020. By 2030, it would be more than 35%. So many electric vehicles would be there. Hence, it is going to put the load in the middle. In the middle, world over, they say that 2020 to 2030, in this decade, there would be 30% more electric power needed world over, which is whoppingly high. As per estimates, it is around 24,000 terawatt hour today. We'll go to 30,000 terawatt hour. And if, there are estimates that 40% of this power is consumed by industry. And if there is just 1% more efficiency in the power industry is using, we will save 15 nuclear power plants. This is the impact of it. That's why, no doubt, that why we are looking for solutions, particularly for compound semiconductors, and it is really coming easy there. So, hence, great opportunity. As ST, we are leveraging it a lot. I believe also Infineon and other companies. And just to share with you that we were doing about $100 billion 4 years back, $1 million. This last year we did 700 million on silicon carbide itself. That is the kind of penetration this particular technology is having. Now let's look at India. Here we are two-wheeler-wise the world's largest market, 20 million plus vehicles we do that. Four-wheelers around 3 million, but it is going to grow. And if we are going to go towards electric, which we have to, we will again put the burden on our electric generation. We are a little bit, let's say, as per the estimates, we were doing around 1,400 terawatt hour, and it will more than double in this decade. By 2030, it would be more than double. So for that purpose, we need to be, and then we are using coal for our generation. So it would be a pity we generate energy by coal, and we do not use it efficiently. So hence, compound semiconductors, silicon carbide, gallium nitride, are really more important, and I would say advantage. We need to convert this particular challenge into the advantage. So we have a challenge. I don't think there is any other way around, but we must convert this towards our advantage. So there I would say one thing, we spoke about ecosystem, which is absolutely correct, that we need to focus on multiple aspects, apart from manufacturing, which is in fact definitively we need to bring, but we need to focus. One piece which we miss, some of you who were there in India in 1980s, we used to do lots of system design for analog TV, but then later on, due to opening of the country and IT happening, we lost a little bit edge. We must revive it very strongly to do system R&D. I am very happy that on right side of the panel, I am sure Rohit will be as well, that let's develop the system more and more, and we are there to support, and that piece if we bring in supply chain and everything will work. Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you, panelists, for such a wonderful introduction and set the stage well in the right poise. Particularly, I would like to ask, because since we know all now application segment is set, market opportunity is there. My key question, what would you suggest to Rohit and Dr. Chang, that which area India need to focus to start with, whether it is GaN or silicon carbide first, or both?
I think we better to put the silicon carbide as a higher priority first, not GaN. Because GaN actually is using silicon base, it's 8-inch wafer fab base. So the investment is much higher. But silicon carbide, technology is very tough, but investment much less. That's very important. First thing, silicon carbide, it's not like a silicon. Silicon is opaque. Silicon carbide is transparent. Transparent one, it's like a glass, like this one. That's first thing. Second thing, we use the 6-inch wafer fab. So your investment, $200 million, compared with other things, $2 billion or $5 billion, okay? with this one, but we will get more because we have a lot of talent. We need to make skilled labor become skilled talent by technology in packaging, the technology to train the more people. The silicon carbide has 7 layers from the growing the crystal, cut, polishing, and this one. And then third layer is how to make substrate. And then is how to make device. That's fourth layer. And fifth layer is how to do the testing. And then sixth layer is how to do the packaging. The packaging also different because you are passing multiple kilowatt. How come you use a needle? It will go spark. You will be shocked. So the testing, and then you need to make a module. That module is not plastic, actually ceramic, because you are going to pass 200 kilowatt or 1/2 megawatt passing through the module. And with this module, we need to put software and talk to the BMS of each car. And then with this one, actually is 8 layers. But we actually can conclude parallelly every factory, but connected to do high value added. Because silicon carbide, I think, is more expensive than gold. One high voltage one chip you can cost $50, and one wafer you can make 800. So it means huge money, right? You hand carry this one is higher price than the gold. Okay, so if we concentrate this multiple layer simultaneous of the whole ecosystem, we will get the quick achievement. And we actually concentrate this one. The performance is very high. And with this one, we are quickly can connect with the supercharging station as well as the EV car use and also many, many power usage, especially also the photovoltaic. You know, the supercharging station, you can connect with the power storage and then with solar. So we do this one. In the future, hypercharging station number will be 100 times more than the petrol charging or diesel charging. One country, they announced 2 EV car, 1 charging station. You know this one, okay? But if we do the hypercharging, 1 hypercharging equivalent 20 of normal one, we will make economic feasible. And with this one, the turnover and the EV car here, I think India will have 100 million EV car, not 10 million. 100 million 4-wheel EV car. You need actually 50 million silicon carbide charger. Another very important final address is the silicon carbide that charging module. When you do the charging station, is consumable. It's not the equipment for 10 years because you have fatigue limited of 10,000 times charging. If your charging station every day charge 50 times, means 200 days. You need to change another board. That means silicon carbide business is huge, become consumable. Thank you.
I think, thank you for that. Maybe to add to that, at least for us, what has maybe some lessons from what we have done in Germany. In Nuremberg, for example, there's a European Center for Power Electronics. And actually at this center, you have systems players, you have semiconductor companies, you have academia. You even have like a PhD day, I think, where PhD students from all over the world actually come and interact with them. So I think you need those kind of watering holes or places for different players to mingle and to discuss new ideas. And this is one example, right, ECPE. But I think they also, for example, institutions have partner programs with countries. So that could be something to look at. Also for those colleagues in the room who are from academic institutions, I think one of the ways to get started would be to do overseas partnerships, I think. That could be one. The second thing is, I think, for students who are looking to do PhDs in this area, right? Yeah, I think there's plenty of opportunities actually, whether it's within India or also overseas. There's a lot of professors and labs who are looking for very bright young talent in this area of wide band gap, right? So there, I think also there's plenty of opportunities for people to pursue a much more advanced technical career. And I think without a sufficient amount of pool which is participative in this kind of an ecosystem, as well as doing advanced degrees, you will not be able to build that base. So I think that, in addition to what he said, I would recommend this as well. Thank you. No, that I won't be able to answer. No, so I'll pass that. Maybe you take that.
Actually, I am professor also. At present, you know, or last many years, many graduate, when you ask in India, after you graduate, which job you are going to take? Most are software engineer. But I think when we do the compound semiconductor, we will change diagram. Because silicon carbide, we will have more job. I just make a simple example. Is a silicon carbide has 7 types defect. One China company, listed company, they only count 1 type, surface type, using KOH to check. But in the middle part, the edge dislocation, screw dislocation, stacking fault, there are 7 different types. All need electron microscope, TEM, cross-sectional, as well as other metrology. Those are our student, our talent, and professor we need to concentrate. They will create a huge number of jobs. What huge number means? More than 100,000. Because this is really high-tech. Why? Because silicon carbide, our processing temperature is 2,500 degrees C. All the silicon quartz, they melt. So you need to special for annealing. And also to observe all this stacking fault, they are nanometer. Actually, 1 nanometer. We have a lot of high tech. So I think we will create a lot of high talent of a professor and a lot of academician. We actually have a huge job to do. We need to examine every wafer because 1 wafer costs $30,000. Why not to check? Okay. And you will get this reason. Even you can form a company to do the defect check, become listed. Thank you.
Yes, and actually it's cross-disciplinary. So, I mean, it's not only that it's an electrical engineering PhD, it's material science, it's physics. There's also elements of artificial intelligence, machine learning. So it's, I think it has a lot of expertise which is required to be developed if you want to build up the talent pool for this. Thank you.
We are running out of time, but just one last question, I would like to go for it. And to all panelists whom I would like to take this, I would like to go straight, because when I'm talking about setting a fab, the 2 aspects come into the picture, return on investment particularly. So the size of volume of the fab, what should be it for the kind of a return or investment which has been done over it over the period of time. Say it's GaN on silicon or a silicon carbide of 6-inch size. Or I would say that substrate size shall also be a bigger to play a role to scale the economy of return on investment. What would be your suggestion, sir?
I have a comment on that. So just looking at it from far, this is, as far as return on investment, subsidies, government support, the most spoiled industry in the world. I've never been in a situation where I have to invest in something and every bit of competitor, you're scratching your head in, if I'm going to spend $100 and the government is going to support me with $50, I'm not worried about actually having the best plant in the world. I'm worried about in the next jurisdiction if somebody is going to support my competitor with $98 of subsidy because the return on investment on the plant has no meaning. that's my outside in view. I'm just trying to put that in very frankly. From what I saw, the whole situation comes back to something very old school. The whole situation is you have to have an extremely good skilled team who can give you a very high yield. You have to focus, just like old school business, on getting innovation, cost saving, getting your brand out there, getting products made, making an ecosystem, and getting a sort of a proper top line in place, which is no different from anything else. So that was just my 2 cents on what the right return of investment should be. It's just very questionable about what the real investment is given the different sorts of subsidies this sector sees around the world. That's my bet.
Yeah, maybe I will approach this a little bit differently. I mean, when I look at, for example, silicon carbide, when you look at the cost of a silicon carbide device, I mean, I would divide it into 3 segments. One is the material, the substrate, and epitaxy. One is the actual foundry, the fab. The other one is the packaging. So when we look at really, how do we deliver the most optimal solution, as a country, we will have to focus on all 3. And this doesn't not mean that it can be only one company which can do it. It would need the collaboration between academia, the government, and the industry. And then all of this does not make any sense. Still, you can convert this into a system, a product, and you have demand. Yes, if you can do this mega EV chargers, that is, you're creating demand. But somebody has to design the system. And so when I look at, how do we create a sustainable business? And Darshan, to your point, I mean, it cannot, yes, today we need that to get the business started. But you need sustainability, for which you need to get the complete ecosystem from demand generation to the system or product development, all the way backward integrated to the material. And I think with silicon carbide, there is that opportunity in India. I think we can look at addressing all those aspects so that we can create a really sustainable and competitive, semiconductor business in India on silicon carbide.
Quick question to you. What are the R&D opportunities in wide bandgap or ultra wide bandgap semiconductors for India, which India need to focus on? Rohit?
For me?
Rohit.
Sorry, what is the question?
What are the R&D opportunities wide bandgap semiconductors India need to focus on? Either it is a wide bandgap or ultra wide bandgap materials.
Yeah, so those I think we can I am happy to discuss offline.
Sure.
Yeah.
So due to the paucity of time, we need to stop it now, this panel discussion. The takeaway message from here, opportunity is there, market is there, and it is going to be growing just like anything. And of course, we need to focus on the all verticals of compound semiconductor areas where we used to call it wide bandgap semiconductor material, either is it GaN technology or silicon carbide technology. Of course, we also need to focus on ultra wide bandgap semiconductor or gallium oxide, as well as, I would say, BN materials also. That would reshape our career in future. And of course, government has put an ecosystem already, and we all are set to go to the next level. Sorry.
No, just one point I wish to emphasize again. There was also a question, silicon carbide and gallium, very well from the manufacturing point of view. But if we look again, and I again emphasize and request that like the panel we are having, which is more a little bit focused on manufacturing, we should also have the panels, such kind of panels on system design for silicon carbide and gallium nitride. Gallium nitride system design we can do even now, right? Because it reduces form factors and all that, because that piece is a very important one. That's why I took the opportunity to emphasize on it, because without that, our ecosystem will not complete. And so the demand side of any project is very important. Where is the demand of my project? Unless that we fix, it would remain very critical. So therefore, my request, appeal would always be, let's not forget system design of these components. Thank you.
Thank you. One or two quick questions if we can take, sir, if time allowed. Okay, so we can take the questions of the Dais. And thank you, panelists, for your enlightenment on the subject. And we are really appreciating your time, sir. Thank you, and Jai Hind, and good evening.
We thank the moderator and all the panelists for... Can we have a group photograph, gentlemen, please? Yes. Can get in the center. We thank all of them for sharing their expertise, giving a new perspective on the compounding opportunities which the compound semiconductors intend to offer. Thank you for that assurance, sir. We appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, sir. We move forward to our next session on display manufacturing, visualizing a novel Indian approach to the world. Government of India is promoting manufacturing of displays within the country to enhance the experience of Indian manufacturing. New technologies are paving way for improved, better, efficient and high-quality displays, be it LCD, TFT or now AMOLED. India is competing with the world to encourage manufacturing of high-resolution displays to transform the curvature of progress. We wish to invite a panel discussion from the industry leaders on dynamics of display manufacturing. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome the moderator of this session, Dr. G. Rajeswaran, Grantwood Technologies. Our esteemed panelists, Dr. Suraj Rangarajan, CTO, AMET. Shri Vijay Chen, CEO, Vedanta Displays Limited. Shri Achintya Bhaumik, President, SID. Shri Ajit Aras, EVP, Sharp. Esteemed guests and students, as our distinguished panelists settle in, I would like to introduce you to Dr. G. Rajeswaran, who demonstrated the world's first AMOLED display on LTPS TFT backplanes while at the Kodak Research Laboratory in New York. In 2014, Dr. Rajeswaran founded the Grantwood Group of companies to develop and commercialize next-generation technologies and engaged in a joint development program with the IIT Madras to demonstrate building block technologies for cost-effective, state-of-the-art, next-generation AMOLED displays. Dr. Rajeswaran, may I request you to lead this interesting panel discussion on the trajectory of display manufacturing in India. Over to you, sir.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. So we're going to do it a little different from the previous panel. Each of us have a bunch of slides to show first, and then we'll get into the discussion, the fireside chat, okay? So first of all, briefly introduce my colleagues here. Since I've been already been introduced, so let me start off introducing in the order in which they're sitting there. Dr. Suraj Rangarajan is the Managing Director and CTO of Applied Materials India. Okay, so he's going to speak on this matter both from business aspects as well as equipment suppliers' point of view in the display industry. Before he does that, I will speak on the industry jargon. What are we talking about in terms of display? Is it semiconductor-like or is it non-semiconductor-like or a combination of both? Just to get the basis set. After that, it'll be, after Suraj, it'll be Mr. Vijay Chen. He's CEO of Vedanta Displays, and he comes with very rich experience in building fabs. Over the last 6 years, he's built handful of Generation 8 fabs in China. So we have a very experienced group here. And next to him sitting there is his interpreter, just in case he doesn't understand my English or his English, okay? But I think he understands fully, but just in case, okay. And then we have Dr. Ajit Aras. Ajit is from Sharp Singapore, where he's the executive VP of the Sharp Singapore Electronics Company, and he leads the device business. So we have people covering all the various value chain components. So we won't be all purely technology focused. We're trying to figure out how to create a display industry in India. And I've been at it here in India for the last 4 or 5 years, getting the background set with the help of many of you who have the same interest. And display technologies fall under the India Semiconductor mission. And so we start with, I'm being helped in the distant, over there in the back by Dr. Kundu from ISM, and he'll be changing the slides for the rest of you. When you want slides change, you wave at Dr. Sudarshan Kundu. So let's get started. We have about 45 minutes, I believe. So we're going to go around in a circle with our slides to show our perspective and our experiences, and then we'll come back to talk about how do you create the dynamics of display manufacturing and the infrastructure in India. Okay. Besides this role, I'm also a professor at IIT Madras, so I hope some of our young people here, we need all of them to get into this kind of business, learn manufacturing, learn technologies, and contribute to the growth of this in India. Because in India, the market has grown substantially. There's a lot of consumers, and this market looks big, and every one of those displays and those display-centric gadgets have to be imported into India right now. So with that, let's start discussing this. Dr. Kundu, can we put my slides up? If he's waving at me, I can't see him, he's too far back. Okay, there it goes. So I already introduced the panelists. So I want to take you through some context setting discussions. So there are 5 visuals or slides. So first one is the growth of the display manufacturing industry. I've been at this for last 30 years, okay? I also do on parallel solar. So I've spent 60 years on these things in the same time frame of solar and displays. But here is a history of how the industry came to be. After the demise of the CRT tubes, and that happened in the, around 2000, it has been the plain sailing and the growth of flat panel displays. So flat panel displays are now called the display as we speak. Each time it grows, and the y-axis scale in this reaches about, it's in billions of dollars. It's about $150 billion in 2020, and that is that's a year of the pandemic and so on, but it still kept growing. Each time the market has grown, it has been driven by some particular killer application. So the birth of the flat panel occurred when IBM and Toshiba brought out the laptop computers, the notebook PC, NBPC, and after that, first generation of growth, and fabs in Japan, they went into monitors, and then fabs started in Korea and Taiwan, and the TV grew. Because the products became larger and larger, and I'll explain to you the economies of scale in display manufacturing, that TV drove the growth of big fabs. The fabs that are so large that it takes 4 kilometers to walk around some of the modern fabs. Okay? So the TV size drove the size. Now what happened at the end of this TV growth period around the mid-2010, 10 years ago, there's been a different growth of small, high-volume products, smartphones. So I want to leave you with the question, and also for the panelists. Okay, notebook PC, monitors, and TV, then, over the last 20 years, has brought it to a $150 billion business. Mobile phones are now reigning supreme. But it wasn't a long time ago. It was only 10 years ago, 2011, that mass production of smartphones began. Okay? So that was 10 years ago. So every 10 years you can see there's a new driver for displays. The Society for Information Display, which kind of coordinates all the display supply chain providers, the display fabs. You'll be hearing from Dr. Achin Baumik, who is the president of SID, I didn't introduce him because he'll do that before his pre-recorded video. So something else is there, and maybe there'll be all of these in much larger numbers, but they're thinking it'll grow double the size in the next 5 to 6 years. I don't see how it is, but maybe one of our business colleagues here can project some potential growth opportunities. So next slide, please. Okay. Now, when you talk to semiconductors, you're talking about the little circle on the left-hand side, the 300 millimeter wafer, where the economies of scale is in smaller and smaller feature sizes. For us, it has always been growth of the substrates. So the generation 2 substrate, which is about the 300 millimeter wafer size, happened 1980s. Okay, the Sharp was one of the key founding pioneers in technology, so was Applied Materials in creating the display industry at that time. Now from Gen 2 to Gen 10.5, a whole variety of fabs have been built. In operation today, maybe there are about 60, 65 fabs in the world. And Mr. Y.J. Chen has built the last 4 in HKC while he was at HKC. So I hope you'll do a lot more things in India. 10 fabs, maybe more fabs. So this technology and this business industry requires a lot of know-how. You know, it's not just getting the technology driven and demonstrated. It is putting it all together, all the things I'm going to show you. So the industry jargon, you have to always think about what product size drives your fab investments. And you can see on the picture on the right-hand side, from IT products to TV products, the size went up. So fab size went up too, because there is something called N-ups. How many pieces of a product can you fit on a glass? And typically this has to be at least 6 or 8, depending on the type of product and the market prices it can bear. So the N-ups, I called it here, is a made-up word in display industry. You need to have more than one. If you can make TVs the old-fashioned way, you make one TV at a time. That's my goal eventually of getting into micro factories, and that's the kind of research I'm working on in IIT Madras with my researchers and students. And there's a poster on that somewhere in the next hall. So the product size went up, the fab sizes went up, but now this generation of products are much smaller. You can make 500 and 700 pieces of displays on a single substrate. So now what is the economies of scale? Do you build a big factory or a small factory? It all depends on the technology you select and what aspects of it. So please remember product size, N-ups, and mother glass, MG. Mother glass is the size of the big glass on which many products are situated. And the capacity of a fab is measured in number of sheets of the mother glass per month. So there are more jargon, but right now let's stay with this. Next slide, please. I should say that LCD fabs, liquid crystal display fabs, require larger fabs because they are typically oriented towards larger size products. AMOLED fabs are limited today because of this limitation on technology of scaling and patterning. Okay, next slide. So a very brief look at what are these devices. On the left-hand side, on the top left-hand side, you see a cross-section of a liquid crystal device. On the bottom, the highlighted in blue is a TFT substrate. TFT substrate is typically called the backplane in this technology. And above that is the liquid crystal fill, the color filter, and the light comes out, and the light is coming from the backlight assembly. So it's an assembly of several subsystems of technology. If you go to the market and say, I want to buy an LED TV, which many people do by mistake, there is no LED TV available for consumers. It's all LCD or OLED. The reason it's called LED TV is because the backlight went from cold cathode, the CCFL backlight to, which I believe Mr. Y.J. Cheng has been, used to make CCFLs a while ago, right? So that's all LED. So marketing people just call it LED TV, but there's only 2 major classes of technology today that cover most of the $150 billion of revenue. So the TFT backplane and the liquid crystal, the front plane, are manufactured at size, at scale, at the sheet size. The same with OLEDs as well. It has a backplane. By the way, this technology was developed by me 22 years ago, and has gone from a laboratory where I took it from to manufacturing to a $50 billion industry today. So next growth in the smartphone segment, because of flexibility, we think there's going to be a lot of growth in that area. Whereas the TV and notebooks are still in the LCDs, and they are the big brother in the two technologies. So one is called AMOLED, which is active matrix OLED, and liquid crystal display is the LCD display, even if the backlight is made of LED. Next slide, please. I won't go through all this, but I want to make a point here that we are in a semiconductor conference, and many of you are experts at this, but very few of you have actual experience, I think, in flat panel displays. So I just want to say that the backplane technology, TFT manufacturing, is very much like a semiconductor manufacturing. Uses similar processes and similar items, but Suraj will comment on applied materials, capability in making very large machines to accommodate all these big size. So it's only a question of size of the substrate, but the other processes are more like semiconductor in the first left-hand side block. But then you need a lot more technologies in the front plane, depending on which technology you select, liquid crystal or OLED. And module technology is more discrete. They're done at the panel size after cutting the glass into panels. And one of our speakers from Charkha will speak on that aspect of it. So remember this, there is a lot of technologies here, but this one requires semiconductor technology plus more other analog technologies, because what you see is analog. The eye absorbs and integrates the image. Next slide, please. One example I've shown you is the typical semiconductor process is depositing thin films on a substrate, patterning them, etching, and getting ready for the next level or mask level. It's very similar here, except we do it at a large scale, MG or mother glass in, and eventually after multiple levels of masking, you get the TFT out, ready to put the front plane on it. And that's how semiconductors are made. The number of mask steps will depend on which technology you select. So TFT backplane process and flow are similar to those used in semiconductor fabs. Next. Next slide, please. So a display fab, about which we're going to talk about, the dynamics of manufacturing depend on many factors. Market pull, equipment, materials, know-how of putting it all together, people who have to run these operations and have the skills, not just the people, also the management of these fabs. All of these come together as an ecosystem that needs to be built in India, and all the leading companies in the world are willing to come here and do it because they see a market potential. We just need to encourage them. The ISM has done a very good job of defining what needs to be done. We need one LCD fab and one OLED fab to get started, and then we are on our way. So with that, I'm going to stop, and we'll move on to Suraj. He has some slides to show, and he'll go in that order, and then we'll come back to discuss over there. Move to Suraj's presentation, please. It's coming.
Sure.
Thanks, Raj, for that tutorial. I think we should have probably named it the display tutorial session. I think for anybody who did not have an introduction, those 5 slides give a very, very good introduction of what the display industry is all about. And as soon as my slides are loaded, I wanted to just give a sense of what Applied Materials does in this space. Next slide. For those who missed Dr. Prabu's presentation, this is an overview. We are more than 50-year-old company, founded in 1967, semiconductor company, 26 billion revenue, very large R&D, very large IP, and very global. Next slide. 3 main businesses. Most of our business is semiconductor, and I think Prabu spoke a lot about this part of the business this morning. There are 2 other businesses. One is the service business, our AGS, which does a lot of the service for factory solutions and all that, and the one that we are going to talk about today, the display market. Next slide. So this is the DFT, the Display and Flexible Technology Market for Applied Materials. This portion of the company was founded in 1991. This was a JDA with Komatsu Technologies, and then Applied Materials became a full owner, and this became part of Applied Materials, headquartered in the US. Again, very global, manufacturing in Germany, Taiwan, and Korea. The display part of our business is not as big, about 1.3 billion, and you can see the spread. So, but this is still a significant part of our business, and this rides on top of the semiconductor stuff. As Raj showed, a lot of the steps on the back plane are semiconductor based, so there is good synergy between what we do in the display business and the semiconductor business. Next slide. So click once more. Okay, yeah. So basically, if I think Raj explained this very well, the bottom part of this is the black plane, the TFT, and this is common. Whatever display you do, this back plane is required, and this is what Applied Materials does, and the scaling from the 2-inch to the, to now whatever we have, the garage door size equipment you can see over there. All those were pioneered by Applied Materials over the past few years, and we are the leader in this part. The front plane is something, that's where innovation comes in as you do new applications. There is a lot of material innovation, application innovation on the front plane. Keep going, next slide. Now coming to Applied Materials India. So the picture here is from the Applied Materials office in Bangalore in Whitefield. So we now have a total of 6 different locations in India. Bangalore is our headquarters. We also have presence in Chennai, Coimbatore, Delhi, Mumbai, and Pune. And this Applied Materials bug was made using our employees. This was a few years back. Next and last slide. So based on all this, we hope to make possible a better future, and we will be talking a lot more about Applied Materials solutions and the different scenarios and applications in our fireside chat. Thank you.
Mr. Chen, next.
Hello, everyone.
Finish all the presentations first, then you can give us a rousing applause after that, okay? Yeah, please, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm YJ. I'm from Taiwan. Yeah. I'm working in Redenta display now. Okay, let me brief introduce Redenta. Next one. Okay, thank you. Redenta did invest across diverse session over 30 million and contribute to India GDP around 1.4%. And annual revenue is around 20 billion. And we had experience of a global footprint over 15 countries. And the employee of a Redenta group are over 100,000. Next one. And for Redenta display project, I think we got 4 points, and we got a very confidence we can build a very good fab in India. First of all is we got a support of InnoLast with our total technology support, and including product and the fab design. And the second is the site support of Dahera, Gujarat. And third is until now, we did a signed MOU with over 17 customers. And for the LCD industry, everybody know there are a lot of bone material. And we now 100% we sign all for the supplier will join us if we kick off the project. And the other around 11 SEM partners, yeah, including big parts of polarizer, driver IC, flexible print circuit. So, and they are glad to invest and join us for our display project. And by the way, Avance is a glass maker, one of the 4 in LCD industry to provide a glass substrate. And it belongs to Redenta Group too. Yeah, so yeah, we will get a very good support from our group-owned company. And the next one is I will help to include many specialists to join us to develop the LCD industry in India. Okay, next one. Next one, please.
Next slide.
For my own personal profiles, I was graduated in the Graduate School of Tsinghua University in Taiwan and majored in material engineering and science. After military service in Taiwan, that's 2 years, I started to work in Chimay. That's maybe second largest of LCD maker in Taiwan. Yeah, that's from 2000 to 2006. Yeah, then I used to be the consultant of coating glass, and from 2007, I worked in the Chimay Group as a fab director for CCFLO. Then from 2008, I joined the TBK. TBK is a touch panel maker for iPhones. I remember for iPhone 4 and the 4S, we provide 75% touch panel module, including display, to Apple at that moment. Then from 2015 to 2021, I worked in HKC in China. And in these 6 years, I recruited around 200 engineers, and we built 4 fabs. All of these 4 fabs are G8.6, and it is very economic, cost competitive, and mature process. So we built for this kind of fabs. I think it is also very suitable for India. And after HKC, I go back to Taiwan because of COVID. I want to stay with my family, so I go back to Taiwan. And at these 2 years, I also do some study about AR, VR display, but I just focus on back planes. Yeah. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next speaker is going to be, he's sent us a pre-recorded video, and he's the president of Society for Information Display, or SID, where all the display companies are members of. You know, there's an annual event around this whole thing. So Dr. Achin Bhaumik is the president. He's actually from graduate of IIT Kanpur. But he works these days as Chief Technology Officer and Executive VP of Starkey Hearing Technologies. He's CTO and President of Engineering. He's also an adjunct professor at the Stanford University School of Medicine. So he has numerous awards
to his credit in this field. And these days he's focusing on micro displays and perception of AR, VR displays. So Dr. Achan, I asked him, tell us what SID is going to do to help India. And this is what he said. Turn it on, please, the video.
To attend SemiconIndia and contribute to the discussion on semiconductors and displays. So I'd like to start by thanking Dr. Rajeswaran and the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity. And today I'm representing Society for Information Display, the largest organization for display technologies around the world, which I'm going to tell you about. I have the pleasure of serving SID as its president, having been elected in 2022. So a few words about the Society for Information Display. As I mentioned, it is the premier international organization covering the display and imaging industry, which is valued at over $150 billion annually, and by some analysts' opinions, is probably going to double by end of this decade. SID also is heavily participated by the academic community around the world. SID was formed in 1962. In fact, we just celebrated the 60th anniversary for the organization last year. We currently have 6,000 members globally, including from India. SID is known to host the most well-known display technology conferences, such as Display Week, which is our annual conference in the US, IDW, that's held every year in Japan, IMID in Korea, ICDT in China, and Euro Display, that's held in Europe. We also publish prestigious venues such as Journal of SID, Display Week, Symposium Digest, Information Display Magazine, the book series that's co-published with Wiley, as well as the widely accepted and revered display measurement standard, which is used by the industry worldwide. So I'm going to share a picture from the recently held annual Display Week conference in Los Angeles. We had over 5,000 attendees who traveled from around the world to participate in the annual conference of SID. And also, there was a vibrant exhibition. We had nearly 200 companies exhibiting from around the world with their technologies in the displays, as well as semiconductors, sensing technologies, and imaging technologies. So with that, I want to share my viewpoint on the importance of displays in the context of semiconductors. While we're glad to see India step up and undertake this amazing initiative to explore manufacturing for semiconductors, and we strongly believe the same applies to display technologies in terms of opportunities. I'm showing you here a report from Deloitte, and this is a little dated, but in 2021, they estimated that an average US household had 25 connected devices. And when you talk about connected devices, suddenly all of us think about chips, semiconductors. But in truth, most of these devices, if not all, they also had a display panel that goes with it. And the displays, besides forming an important part of the application, they also communicate with the semiconductor chips. And in fact, they also share manufacturing technologies in terms of equipments and processes with the semiconductor industry. I wanted to also show an example of a component cost breakdown. In this case, the data from Counterpoint, talking about the bill of material split in the case of iPhone 14 Pro Max and iPhone 13 Pro Max. As you can see in this gray bar on both sides, the display panel constituted roughly from 19 to 20% of the overall bill of material. The black bar corresponds to processing, processors, semiconductors, and they are about 18 to 20%. So you can see from this example how displays and the chips, they actually occupy about the same importance in terms of the bill of material for state-of-the-art electronic devices. And I want to impress upon you that displays are a hotbed of innovation. Well, when you think about displays, many of us remember the old days of CRTs that used to form the backbone of the display technology. Of course, it changed the way we entertain ourselves around our families decades ago. And as the industry leapfrogged and moved forward, you had tremendous innovations from large size liquid crystal displays, organic light emitting displays, and increasingly all other technologies from projected screens to micro LEDs forming the essential centerpiece for smartphones, your automotives, robotics, virtual and augmented reality devices, as well as medical applications. So it's safe to say that semiconductors and displays are deeply intertwined, both in their applications and also in manufacturing. I would like to conclude my talk by making an announcement that the Society for Information Display is launching a strategic initiative to establish and grow SID India. And Dr. Rajeswaran is pulling together a team to create this proposal and kick it off. I am proud to say SID is exploring providing the initial funding to help establish this initiative, and we are inviting local sponsors and partners to work closely with us. With that, I'd like to thank you on behalf of the Society for Information Display. I'm sorry I could not be there in person, but if I could continue our discussion, please feel free to reach out to me and this email address that I'm showing you here. I wish you best for the rest of the conference, and I look forward to partnering with India semiconductor infrastructure and organizations in jointly promoting the excitement around display technologies.
So now you can give an applause for the person there. So I just want to say, with respect to this, we will be holding two focused SID-sponsored events. One is coming up in September, where SID with ICEA and another group, organizing group, will do a display manufacturing conference in September. So many of you interested in learning more about display manufacturing in more detail. That'll be in Bangalore, correct, Pankaj? Bangalore, yeah. So, and then in December, SID will work with the Premium Scientific and Technology Conference in India, which is IWPSD, in Chennai at IIT Madras, where all the scientists and academic people come together. So business-oriented folks, keep September in mind, and professors and students come to Chennai, okay? So some of the leading, the inventors of OLED will be there. I'm one of them, but I'm already there. So my colleagues, Professor Cheng Tang and others will also be there. And we promise to put on a good special show on OLEDs in both these venues. So SID is going to start that way this year. We have already held 2 manufacturing conferences the last 2 years. So now it's third one. It's getting to be a routine. With that, I want to say that SID, Dr. Achin Bhaumik, is ready to support all of us. And with SID comes all the companies in the SID organization and the supply chain will come to India with lobbying by SID as well. With that, I would like to move to Dr. Ajit Aras from Sharp, and he's going to talk about the business aspects of displays and products.
Oh, great. Okay. And yeah, if you think that looks better than me, that's true. Because display is supposed to show nicer things, right? And besides, I'm a salesman, so that explains. Yeah, unlike most of the intelligent fellow panelists that I have here. Okay, so anyway, my team and me, we work at Sharp, trying to deliver the user interface and user experience, for other brands, right? Because we sell our LCDs to other brands. and then they can create a good user experience with these LCDs. And of course, in my free time, I do some guest lecturing and mentoring to the startups in Singapore. Okay, so yeah, next one, please. Okay, this is for real. This is Sharp and has a long history of innovation, okay, more than 100 years now. But one very notable, somewhere in top middle, if you see, as Dr. Raj mentioned, Sharp was the first one to introduce LCD in a calculator, and that was 1973. Okay, exactly 50 years from today, 50 years ago, yeah? And the LCDs have evolved, as Dr. Raj has explained, and Suraj has explained, and YJ has explained, you know, into various other, you know, better types. Okay, we can go to the next slide, where we talk more about LCD innovation in the last 5 years. Okay, Mr. Bhaumik shared about SID, right? And you know, a lot of activities that happen in SID, and he actually showed you know, the innovation that SID is helping. And Sharp is a very prominent member of SID. Okay, and these are some of the, you know, innovations in displays that are done in the last about 5 to 7 years. Okay, and I thought these are more relevant, so we spend a little bit more time here. So Sharp was, of course, the first one to launch the 8K LCD TV. Okay, and then again, no cadmium or cadmium-free nano LED, which will be the next display technology. Let's say 2 to 3 years from now. That was first shared in SID. Okay, and this was in fact shared in the photograph that Mr. Bhaumik shared in his presentation. Right? Okay, and of course, you know, innovation is the way to go, and Sharp has been among the top 3 publication or publishers, okay, in SID within 4 out of last 5 years. Okay, so that's a little bit of an introduction of Sharp. We are, you know, heavily invested in displays. Okay, now exactly as Suraj mentioned, Dr. Raj really gave a very good, you know, explainer of how displays are made, and you know what is the basic structure of displays. And Mr. Suraj then added on top of it, and you know really shared what equipment we use for that and so on. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about what happens to the display after it comes out of that fab. Yeah, the fabs that YJ built, right? So maybe can we jump 2 slides further, Sudarshanji? Okay, maybe sorry, sorry, can we go back a bit? Sorry. Okay, let's go to that. But before that, one important aspect of Sharp, we have done well in LCDs, yeah, and in business. Okay, but this is a company which really focuses on doing good as well, you know, and doing good as much as doing well, right? So this is one of the examples during pandemic. We actually, you know, used some of our, you know, lines, right, because of the air purification lines to actually build masks when there was a shortage. We used some of the technology of low reflection on LCDs to actually make face masks, right? And next slide, please. We can see them deployed by some of the news anchors, and this is in India. Okay, so really not only doing technology just for innovation and advancement and business, but really bringing the technology to use without hesitating, you know, for the good of the society. So that's really a bit of introduction of Sharp, and I think that, you know, is. So yeah, now we can jump 2 slides more, please. Okay, and as I mentioned, so what Dr. Raj explained and what Suraj explained and what YJ explained is typically the step 1 of display. And I took the liberty of consolidating that. It's much more complicated than what it looks here, but then I have my learned fellow panelists who has explained those in details. So this is what comes out of a display fab as a mother glass, right? And then there is, depends on application, you know, for IT applications, you need a slimming process because we want thinner and lighter displays. For televisions, you don't need this. So the step 2 is kind of optional, depends on the application, right? And then the step 3 onwards is again required for all displays till the time they reach our hands as consumers, as products, okay? And these are processed like cell cutting, okay? And then the output of step 3 is a multi-cell, okay? Or a cell, right? And then you need to attach the polarizer and IC bonding, and then it becomes open cell, right? And then you attach the backlight unit, and then it becomes a LCD module, and then of course it goes into a finished product where we use it as a phone or a PC or, you know, inside the cars and so on. And we'd like to discuss this a little bit more as during our panel discussion. So today we talked about the fabs, okay, as one of the major focus of investment, but there are a lot of other activities, you know, which can be done right now, which take lesser investments. I would say these are, you know, rather relatively lower hanging fruits that can be, you know, enjoyed by developing this ecosystem here in India. So thank you. Thanks very much.
So now let's thank all the panelists for their slides. Now we'll get into a mode of discussing this. And I was wondering, anybody know what is a fireside chat? How are we supposed to do it? Are you supposed to have a fire? No? Organizers, no fire? Okay. So let me kick off this. Well, you remember my slides, right? I had 4 slides that I want you to look at. The first one was the industry is growing, $150 billion. Our president at SID is saying he's hearing from analysts it'll go to double. Where is this growth going to come from? How do you create $150 billion more business in 10 years, let's say? Suraj?
So one thing I visualize, the entire conference, the wall, will be covered with display, right? This is an area-dependent industry. How do you make it foldable, flexible? I think increase the area. That would be the way to go.
So, of course, as you are seeing now, I think mobile phones drastically changed, right? And we said we are carrying computers in our pocket. And the same thing is happening to our cars as we speak. Okay, so there is the computation in cars is increasing exponentially today. Business models are being developed around, you know, having the computation power, and of course communication is improving on speed. I mean, you have 5G and so on. And then how does all this information interact with the user of the car? You know, the user of the car may not be driver of the car any longer, right? So in the 30 minutes or 1 hour or 2 hours that you are taking a ride, what do? Have nice displays there to enjoy that ride. And of course, I'm creating a little bit of a, you know, exaggerated picture. But today, as you see in cars, that is becoming one of the big market as we speak. And I think I will refer to one recent article after the last auto show in Delhi, and that described how LCDs are becoming one of the key differentiators for automotive vehicles now. So yeah, that is one of the zones to look at, besides other zones, of course.
Yeah, I think we will need a more larger and larger television. Yeah, so if economy is still going up in India, yeah, so everybody, not everybody, most of the people want to, if they can buy, yeah, they want to buy larger and larger television. Larger and larger television will consume capacity very efficiency and very large because the area is really large. Yeah, so I think this is also a very good point, good market in the future. Yeah.
So that's good. The audience, I have a question for you guys. How do you like driverless cars in India? Would you get into a driverless car? How many of you would get into a driverless car in India? Because you can do other work in there. You put displays everywhere inside the car.
One person said yes.
He said yes. Yeah. Very brave man. Yeah, so it can grow that way. You can put displays in the car. You can get into your car, go to your work, shopping, watch displays. Nobody's driving the car. Sounds good? But anyway, the industry is going to grow. That's a feeling from all the experts who have been in this business. But it requires fabs. India has an opportunity here to first mover, new product segments, and then you can compete. You never go in and compete at cost just because today the price is cheap coming from some other fab. You have to always look for a higher added value margin. I didn't tell you that the two display technologies, LCD and OLED that I described, they require different types of backplanes. So the cost of making the backplanes, the capacity of the backplanes, the number of mask levels increase, you have less capacity, it means you need to put in more investment upfront. So that's why there is a difference in price of LCD and OLED, even if the yield were exactly the same. Now, in the future, this is not going to be the same because new technologies are coming and they'll reduce the cost. LCDs and OLEDs have been added for now almost 22 years of, and each has, even though they have grabbed market share from one another, the whole pie has grown. The market has grown. That's what will happen in the next 10 years, I believe. So the other point, you know, that maybe you can comment on the equipment point of view, do you think they'll be even larger than 10.5 equipment, or is it going to go smaller because the applications are getting smaller?
Yeah, I think you had segmented, right? There is a TV segment that grows, and if there is any other large area application, then definitely scaling with size matters. But if the growth is going to come from the smartphone, wearable, and that kind of the application, then maybe going with a different kind of approach might make better sense. So some of it depends on where growth is going to come from, right? Things like AR, VR, we don't know. Maybe if they take off, it depends on where the market drivers are going to come from. Large area-driven application, generally scaling has always worked.
I think just like a semiconductor, 12-inch maybe existed over 15 years. Everybody discussing about 16-inch, but nobody really to do that. So I think for the equipment point of view, if we continue to enlarge the glass substrate, maybe they will make a lot of risk, not only glass maker, also TFT maker. Yeah, so I think G8.6 to G10, maybe most of the economic, yeah, for every kind of application, yeah. Yeah, but for example, for low temporaries, maybe we can have car over G8.6, something like this kind of a thing, and make is possible, yeah, for larger glass substrate, yeah.
I think YJ really hit on the nail. So I think it's not just the bigger is better syndrome, but rather what is the N-ups, as you mentioned, the cut efficiency, you know, and for from an application point of view, there is always a certain size that is the best. Even if you go bigger than that, it doesn't really help because, you know, we need to, from a factory perspective, you need to input a certain number of mother glasses for the factory to have its return on investment point of view. And then multiply that with the N-ups, as you mentioned. If we do some smaller sizes, for example, this N can get into like about 30 or 40 at times, or even more than 100, depends on what size we are doing. So it all needs to be tied back to the demand calculation to get the right optimal economy of scale, absolutely, yeah.
Thank you. I want to ask you the next question. This is related to customers. Fabs can be built. We have built fabs. He's built a lot of fabs. I've built fabs. The point is, who's going to buy all these things? And what is the role of the customer in this process? Since you are looking at devices from Sharp, how does the process work differently from semiconductors, the spec process and the development of product and the yield, all that kind of stuff? Can you comment on that?
No, thank you. You asked me that. And, you know, in displays, one of the common display that we all have with us is our phone, right? And on one side, you see more and more appliances or applications using display now, okay? Because displays are available. A lot of innovation has happened on the display in terms of power and in terms of price. Power consumption and price both, efficiency certainly. Okay, but at the same time, there are a lot of applications going non-display, some things like e-chargers and things like this, because you can actually settle most of the things on the phone, right? So the point is, what is the key value that we are going to add by this display, okay, and what is that value to the customer? So when let's say in a PC application, for example, definitely, productivity is one of the key factor of a PC, okay, and then most customers are looking after the power consumption there. So we and most of the LCD makers or even OLED makers are spending a lot of resources and money on innovating, on the power improvements of the displays, right? So we're working on like 1 watt panels. We are trying to drive panels at a lower frequency so that you can save power on the display, as well as the CPU is not so strained, so that the whole system power is reduced. So for example, that's one of the applications. On other side, because we are having more and more CPU power that is being developed, which is coming directly from semiconductor, there is a lot of information that can be processed, right? Add to that the communication speeds which are increasing, right? And therefore, the resolution of display is now expected to be more and more because we need to show that much information in the available space. Okay, so these are like 2 examples to go where, how customers or I would say the demand decides what are the innovations that are, invested in or appreciated.
Okay, I would say that the end customer is very important. They decide the spec and then provide it to the maker, the display maker. The fabs can only operate the best they can under the design rules that they've invested in. So the yield and the discussion of the yield versus is a compromise. There's no standards here in the display industry. Every product means a different spec. That means the fab must operate with multiple different products with different specs from the customer expectations and keep the yield high so they can make some money. I would like to talk more about this, but I had a note saying they're all getting hungry for food or something like that. So I think we should wrap it up. Sure. Huh? You all look very tired, so maybe it's time for a refreshment. So I want to summarize what we heard today. One thing, economies of scale, keep that in mind. So far it's been driven by economies of scale. Larger the product, larger the fab. This may change over time because the applications are going smaller and mobile. Some people want product format that are flexible, rollable, foldable, all that, which cannot be done with LCD technology, but can be done with OLED technology. So preferences for what kind of products you need depend on what is the product you want to drive. The customer has a sway. India, as you move forward on the first fab experience, you should make enough added value to build a new fab without the government assistance. That is important for sustained business. Please do a lot of R&D. I had 1 slide to explain before, but I want to terminate this. R&D is very, very important. This is a technology-driven business. Every 5 years, technology changes. So anybody investing must also invest in R&D and keep relevant for new generation of products and for differentiation and product portfolio, IP patent portfolio development. With that, did I summarize what we just discussed? So please remember that we are sometimes like semiconductors, sometimes semiconductor plus, but mostly we're using a lot of learned experience in semiconductors into display manufacturing, especially the TFT backplanes. With that, maybe we are finally done. Now you can give us a round of applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Archie.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, moderator and panelists, for contributing your thoughts and displaying a new screen of exciting prospects in this sphere. A big round of applause once again for all the esteemed speakers over here. Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies, gentlemen, and students, we move ahead with our next session, ISM, Attracting Semiconductor Investments to India. SemiconIndia program has one-of-its-kind policies, which extends incentives on pari passu or upfront basis to those willing to establish their semiconductor manufacturing units in the country. Would like to invite Ms. Nivrutti Ray, MD and CEO, Invest India, to share her thoughts on sustainable semiconductor manufacturing and investment opportunities in India. Ms. Ray is recipient of the prestigious Nari Shakti Puraskar from the Honorable President of India for her remarkable contributions in the field of technology. We can always applaud that gesture, that achievement of hers, getting the Nari Shakti Puraskar from the President, Sir, of India. We welcome you, madam, please.
And how do I forward it? This is on, you have to just change this. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. The panel before me already told me that you're hungry, you're thirsty, you're tired, so I'll make my presentation really quick. Since morning, you've heard about semiconductor ecosystem, you've heard about fabulous design capabilities from AMD, you heard about tools, technologies from Cadence, you heard about manufacturing, Foxconn. So all of this you have already heard. So what I decided is I'm going to talk about sustainability. I'm going to talk about semiconductor industry like perhaps you have not heard since the morning. Let me start with semiconductor industry worldwide uses 100 terawatt hour of energy. And I want you to remember just three numbers for me: 0.5%, 1%, and 2%. Let me tell you, semiconductor industry uses 0.5% of the global energy. Semiconductor industry uses 1% of global industrial water usage. And semiconductor industry emits 2% of the global greenhouse emission. These are some of the things that we have to take care of before we think semiconductor industry. So over the last year, I must tell you, the leading semiconductor players have been going through a lot of challenges as far as it comes to sustainability. Taiwan braced for further water shortages in its chip-making hubs. Taiwan semiconductor industry faces dilemma of carbon lock-in emission. The chip industry has problem with its giant carbon footprint. All of these challenges are faced by the semiconductor industry. So the whole purpose of this slide is to set the expectation what are some of the other challenges that the semiconductor industry is facing and how sustainability can become a strength and power for India. And I will show you what are we doing in that area to attract the investors. Very high level, 100 megawatt per hour is the usage of power. 20 million liters per day of water. 20 million liters per day of water translates into 100,000 people's water requirements per day. 100,000. So it's like a small city's water usage. And I'll tell you, the power that we use is entire France in semiconductor industry for an entire year. So the challenges with semiconductor industry is around power requirement, around pure water. And by the way, 1.5x water is fed into getting the ultra pure water, which is 1x required for semiconductor industry. So water, power, and greenhouse emissions are very critical to think of before we think semiconductor industry. I want to show you the next slide. So I've already laid what the semiconductor industry entails. Now, when such a problem is faced by this industry, what are the investors, the companies, the semiconductor stalwarts doing? They're working towards net zero requirement. They're working towards stringent sustainability requirements and looking at how do they work on expanding their supply chain to address. So Google and IBM and Apple are looking at getting net zero by 2030. My own company, ex-company, Intel, Qualcomm and Amazon by 2040. I'll give you a story on Intel. Intel is present in Arizona for its fabs. Do you know that in the year 2020, Intel consumed 5.2 billion gallons of water in the year of 2020 in Arizona? And Arizona is a desert. So what did Intel do? Intel put a reclamation facility where they take the water and reclaim it, clean it, make it free of all of those chemicals, hazardous minerals, materials, and they have the ability to clean 9.2 million gallons per day, which means the 5.2 billion that they consumed, 63% of it they clean every single year. So every company that's investing in the semiconductor fab has to think and has to plan all of these sustainability requirements. And by the way, sustainability is very critical focus of India. And India's belief is by 2047 or 2070, India will get to net zero. The companies that are investing in semiconductors are looking at expanding their supply chain, looking at ways to get emission reduction, adopting renewable energy sources and innovations, expanding into the supplier base which have these kind of net zero capabilities, selecting suppliers, locations. And by the way, it's going to be extremely critical to choose locations which address these concerns of power, these concerns of water, and these concerns of greenhouse emissions through the sustainability measures that they are putting on. And I can tell you that the concept of circular economy has been instilled in India's DNA. So I really think looking at the requirements of the investor of semiconductors, India can play a good, strong role. What have India and India's government been doing in the terms of green economy to support sustainable manufacturing? Sustainability has been a key focus. In fact, the G20 presidency that we are driving this year, sustainability is a critical topic. And like I said before, net zero emission by 2070. We made tremendous focus on getting solar and wind energy capacity. And by the way, just yesterday, the Prime Minister announced that India will be housing the largest solar capacity out of this country in the coming decade. India is the fourth largest globally renewable energy installed capacity base. Just in 2015, we were 38 gigawatt to now 172. Our goal is in this coming few years, this decade, become 500 gigawatt. If I look at the fossil fuels, the fossil fuel percentage today is about 65% or so. And our goal is to get it down to 45%. Our focus has been a lot on green energy, clean power, circular, economy. We've also been focusing on, waste to wealth. We've also been focusing on water. In fact, Jal Jeevan Mission is looking at increasing the availability of water to every single person in India by 3x by 2030. In the next few years, 3x increase in the availability of water. So India is really positioning itself to be the sustainability leader. And who requires it most is the semiconductor industry. So I really think when the investors are looking at if my operations in India happen, how close does it bring to my net zero goals? And here are some of the areas that India is focusing on. I want to tell you that all of these sustainability efforts, by the way, I'll just give you a small story. I have my friends like Vindam sitting in the audience. Sustainability is in our DNA. I used to live in US for the last 15 years or so. And I'll tell you, Indians were being made fun of that, they bring grocery bags from the grocery stores and use it in their trash cans. And it was, like, oh, we are saving money. But reality is, circular economy is in our DNA. And I just want to share with you what our minister talks about. He says India's semiconductor mission will be powered by green energy. Such a powerful, such a committed, goal that we have to power the semiconductor industry through clean energy. The other thing, India is almost synonymous to people, and India is almost synonymous to software. When I look at the tech talent, by the way, the workforce of India is 500 million, and of the 500 million, the technology talent is 5.4 million. And I will tell you, when I was part of Intel, I did an analysis. Half of them are MNC ready. So it is a very strong technology workforce base that can be leveraged. And one interesting thing that I very recently learned, it's called a Stanford AI Index. Stanford AI Index claims that India is first when it comes to AI skill penetration in manufacturing. So we are going to look at our technology talent base, we're going to look at AI, and look at how do we increase, optimize, our yields of the fab. How do we look at minimizing the power consumption, minimizing the water consumption? How do we look at reducing the greenhouse emissions? So all of that in terms of sustainability innovation that India can drive through its talented workforce. I want to finish with, a requirement that I have put forth to all of the investors. I must tell you that India is driving sustainability first, rather than sustainability as an afterthought, sustainability first as a mindset. Through its ministries, we have a water ministry, we have a renewable energy ministry, we have a science and technology ministry, we have a skilling. So that's the focus that we have from what India is trying to drive. So investors, look at that for India. To our industries, look at the investment in some of these allied areas: green energy, AI and data analytics, water purification, water rejuvenation, and then greenhouse emissions. And lastly, to the government, I really love it that across the ministries we have this focus. I want to end with a statement that our Prime Minister made yesterday. He said, टुकड़ों में सोच कर, टुकड़ों में काम कर, कोई समाज, कोई देश प्रगति नहीं कर सकता. We have, which means we cannot think of work or innovative ideas in piecemeal. We all have to come together and drive innovation at scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam, for sharing with us your enriching outlook. While ISM has been aiming to promote semiconductor manufacturing in India, it has been meticulously identifying credible projects and reliable technologies for support. Our panel of experts shall take us through the approach adopted by Government of India to emphasize about the techno-financial expectations from the proposals. I would take the opportunity to invite on stage the moderator, Shri Ajit Manocha, President and CEO of SEMI. Welcome, sir, once again. We also wish to welcome our esteemed panelists, Mr. Ajay Swahane, former Secretary MeitY. Welcome, sir. Mr. Nilkant Mishra, Chief Economist, Axis Bank. Welcome, sir. Mr. Suneet Shukla, Chief General Manager, IFCI. Welcome, sir. Mr. K. Mukundan, Senior Principal, NIIF. We welcome, gentlemen. And through the video conferencing, we also welcome Mr. Cyril Patrick Fernandez, CTO and MD, AFD. Can we have a big round of applause for all the gentlemen who are joining us for the esteemed panel? While the panelists take their seats, I would like to share a brief about Shri Manocha, who has been a great leader for industry collaboration for societal and economic prosperity. Formerly associated with Global Foundries, Spansion, Philips, and XP Semiconductors, Shri Manocha has been granted more than a dozen patents related to semiconductor manufacturing process that served as the foundation for modern microelectronics manufacturing. We please welcome all the speakers and panelists and request Sir to kindly take over. Thank you.
Hi. Good evening, everyone. The dinner will be there. You have my promise. I know many of you are hungry. This is probably an important session if you are thinking of investing in India, or you're telling your friends and relatives to invest in India. This is an important session for you. So first of all, it's really a great honor to be with my co-panelists here. And I think you heard my introduction. Maybe I'll ask Mr. Ajit to very quickly say a few words about yourself, and then I'll pass the baton to everybody.
I'm Ajit. I was Secretary Electronics and IT when the semiconductor mission was given shape. And I think maybe some of the shortcomings of the policy I can take the blame, but some parts of it seem to be working well. So,
good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mukundan. I'm a senior principal with National Investment and Infrastructure Fund. I've been a private equity investor for about 20-25 years now, working in early stage technology startups in equity investing and infrastructure investing.
I am Suneet Shukla. I am Chief General Manager with IFCI. I head the Government Advisory and Business Development in IFCI. IFCI handles around, I am in and out project finance man. IFCI handles around 23 government schemes today with a total grant which is going to be distributed by the government in next 5 to 6 years, more than 2.5 lakh crores. Thanks.
Yeah, hi, I'm Anil Mishra. I work as the Chief Economist for Axis Bank. My link to ISM is through my stint in Taiwan almost 20 years back. I did see SMIC's first Beijing fab in 2004 as it was being inaugurated. And I've been involved as an advisory member for ISM for a while.
Patrick, could you say a few words about yourself, please? You're muted. We can't hear you. All right.
Okay, you
Yes.
can hear me now. All right. My name is Cyril Patrick Fernandez. I go by Patrick. I'm a 30-year Texas Instruments guy, retired from Texas Instruments, and became a consultant working for 2 big companies. And I've done about 8 fab startups and technology transfers and so on. I'm a knowledge guy. I know the technology of starting up a fab. So let me quickly, that's my introduction. I'm a knowledge guy from semiconductors.
Thank you. I think that helps. So you just heard the introductions about the 5 of us. So we all come with some knowledge, some experience, some expertise. So when we were assigned to this committee and review the proposals, we actually, it worked out very well among ourselves. We all actually focus on what we know the best about ourselves and how do we understand the proposals on the table. So just to get started, if we can put the first slide on, please. So typically, I think the first way we looked at the proposal was the company profile, the applicant's profile, what's the vision of the company, what's the leadership team. I mean, in my opinion, the leadership team is always the most important thing. The leaders make or break. So that was, we spent a lot of time on critiquing or appreciating the leadership team, followed by, we also looked very at a very high level, who is the technology partner, who is the operating partner, or partners. And also we looked at the balance sheets of the companies. Now, personally, I and some of my colleagues, we did not spend too much time on the balance sheet. We left that for Mighty to really dig into that. But that was always part of the overall assessment criteria. Now, after going through the first section about the company's profile and so on, then we say, okay, what's the high-level business plan? In the business plan, what kind of the key goals they have, and the 2 or 3 things which I was pretty much passionate about, no matter which applicant. I mean, if you're talking about these wafer fabs or display fabs or assembly and test, we're talking about multi-billion-dollar investments, and of which 50% is paid by the central government and 20+% by the state government. So the government of India that we represent in this meeting, we feel that 2/3 of the money is the government money and which is the taxpayers' money. We feel it's a high responsibility for us to be very critical of what we're trying to assess, review, and give a feedback on that. So one of my passion was, I've done 20-some fabs in my life, many new fabs in the greenfield, and multi-billion investments. For me, the most important goal setting was time to first revenue. Because once you start committing money, the money is kind of sitting idle. You're not making the revenue until the first product comes out. And then the question is how fast you can ramp the first product and you can make good ROI on your investment. And my view, and of course my co-panelists have exactly the same view, that 70% plus money belongs to the government, and we want to make sure that government gets good ROI on their investment. And the second part was getting it right for the first time. So when you start a project like this, you can't afford that if it doesn't go wrong, it doesn't go right, you're going to start all over again or invite some new technology partner and so on. That doesn't work in this business. So you have to have the first time right and the time to first revenue as the starting point at a very high level. And of course, after that, we go into the details, and I'll pass the microphone to Ajit Sani, Mr. Ajit Sani. Maybe he can shed some light on how we got into this very nice policy, what lessons we learned, and I think this is very inspiring. Maybe a few words on that, Ajay ji.
Thank you, Ajit ji. I think during the pandemic, we had a little, time to refocus on the semiconductor side. And we had actually, the first thing that we tried to do in Ministry of Electronics and IT, because Electronics and IT looks at a broader perspective, all of electronics. We looked at what had failed us the last time. Why did fab not happen in India the last time we tried to make it happen? So apart from one player who sort of had financial problems and so backed out, the other player could not really tie up the market. So didn't have clarity about who would buy the produced products, and didn't show exhibitability to have a long-term agreement with a buyer. So that, once that is not there, then everything, nothing else sort of, comes together. So in the meantime, last about 5 to 6 years before that, before we came in with the new policy, we have been concentrating on growing the electronic manufacturing, in which we have met with some success. Because we felt that unless there is a sort of a vibrant electronics manufacturing situation, you cannot have a fab simply by wishing that you have a fab. So I think that, to my mind, was some bit of a preparatory work. And then when we went in for this, we actually did an expression of interest with whatever we could understand. We first went to the market with an expression of interest and learned from the proposals that came in. So in e-governance, we have done that multiple times, so we learned from that process. We wanted to concentrate on the complete ecosystem, not just a silicon wafer fab. We also, it was very clear to us that it is the complete ecosystem that is required, and you must plan from policy side, from budget side, for all of that to happen simultaneously or together in sync with each other. Not just the logic and sort of memory silicon-based fabs, but also display, because display is one thing that is getting consumed more and more and more, and we are absolutely, dependent on external sources. Compound semiconductors, a new area requiring lower magnitude, level of magnitude, lower of investment, and a new and growing area, growing very rapidly. ATMP, because ATMP in a sense is the, from sort of without a fab, how do you start building that ecosystem is through a good ATMP operation. And then finally design, which is where we have tremendous competence. So these were the 5 things we tried to put together into one comprehensive proposal. And we learned whatever we know about semiconductors by looking at the existing fabs, looking at the old experience, and from the EOI responses. Now, what is it that we look for? It's like looking for a son-in-law. We want everything to be right. The ideal proposal would have an existing, confident existing player, experienced player, with one or more fabs of its own, with own complete grip on technology, maybe certain things from iMac or something, but iMac and others, but a complete grip on technology. Having either the company has its own market, it consumes what it produces in products or markets them, or it has a tie-up and experience with the long-term tie-ups which are essential for any fab, financially healthy, and finally one more attribute, a financial proposal, a costing proposal that inspires trust. I think these are the 5 things I would look at to consider that proposal as an ideal son-in-law kind of a proposal. But as we know, we never get, when you look for an ideal son-in-law, you're not likely to get one. So I think much of our anxieties are around not getting the ideal son-in-law. So how do you make the best of what you get, and what are the critical shortcomings, and what are the ones that can be bridged by bringing the right entities together. If one entity doesn't have all that is required, then how do you help, how do you encourage, how do you bring about an alliance which sort of together is able to satisfy these criteria? So these are the thoughts that went into the policy. Thank you.
No, thank you, Ajay ji. I think we should give a big round of applause to Ajay ji because he actually formulated the policy which ministers approved or cabinet approved. And we have seen the best results of that this year with the Micron's investment. So again, thank you, and also thank you to the mighty your successors. They have really done a great job. Now, that's just a starting point. We got one proposal. We got long ways to go for many more. So Neelkanji, please tell what was your experience and how we can help.
Yeah, thank you. It's actually been quite a privilege to see the progress that we have made over the past year or so. The way we approached it, and it took us a while because there's been a learning curve for everyone, including at the ministry. I think not just just METI, but also, say, the finance ministry, the cabinet, on how to evaluate proposals, because these are among the largest commitments the government of India has ever made. Of course, without even claiming a stake, just giving billions of dollars of subsidy. So these are very sensitive, very important issues. So there's been a learning curve. I think we are now a lot better prepared to handle proposals than we were, say, a year back. I see these proposals as what we would call in venture capital terminology, seed stage investing. The unfortunate thing is that in seed stage investing, whereas you put in $200,000, $500,000, here you're talking about billions of dollars. And what I was quite surprised by is that some of the proposals came in with absolutely no clarity on who was going to run the show. Because when you're backing a startup, which at the early stages is just a PPT, right? There's a PowerPoint presentation, and which is what effectively we are backing here as well. You need to have some granularity on who you're backing and who's the person who's going to be running it. And so unless it is a globally established company with multiple fabs, and you know that their organization will take care of it, if it is a new company, you need to have clarity on who the senior managers are going to be, what the business plan is, what the revenue plan is, and so on and so forth. The second most important thing is that the balance sheet of the backers needs to be strong. See, this is a very viciously cyclical industry. And while the initial investment is, of course, backed by the government, just to put the numbers in place, if there's $100 being invested, 50 is coming from the center, 20 is coming from the state, you can actually take 20 of debt. So you're putting in $10 and getting to own $100. And therefore, the return on investment, even if the yields are low in the first round, can be quite substantial. But remember that the government is only backing you for the first fab. And as the reinvestment cycle, the R&D cycle kicks in, you actually need to be able to reinvest. And therefore, another issue that we focused on was that we need backers with strong balance sheets. The third thing, and which is something that, again, we have been through iterations, and we have discovered this, even for all of semiconductors, displays, like wafer foundries, displays, and packaging, that we need some benchmarking. Remember that from the government's perspective, just like we have, and the government has over a period of time understood what the industry wants, I think the industry should also appreciate what is it that the government is in it for. And there need to be CapEx benchmarks. I mean, if the industry is doing something in $3 billion, you can't be claiming to be doing $6 billion. And that kind of benchmarking is, I think, very important. And some explanation for why, if you are different, why you're different. The second is on the cost of operations. There was, if you see a venture capital pitch, it is far more detailed than some of the initial fab proposals that we saw. So you have no idea on what the profitability is going to be, and I think Patrick will have a lot of comments on the inconsistencies in the equipment plans. So it is important to have some idea of where you are going to be on the cost side, how do you compare to what the industry is at, and what would you be without subsidies? So that if the government CapEx subsidy was not there, if the state government energy subsidy was not there, if the water subsidy was not there, the labor subsidy was not there, how much money would you really be making? So once the subsidies run off, will this fab shut down? And I think having that clarity, again, is very important. So so now that we have been through this, we have seen some of the first proposals, I think we can maybe in the next round, we can even lay it down as minimum criteria. But what I'm happy to see is that we've come a long way from the very early stages where both the government and the industry really didn't know what this was all about. And I think now some patterns are becoming visible, and I'm very happy with that.
Thank you, Neelkant. You will see when you hear all the 5 panelists that we all have complementary skills. Neelkant ji is a chief economist, and he always kept us honest on numbers. And now I'm going to give the floor to Patrick. Patrick, people are definitely hungry, so let's do in 3 minutes, and you actually take us to you make us even more honest. You'd go take us to the weeds and focus on very important details. You play a very important role in the assessments of all the proposals. So the floor is yours. 3 minutes, tell the high-level activities what you contributed to and what the future applicants should understand and learn from your experience, so that next time when a new proposal comes, we can give them approval faster than in the past. Floor is yours.
Thanks. Thank you. 3 minutes, okay. First, to state the goal, India wants to be the top 3 countries in the world economically, powerful countries in the world. For that, we need to be one of the top 3 semiconductor fabs in the world. For that, and that drives the electronic industry, and the electronic industry can be $1 trillion, with the semiconductor being the huge lever that lifts India into the top 3. The semiconductor has got the right priority, and the government has set a nice policy and a nice process to get there. The process is working, right? So what is success? Sanjay, Ajit already said time to first revenue. But underneath the level of time to first revenue comes yield and reliability and cost and delivery. Nobody will want to come to India if they don't make money in India. So to get that, we have to find the right technology partner. The reason for the right technology partner, if we design and learn to prioritize the design and manufacturing, it takes about 4 to 5 years. By getting a technology partner, we remove 3 to 4 years. So we can come up in the time to first revenue in 6 months and break even in 4 years. When we do that with the first, second, third fab, the whole world will recognize us, and we'll get foreign direct investment. This is what we need. We need about 40 wafer fabs to be able to feed the India consumption in semiconductor, the technology. And we talked about infrastructure and revenues, and I'll address that a little bit. If we take a blip in the electric power or the water, every day will be in the order of $6 to $10 million a day. And we can't recover in one day, like you turn a switch. The furnace is shut down. It takes us 2 or 3 days for it to stabilize, and then we got to turn it on, and so we lose 2 or 3. So we cannot even have a blip in the electricity or the water. Super important. And of course, it affects delivery. So to do all of this, assuming we have the right infrastructure, we have to get the right equipment, the right setup, and the right daily operations. This is not a one-time build a building, put all the pieces of the puzzle together. It's every day, 365 days a year for the next 20 to 40 years. Right? So we've tried to start this in 1984, and now we've learned a lot, and now India has the ability to become the best startup in the world, because fabs take 6 years, 4 years, 10 years, 20 years, and many of them don't succeed and shut down. China shut down about 20 fabs because they couldn't qualify. They couldn't do it. So anyway, we have a fantastic opportunity. The time is right. We have the talent. We have to, of course, talent meaning that there's enough of us around the world to support the technical know-how needed in India, and we'll get there. But the first step is to select the right company, first, second, third company. That's what I have.
Thank you, Patrick. Actually, we can't get the slide on the screen, but we go into a lot more details than understanding what's the break even with or without the subsidies as well. And we also discuss in a greater detail what are the anticipated risks. Does the applicant have a clarity on how to mitigate those risks when they happen? So we really spend plenty of time on these things. And of course, that's what happened. There were multiple applicants, and you didn't hear anything about those applicants going forward yet. But let me pass the microphone to Mr. Shukla, and he can tell us what role he played in all those meetings and extensive discussions. Thank you.
So IFCI is the project management agency for India Semiconductor Mission. And by chance, the paper go with our signature to India Semiconductor Mission. So the role is different and role is difficult also. So few things I would just like to mention, seeing all the proposals which have been there in the past or which are there on the table now, that there is a section which is section 3.1 in the Gazette notification which has been issued in October 2022. So nobody who is putting an application should expect that there can be many changes in that eligibility criteria which is there. So that eligibility criteria has been very well thought of, and then it has been put up there. So please don't expect very many changes which can happen in that eligibility criteria. And many of the proposals which we have seen and they have not gone through is because they were not complying with that eligibility criteria. The second thing I want to make is that there is an annexure which is there with the guidelines which says that what should be the part of the application which is being submitted to ISM. Now, we have seen detailed project reports in which each page will be around 1,000 crores. So if it is a 28,000 crore project, so total DPR is 28 pages. So that I think is an injustice to the amount of money which we are talking about and of the size of the project which we are talking about. So please be very, very, don't be conservative in writing and giving the information. Please give information in as much details as it is possible. The last thing which I want to say is, although it is partially touched by Mr. Neelkant Mishra, that reasonableness of the cost and the benchmarking of the cost. You see, ultimately, this is also the responsibility of the person who is making the application. Definitely, we will cross-check it, we will have our own sources, we will also try it out in the market. That is part of our job also. But the basic benchmarking and reasonableness should come from there. The last thing which I want to say is that none of the proposals which we have received has a proper viability statements, like profit and loss, balance sheet, cash flow, ratios, IRR, what was talked about with subsidy, without subsidy. None of the proposals till date had these viability statements. And if at all they were there, they were so sketchy that it was felt that whether this proposal is worth billions of dollars or this is worth some 10, 15 crores we are talking about. And we deal with some other schemes of the Ministry of Electronics also, like specs. Like very small proposals come in specs, except few of the bigger ones. And if you see their DPR and the kind of information which they submit, it is amazing actually. So my request will be that don't put a half-hearted application. Like somebody says that promoter is having funds to invest. Now when we ask what is the net worth of the promoter, they give a single one-page chartered account certificate that this is the net worth of the promoter. Now I don't know whether that is a free cash flow which is available with the promoter and whether that money is going to flow into the project. So my request is be a little more detailed, be more open in giving the information, don't be conservative. That makes our job easier. That makes my job easier to coordinate with the senior people who are there in the committee, Mr. Cyril, Mr. Manocha, Mr. Neelkant. So that makes our thing easy, and that definitely makes the ministry's things also easy. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Shuklaji. Now let me pass the microphone to Mr. Mukandaji.
Thanks, Ajit ji. Firstly, I'll give a brief introduction about what NIF is and how we are associated with this particular project. We are a $4.5 billion private equity fund, which primarily invests into infrastructure and other critical sectors of the economy. We have raised this from global investors, and we have deployed to date about $2.5–3 billion. We have not invested anything into electronics or in semiconductor as of date, but these are emerging areas, and at some point of time, we will be investing into that sector as well. Coming to ISM and our own association, one of the functions which NIF does is to work policy advisory to the government. Because we have been sponsored by the government owns 49% of us. So we provide policy advisory on certain critical sectors, and ISM is one of our important relationships where we work with them. Now, while Neelkant and Sunit have talked about the lack of information, which as part of the evaluation, we have been associated with ISM, and we have been guiding them on the financial aspects of many of the applicants which come to us. Neelkant and Sunit have emphasized, and I don't want to re-emphasize on the need for disclosure of information on net worth, MOU, technology tie-ups, markets and stuff like that. I don't want to get into that again and repeat it. But two things is something which I want to leave as thoughts and as advice to aspiring entrepreneurs who are putting in the application. One is ISM is there could be a perception that it's a government grant program and it's run by the MeitY itself, and therefore it will go through the bureaucracies and may not be a very professional evaluation of the applicants. Contrary to that, it's whatever I have been associated for the last 1.5–2 years with them, evaluation of every application happens in a very, very professional manner, in a time-bound manner. Of course, there are certain government constraints because we are a public institution and ISM is a public institution handling taxpayers' money. A lot of caution would be there, but otherwise, like any other investor expecting an ROI in a different form, a thorough evaluation, a very professional evaluation is done of all the applications. The second thing is, I would say, is about the transparency. I've been on many meetings with entrepreneurs and the entire application receipt process, asking for queries, replying to them. It's on a very, very transparent basis, and there is nothing like hiding and talking something else. The usual thing which there could be apprehensions in the minds of people that we are dealing with a government organization, those are not there. It's an extremely, in spite of the lean organization setup, they are fairly professional, very transparent. Time-bound manner, our committee, the technologies, Patrick and Ajit have been guiding, and of course, we have been doing it. So that's it, and I don't want to re-emphasize on the other aspects.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Patrick, and everyone else. I think this is really a very unique situation. When we see the proposals, they're coming from all facets of life, from the companies which are very seasoned companies, semiconductor companies like Micron that got the approval. Then there are companies who are trying to get into semiconductors but may not have the semiconductor background. Then there are entrepreneurs who want to really put compound semiconductors or even wafer fab. So not everybody has the experience of writing proposals. So idea of this meeting was to really share the discussion, the difficulties we had and what we learned from each other, and so that the future applicants can actually do a better job of focusing on the key things that we talked about. I mean, there's no way it's possible for us to really go into every detail that we dealt with. But even if we get the part A and part B on the slide, which is not visible, where we focus on the high level, the business plan, and then the detailed KPIs and the business plan that Patrick talked about, we can have the best overall vision and the plan and the business plan. And after that, the next big thing, which hasn't been discussed heavily in our meeting, is the execution plan. If any of the proposal, if doesn't execute, the game is over. And again, my personal view is that the big companies who have been doing this for a living for many years, they will be actually very conscious and they will do it. There should be a review process led by the government on a periodic reviews once the execution starts. The flawless execution is the key. And I'll give you one example to make my point. There are two companies started at the same time in Taiwan, TSMC and UMC. They eat the same food, they speak the same language. Everything is identical between the two companies. And you see that, and I mentioned this morning that I've been witnessing the growth of Taiwan, growth of South Korea and other countries from many years because I've been really an old man and watching this myself. And you see in those two companies, everything identical. But one company started going this way, the other company, UMC, did not go the same speed. That's called the leadership and the execution. Then there are companies who will start and fail and start all over again and fail. So execution is another key part. So next time when the future proposals come, I think we will be also very critical if the companies don't have the experience and don't have the right partners. And we will really want to understand your plan to execute. So the flawless execution should be also the key goal of the proposals which come forward in the future. With that, I will say if there any last minute comment if you want to add. If not, I know everybody is hungry. I promise you the dinner will be there. And I made the promise, but if I don't deliver, I know Amitesh ji will do that. But I will say that let's give a big hand to, once again, to Ajay Sani ji and Amitesh and his team, that they're really doing a monumental job in managing these proposals. It's not easy, but we are committed. We're going to do our best to make sure that we're doing justice to all the proposals. And we also want to do the things the right way so that these companies come in India and they make success. If they make success, it will help inspire other companies to come. So with that, I'll say thank you very much. And dinner is on Neelkanth. Thank you.
So you can step forward if you need to come ahead. Thank you very much, moderator sir, and all the panelists. As we conclude day one for SemiconIndia 2023, we would like to acknowledge the valuable inputs shared during the different sessions convened today, which have surely reposed confidence in the capability of India to build a credible semiconductor ecosystem for the world. We appreciate the support and cooperation of the audience throughout the day. Do join us for 2 more days for the intriguing sessions regarding the policies and strategies being adopted by the Government of India. Thank you very much. Have a great evening ahead. Take some rest, have some nice food. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.